2020, they still participated at a lower rate than non-disabled Americans. So when you hear about that sense of fight, it's not just about preventing new restrictions from going into place, but it's also about expanding access and addressing the more systemic issues that still persist. Hallie?
Our thanks to Shaq Brewster for that reporting. And listen, if you are watching this, okay, polls are going to be closing now in just about an hour in some places in this country. We have teams covering all of this out across the country. And in just about 2 minutes and probably 15 seconds from now, you're going to watch it all live. However you're watching now, however you're streaming or watching this, when we pick up our special coverage, Tom Yamas, myself, our incredible team of reporters in the field, Chuck Todd, a cast of thousands, okay? Stay with us. We got a whole lot more. Countdown starts right now. See you in a second.
Hey, Chuck Todd. Oh, yes. Well, I want to stick around for Chuck Todd. Only thing I want to see in Chuck Todd is better hair plugs, bud. Got to fix them hair plugs, homie. All right, so we got Fox, we got NBC, we got ABC, we got PBS, CNN. Do second Fox here. What do we got? Yeah, wow, he looks like a real expert, doesn't he? He actually looks like a marionette doll. Okay, the news is happening now. It's happening now, and MSNBC is doing it. He looks like an NBC, bro. He looks like he's like making fun of people.
That is a big question. That is a question that has been put to the Republican candidate for governor in Maryland, Dan Cox, several times.
Wow, what a face.
Asked it myself.
What a fucking face, that guy. All right, so we got PBS here and CNN.
The other day, we had this shooting outside a bar in Philadelphia.
Right.
And again, no one seems to be able to grapple as to why
else we
the
got
biggest
CNN
country, the biggest
News,
economy in the world, the most powerful country in the world,
ABC.
cannot deal with a problem like
Here we
gun violence.
go.
So the Republicans take control
Oh
of the
no,
House.
this
You
is
can pretty much
covering
forget about
something
any
else
kind of
completely.
big movement, big
I refuse to believe
on
he's
gun control
real.
as well. Abortion is the other big issue. Roe v. Wade
Telling
was
you, man, they're
overturned by
using
the US Supreme
robots.
Court.
I'm
Now,
telling you,
basically,
bro.
all the individual states are waiting for the midterm results to see if, let's say, blue
Pep's
states
Dream Makers.
can
What?
circumvent the
Is
Supreme Court order by having states.
Is that like a local
All of that,
local car mechanic business sponsoring this lady's election coverage? More power to her.
Impact is going to be on Biden's
She will never
ambitions,
meet this man
Biden's,
in real life.
own program and agenda for the next couple of years. If the Republicans take control of the
fine.
House, you can pretty much be rest assured that there is going to be some form of.
What's interesting to me is like, okay, yeah, they talk a good game. They're like, we're just watching people. We're watching for, you know, weird behavior and all that. You know, it's like, okay. I mean, you're doing it with deadly weapons in your hands, but you're not, you know, you're not fucking with people, and you're just there to make sure people just put one ballot into the box. Yeah, okay. I mean, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? My question is, what's going to happen when the election's over? There's not a big scandal. No one was caught red-handed stuffing ballots and, you know, dumping dumps. What are they going to, you know? Because they're gonna say there was fault. They're gonna say that there was chicanery. They're gonna say that there was, you know, illegal activity. But how are they gonna, like, what are they gonna show? You know, this bitch put 2 ballots in. They just gun her down right there. It's like an old lady. She's confused. She thinks it's just a post office box, so she puts a regular letter in there with her vote. He's get her, go! They just gunned down a 70-year-old woman. He's trying to cash a lottery. He just gets murdered. Oh, that'd be very terrible.
Overwhelming, unified voice.
It would be.
Speak as a country and say there's no place for voter intimidation or political violence in America.
You know, gosh, I wish there was some kind of voting rights act that could have been passed that would have prevented a lot of this nonsense from happening. If only there was some party that could have introduced some bill about voting rights. And damn shame there, Joe. And it's not your fault, bud.
Vote, knowing what's at stake and not just the policy of the moment.
What?
But institute.
that just happened last week. You got to give me that link.
as we saw it
The political ads will finally go away for about 6 months, and then the 2022 election ads will start up. If you're lucky, you'll get 6 months of peace and quiet. Hey man, let me tell you, out in Canada, elections last for 2 weeks. You know, they mail their shit out, they do their commercials, and then they get the fuck out of your life, man. It's great.
abused his power and put the loyalty to himself before loyalty to the Constitution.
Oh, it's the RHQ? Oh, okay.
And he's
Good
made
deal,
a
you.
big lie. An
Naughty,
article of
naughty.
faith in the MAGA Republican
Stop
Party.
doing that.
Every recount confirmed the results. Wherever fact or evidence had been demanded, the big lie has been proven to be just that, a big lie. Every single time. Yet now, extreme MAGA
Freeloading
Republicans
John
aim to
Fetterman
question not only
lives with his
the legitimacy
parents
of past
until
elections,
age
but
49.
elections being held now
Yeah.
and into the future.
This
The
Dr.
extreme
Oz
MAGA element
much
of the Republican Party,
better.
which is a minority of that party, as I said earlier, but it's this driving force
Oh my God.
trying to succeed where they failed in 2020.
Are you serious, DCH?
Suppress the right of voters and subvert the electoral system itself. That means denying your right to
Oh,
vote
okay, I see.
and deciding
Wow, that thumbnail is crazy, dude. Just some poor old guy sitting there in his underwear. They tase him right there in his fucking house. My God, dude. Fucking cops, man.
it's estimated that there are more than 300 election deniers on the ballot
He
all
charged
across
him
America.
with what? His cock? He had
This
nothing. He
year.
was naked.
We can't ignore the impact this is having on our country. It's damaging, it's corrosive, and it's destructive.
I'll read it later when I'm not
And I
doing
wanna be very
election
clear.
coverage. God, you're so
This
demanding.
is not about me. It's about all of us. It's about what makes
No,
America
it's actually
America.
No, it's actually your
It's
party,
about the
Joe.
durability of our democracy.
So will Abu joins me live right
Two
now. Zaka,
sentences
we were
up.
discussing the
I'll get to
impact
it. Thanks.
of the election results and as far as the American foreign policy is concerned. What makes this midterms very unique is the fact that it's happening in the backdrop, A, of the Russia-Ukraine war.
That's right.
B, we've seen Xi Jinping secure an unprecedented third term.
Oh,
The
hold on.
China-Taiwan
Hold the
tensions,
phone. Chuck Todd is talking. Okay, Chuck Todd is talking.
But it's worth noting the two where he actually does a little bit better than the national average, and it's Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. So just something to keep in mind there. Let me take you through a few other things here.
Chuck
This is
Todd.
condition of the U.S. economy. As you can see here,
Guess that was a quick lunch.
39% think it's poor. 39%. I mean, just tells you this is, you know, to borrow a phrase that we're going to hear a lot tonight, economy stupid. Now, abortion has been pretty interesting here. As you see here, this looks like what we've seen in national polling. 60% believe it's legal. When you look at the abortion issue, you did it there are two of our battleground states where abortion topped inflation as the #1 issue. New Hampshire and Pennsylvania.
Ooh,
so
that's
just,
super
I mean,
interesting.
so the point is this. Look, the national exit poll looks good for Republicans. When you start looking at the battleground states, it's going to be a long, you said election day is going election night. We're going, election night's going election week. And maybe
Don't even
election,
say it.
and maybe election month.
All right, well, it's 6:06 Eastern. Chuck.
But on those top
be
issues, though, when you
happier.
break it down from
Couldn't
Republicans,
be happier.
Democrats,
If someone were to
obviously,
announce
abortion.
if someone were to announce that the U.S. elections are just going to happen 24/7 every single day, Chuck Todd would be the happiest man on the fucking planet. Did he lose weight too? I feel like he lost some weight. Chuck over here hitting the gym. It's time to hit the hair plug, doctor, homie. Anyway.
Sort of swing in a bigger direction here in one way. And so that is something, there's no doubt, independent of the economy more so than anything else. By the way, one other point I want to make here, and I don't know if we've put it in yet.
Democracy?
Yes, look at this. Look at this. For all the talk. All right, you're not surprised. Are you confident that your vote's going to be counted accurately?
We don't know yet,
95.5 among
Leon.
Democrats, 71-29 among Republicans.
For Republicans.
Okay, so only,
Yeah, they know it's a lie. They don't care, Chuck. They know. And yeah, Davey, man, that you're talking about the Pavlika village disaster, right? That was where the Russians like clearly didn't know what the fuck they were doing. They caught themselves ass out. It was just a complete fucking slaughter. if you run any good videos on that, please put that in the Discord, because I definitely want to see how that went down, because it sounds like the Russians were caught out in the open multiple times, caught retreating. They retreated to areas that were, that it was not a smart area to retreat to. Whole fucking thing was a disaster, and lost 300 men in just a couple hours. Unbelievable.
Staying close to a camera, friend. No dinner breaks for you.
Yeah, can't watch it on stream. Go ahead and put it in the Discord, though. I would like to see it. At the very least, I could describe it to people on stream.
The biggest Senate races tonight, we're talking about the races that could determine the balance of power. NBC is watching 9 battleground races, with the ones you'll see in the yellow total toss-ups, as we put up the map right there. And our reporters tonight are in those toss-ups, including Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Nevada. But I want to start with Dasha Burns.
Okay. No thanks, Dasha. Let's go ahead and see what ABC's saying.
For people to go cast their ballots at their polling places. Yvette Simpson and
Damn, dude, who's the fucking supermodel over at ABC? Holy shit.
In this election is gerrymandering. As many states have redrawn new maps favoring one party over the other, there are also 2 Supreme Court cases related to gerrymandering and redistricting that could both have a really big impact on the country. So joining me right now for more on this is 538's Nathaniel Rakic. Nathaniel, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Now, Politico saying that Republicans are likely to benefit from redistricting more than Democrats, and that has really highlighted perhaps the most in Florida right now. Is that correct?
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. So Florida is one of the states whose congressional map is most biased toward Republicans. This was a map that was pushed through by Governor Ron DeSantis, and it basically took 3 Democratic-held congressional districts and made them almost impossible for Democrats to win. And Florida gained an additional congressional seat from the census, and that seat is going to go.
Boy, I sure do wish there was a party that would stand up against gerrymandering, actually do something about it, instead of filling our asses with liquid smoke every time gerrymandering's brought up. I swear to God, the neoliberals are, oh, we care about elections. Oh, we care about gerrymandering. It's so unfair. It's so unfair. And then the moment they get in charge, they're like, okay, let's gerrymander it so we can make it unfair for us because they did it to us, so we can do it to them. No discussion about reforming gerrymandering. When's the last time you've heard a Democrat, talk about gerrymandering, like seriously, and then actually introduce a bill or something that would reform or change it? I've literally never seen that before in my life.
More seats in a state than maybe they would be entitled to based on the popular vote. You can also have racial gerrymandering in addition to partisan gerrymandering, and that can be when, for example, you pack all voters of a certain minority group into a single district when maybe
that's what we saw in
you
Florida.
Would want to spread out their votes among 2 or 3 districts, and they would give kind of more power, and they'd be able to elect 2 or 3 representatives instead of just 1.
Right, so they have less seats to elect. Okay, so congressional redistricting is in the U.S. Supreme Court docket in December. States like North Carolina at the forefront of that. What implications will this court case have for the country?
Just in time for it to not mean anything.
Yeah, so there are 2 court cases. One is
Great.
about this kind of racial gerrymandering, dealing with the Voting Rights Act, and basically saying, is it constitutional to draw just one African-American majority district in states like Alabama and Louisiana when it's possible to draw 2? So obviously that could have implications for voting rights for them. And then this North Carolina case that you mentioned is about basically whether state Supreme Courts are allowed to strike down the congressional maps in their states for being gerrymandered. And if the Supreme Court kind of takes this literal interpretation of the Constitution, which says that state legislatures are the ones that can draw congressional maps, or specifically to kind of determine how elections are run, that could basically take away the best tool that reformers have to stop gerrymandered maps, which is the courts.
Okay, Nathaniel Rakic, our thanks to you as always. And our friends at 538 will have complete election data forecast models and analysis all throughout the night and in the coming days and weeks. You can simply scan the QR code below or check out their website at 538.com. And ABC News Live special election night coverage of the 2022 midterms continues in a moment.
Man, I don't want to say anything about her lazy eye because she's gorgeous, but I feel like God really fucked her over with that lazy eye. I feel so bad, Oh no, Pelosi.
Going to use the debt ceiling as our leverage. And we're just going to be there for Social Security and Medicare. And the American people have to know that that is at stake in this election. Our challenge.
You should tell them. There should be a party that tells people these things. Wow, that'd be so neat.
People, but you have to let them know what is at stake in the election.
Yeah.
And they've been very clear.
Yeah.
They're going to use the debt ceiling
That's right.
vote
That's right.
as a way to cut Social Security. They call them entitlements. We call them insurance.
So what do you guys have a super majority right now? You could pass a bill that could, that could do all this up real nice, couldn't you? Oh no, we can't.
In Washington, it's determined by the American people. And I'm excited about Election Day. It's a day where the sanctity of the vote is revered, where people vote, and we have to respect the results of that. But again, whatever the outcome, we will respect that.
A lot of attention is devoted over the past year to the January 6th, the select committee investigating what happened, public hearings. A lot of people thought that would play a big role in the election this fall. It is not turning out to be. Voters are not saying that's at the top or anywhere near the top of the list of their concerns. Why do you think that is?
Well, we never intended it to be a political item. It's about seeking the truth. And it has had an impact on taking people to a place where they see the truth more clearly.
I'm sorry, Leon. Stop making comments about my fucking weight.
But you do see people saying
you don't think I'm completely fucking aware that I need to hit the gym more?
And those are not unrelated.
Holy shit.
But if you see
hot
the
people,
assault that was made
hot people
on the Capitol,
don't get an opinion about other people's bodies. Okay?
Protect and defend,
you're all fit and looking good. Just shut the fuck up about my fucking fat, flabby body, okay? I'm gonna go smoke some weed. Do some squats. Yeah, I'll do some squats. I'll squat right over your chest.
You see
fucking
a
DCH.
And that's just not something that has a place in our democracy.
Which comment are you referring to?
Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? And some of the rest of the disinformation that he used as his motivation. But again, our family is strong, and we have a lot of trauma to deal with. We don't want other families to have to deal with that. And we don't want the babies born now will live to the next century. Even some babies born 10 or so years ago will live to the next century. We want to make sure that they have a democracy that is strong, a planet that is safe, values that are intact, and that we have healing and unity that has produced that. So this is an election. We'll take it in stride. We think we'll do much better than anyone expects. We'll see in a number
All right, I did
of
some
hours.
squats.
We may not have the results right away, they tell me, but at least we'll have some idea as we go forward.
That's our understanding. President Biden, his approval ratings, I know you know very well, are in the low 40s on average, in some places even lower. Has he been a drag for Democrats this year?
No, not at all. He has been a great president. He has not received.
Oh yeah, we're gonna get an honest answer out of this woman about that question. He's been great. He's been fantastic. He's been so good. His farts smell like honey. I'm telling you, he's just the right man for the job.
You're talking about a wipeout in Virginia. Republican sources I talked to think all of those races are in play tonight, all of which could be decided relatively early in election week.
I feel like, Tom, that is sort of the direct piece of the question that you asked.
Yeah.
The Wexton.
Leon, I'm just fucking with you, buddy. Don't take it personally if you're even still here, man. Okay. I always found it fun. I just always find it funny when people tell me to exercise. Like, really? Is that how you do it? Is that how you get sexy and thin? Oh, that's the trick.
Now, talk to me about that, what you're hearing on the mood of who is going to lead the party here potentially, right, in 3 months from now?
Yeah, that's right. So, I mean, this would be Kevin McCarthy's second bid for the speakership. He tried and failed to grab the top job back in 2014. He's been the Republican.
When Mitch McConnell's gone, it's going to be unbelievable. You're going to miss Mitch McConnell. Yeah. Because whoever Mitch McConnell is replaced with, it's going to be somebody who's like, I'm going to take it even farther.
That's been boosting Republican candidates up and down the ballot. And he doesn't have a direct challenger for that
Nick
speakership.
Fat. I don't like Nick Fat, by the way. But believe it or not, Mitch McConnell has been holding back some of these new Republicans' worst inclinations. He's actually been a gatekeeper for some of the worst elements of fascism that some of these new Republicans want to dip their toes into. Once he's gone, we're gonna have an interesting time at the OK Corral.
Much greater history of throwing their own leadership over the side in times where they get jammed up on issues. He's seen it happen before to speakers he has worked with, and he's aware of those risks, but does think he will have the votes to be the next speaker.
And Garrett, real quick before you go, just explain to our viewers, if the House does turn Republican, things like the January 6th committee suddenly become possibly the Hunter Biden committee. And now you mentioned former President Trump possibly announcing again everything's going to be viewed through the prism. So you wonder how much of these House Republicans are going to try to impress him and maybe even try to impeach the current president as well.
Let's do this investigation. That investigation. Impeach this cabinet member, Mayorkas, Garland, etc.
Those possibilities are very real. I mean, the fact is, even if Republicans were to take the House and...
Boy, Leon, if you're trying to get on my good side after insulting my fat body, this is how you do it, man. That's the kind of language that makes a lady all hot and bothered.
With just one chamber, just like we saw the Democrats do to
I
then
fully
President
agree.
Trump after they took control in 2018. And Republicans have been already telegraphing they do want to investigate the FBI, the DOJ. Hunter Biden will be a part of their investigative portfolio. I don't know how you can call that oversight, but it is an investigation nonetheless. That's the kind of thing that their base has demanded from them, and it's one of the few things of the promises they've made on the campaign trail. That
By the way, welcome back, Davey. Welcome back, Leon. Lenny from South Boston. Go Sox. Dirty crackhead.
been notably cool to that idea.
And any lurkers out there, any lurkers, thank you so much for coming in.
Can be seen as a political overreach, and especially if they only get one House tonight. The big prize then is actually getting the Senate and the White House in 24,
ready, boys.
so they could make law.
I'm streaming all
I know
night.
It's a long way off, but
we're going all night.
Cycles never really end these days, guys.
Let's get through tonight. Garrett Haake, no, I appreciate that, friend. I know you're going to be standing by
Until-
for us for a
until
while
we're
tonight.
certain that we're not
going to
get results until the next day.
I want to show you what we are watching tonight. We've got a board set up with all the live shots that are coming in here from all across the country. We're about to show it to you here. We are watching this live right along here with you because
Davey,
we
the
want you to
answer.
see it. This is how we're doing it. Election night coverage here. We also have super smart people who have just joined us here at the desk.
And Hallie, I was going to say, as we
You can
pull
see
back the
Dasha
curtain here,
doing like
you
an
did something great in
exclusive
your
social
last
media
hour.
thing.
Explain to our viewers at the bottom of the screen what we're watching. They're getting the data in real time, just as we are.
So here's what you're seeing on screen. Well, obviously you see me and Tom. You see all the live shots that we are seeing from our control room. This is a bit of a high wire act, let's just say. We don't know what's going to pop up live in those
over here
boxes, but then look at the
hustling, girl.
bottom
She
here, the
hustling.
scroll. These are the exit polls we're getting in live in real time. You are seeing this at the same time that we are seeing this, right? This is an automated system. So as soon as the polls go in, they pop up on screen. However you are watching this, on your TV, on your tablet, on your phone, whatever, that's important, right? So keep an eye on that.
And you can actually watch the exit polls. You see right there, look at this one. How are things going in the U.S.? 41% dissatisfied. I think the others said they were angry as
About
well. Not
40
a good sign
minutes.
for Joe Biden. With that, we do want to bring in
I'm
our
blocking it.
panel of experts tonight that we're talking to, because some of the big
you
issues
go,
we're heading
Davey.
to tonight, inflation, abortion, crime, and gun policy as well. So we want to welcome our guests right now. First up, Tara Palmieri from Puck News. Tara, how you doing?
Good. Thanks for having me, Tom.
Big night tonight, huh?
I know. It's going to be a long night.
Can I say,
Yeah.
we say experts,
Puck
best
News.
reporters in the business.
Some of the best
we
reporters,
so
yeah.
and Eugene Scott here from
Yeah.
the Washington Post. Hi, how you
Glad
doing?
to be
I'm
here.
glad to be with you. Are we holding hands? Are we fist bumping? I don't know. Because we wanted you here because you have both. Just like Tom, been out on the campaign trail. You're talking to people. You're talking with candidates. You're well-sourced. You have the insights, I think, that people want to hear. So tell us, what are those insights? What have you heard today? It is 6:21 Eastern time. We're 40 minutes from those Virginia polls closing.
God damn.
I've heard a lot of optimism from Democrats about Wisconsin and Pennsylvania. I've heard a lot of optimism from Republicans about Nevada right now. We're still, I think the established knowledge right now is that the Republicans will take back the House. Just depends by how many seats.
The question is the margin, right?
Exactly, and what that margin will mean. I mean, in some ways, it's good for Democrats there are a lot of reasons why it's good for Democrats if McCarthy only picks up a few seats, because then he'll be beholden by the most conservative part of his party. And he will have to basically direct a crazy train that may immediately call for impeachment of the president, which may immediately call for impeachment of the cabinet secretaries. So they're thinking, if we can make these wins as minimal as possible for Kevin McCarthy, who will likely be speaker, then you know what? Maybe in 2024, we'll get the power back because the Republicans will show that they can't govern, that they're only doing a clown show. On the flip side, they could do these Benghazi-like show trials in.
Exactly what I'm talking about right fucking there. They think they're getting another chance if they lose in 2024. So that's why they're okay not governing now. They go, well, we won't govern now, and if they replace us, we'll just get another chance in 2028. They really don't get it.
These exit polls is pretty consistent with what we've been reporting on for the past few months. It'll be interesting to see to what degree in various races was inflation a determining factor. We probably won't have that for sure tonight, but there are some places in this country where people are feeling more hit than others.
I was so interested by something that Chuck said at the top of the show in these exit polls, which is that in battleground states, you are seeing a bit of a different picture from these exits of President Biden.
Just thinking about what Chuck had to say, said literally no one until just this moment. Let's see here. Who the hell's this? Rep. Gary Palmer from Alabama. This ought to be good.
Strengthen Social Security and strengthen Medicare.
What, Republicans?
It's a complete misrepresentation of Republican policy that we're going to cut Social Security and Medicare. It's a scare tactic.
I'm asking because,
slow down, Lenny.
These are so-called entitlements. They are
not allowed to.
Big,
we're not allowed to say those things anymore, bud.
In the federal budget, and the
we can
question
still
is
think
if
them though.
Republicans plan
they
to
can't
bring
control our
spending
thoughts
down in a significant way. Where do you get the money? I also want to ask you about something else.
They can't
that
cancel us for thinking stuff anymore.
On the campaign trail, and I mentioned this a moment ago, and that's crime. Running, frankly, hundreds of millions of dollars worth of ads, criticizing Democrats,
crime rate's
saying
gone
they
down.
are to blame for lack of safety. Crime is generally seen as something that local governments address. What could the Congress, if the Republicans were in the majority, do about it?
Well, one of the things that I think we've got to do is deal with these district attorneys that have this attitude of no bail and no jail for violent offenders. And we're seeing it in Democrat-run cities all over the country. And you're seeing record numbers of murders in these places, particularly in Philadelphia and other cities like that. A lot of local law enforcement get federal grants, and we can tie federal grants to changes at the local level, particularly with these district attorneys. When people commit a violent offense, they knock somebody down on a sidewalk, put somebody in the path of a subway train, those people should be in jail immediately. And they shouldn't be allowed to commit these acts of violence and go free. You've got cities like Portland and Los Angeles and San Francisco.
Nobody's letting people who try to kill people free. What is this guy talking about?
As long as they don't, particularly in California, as long as they don't take more than $1,000. That's absolute chaos. And I think that the federal government does have some responsibility there, working with federal law enforcement to make sure that they're protecting those communities.
One other thing I want to ask you about, Congressman Palmer, has to do with what, again, a number of Republicans have been speaking about during this election year, and that is impeaching members of the Biden administration. For example, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, I think you yourself have said he would be a potential target.
Big voter turnout everywhere.
Is that potentially
high for
on your
Republicans,
agenda?
though, as well.
I think that we've got to investigate what's happened at the border, and we have to hold the people who are responsible for securing the border accountable for their actions. And clearly, Secretary Mayorkas has not secured the border.
Oh, yeah.
As a matter of fact, I think intentionally he's allowed people to cross the border. And it's not just people who are coming across the border because they want a better life for their family.
Oh, yeah, these are rapists.
There's the exact number is actually classified of the number of people who've
we
been
don't know
picked
yet,
up who
Leon.
are either known terrorists or affiliated with terrorists.
We've heard it before. We've heard it before. We don't, Republicans don't. We don't need to hear it again from Republicans. Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid. The brown people are coming to get you. We know what they're talking about. Oh yeah. Okay. We can go back to this one. I'm sorry, y'all. She's a 10.
And progressives. It wasn't his fault that people can't see the results of the infrastructure bill or the Inflation Reduction Act. So they're trying to spin this in a way where they're telling people accept the results, like he said last week, trust democracy, but also don't blame me because he's in a very precarious situation that even Obama wasn't in before. A lot of people are saying, should he run again in 2024? He can't have this look like a referendum on him and his agenda.
Real quick, Eugene, something that the president and the White House may get credit for, though, when we look at these exit polls, the threats to democracy and abortion, those are the two issues President Biden ran on over the last 2-3 weeks. Democrats leaned heavily into those issues. It's early in the night, but it looks like possibly that was a good strategy for them.
Indeed, and that's why these are issues he hit in his closing speeches, trying to remind people why he originally ran, what he believes has been able to be maintained since he's entered the White House, and what he believes is at risk.
The fucking blind partisanship for the neoliberal Democratic Party is just unbearable to watch. Let's watch some Fox so that we can balance it out here. Just, you know, get this neoliberal garbage out of our head, put in some fascism. There we go.
It seems as though things are going up. And I agree with him. I think things are going as smoothly as they can be. I mean, there's always little problems, you know, in each of the different locations occasionally, but everything seems to be going
Gee, I
fine,
wonder.
which is great for the American.
Wow, the Republicans think everything's going smoothly. Why would we think that? Why would they think that? Why would they think everything with the elections is going smoothly right now, guys? Why?
On Capitol Hill, Fox's Lauren Blanchard. Let's just take a look at, though, some of these live pictures that we are seeing outside of polling locations in states, in counties, in municipalities all across the country. We're going to get Lauren set up here. We're going to be speaking with her very, very soon, and then we will be bringing Rhett and Sarah in to talk about some of these key states like Georgia, Pennsylvania, Nevada, here in Arizona, and the balance of power as well. Stand by.
Stand by, stand down, and stand by. They should just they should just do that. Just say it now.
Traditional rally stops for the president, but he has been making the rounds, and the three big arguments he's been making are around economy, abortion, and democracy. Also out on the trail is former President Barack Obama, and as well as Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and a number of Democratic senators like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren in more independent formats. But again, as well as actually Vice President Kamala Harris, she's been a bit more less high profile in terms of her campaign stops, but a lot of Democrats have welcomed her as they've been trying to stave off big losses in the House and the Senate.
Excellent job, DCH.
One thing about President Biden's final message is that the White House has been arguing that they weren't just focusing on democracy and abortion. I was talking to a White House aide today who said that they really have been hammering the economy as much as possible since earlier this year, and what the president has tried to do, although albeit limited, to address people's cost of living and the issues that they've been having due to inflation. But if you stack all those speeches up, even though there were prominent speeches on abortion and democracy, the president arguably gave more on the economy and different actions he's tried to address to take on the economy.
And in just a few seconds, Laura, I know you've been talking to White House folks. What are they saying that they worry about how their agenda might have to change if Republicans do well tonight?
The biggest thing is that if Democrats lose the House but keep the Senate, then it would enable the president to at least get judicial nominees through and have a bit of a firewall. But if both chambers fall, then the president has acknowledged that that would make his life, quote, very difficult, and that he has been paying attention to the fact that some Republicans have looked to impeach him, have looked to launch investigations into his son, Hunter Biden, as well as his Afghanistan withdrawal. And so the White House has since early summer been preparing for that possibility of an increase in investigations.
All right, Laura Barron-Lopez, who is going to be with us all tonight at the White House. Thank you, Laura.
Thank you.
So meantime, Amna Nawaz and Lisa Desjardins are here tracking key races and important trends. They join us now for a preview of what to watch tonight.
That's right, Judy. Polls are still open across the country here in the 6 o'clock hour on the East Coast. But as you mentioned, at stake tonight, the balance of power in the House of Representatives.
Yeah.
So you are tracking these races closely. Give us the state of play.
Big night in the history of our country. Again, we are looking at these 435 House seats. Now,
It's as loud as I can make it over here,
is that
dog.
they can hold
Sorry.
on to almost all of them. Republicans
And they all
just need
talk
to
super
flip
quiet.
5 of these blue dots, what are blue now, into red dots tonight. We'll be watching all of this and see if the colors do indeed change.
We'll have some early indicators. Polls will begin to close in a number of states, including in Virginia. This is a key race you're tracking. Tell us why.
This is one of those seats that Republicans hope add up to a majority in the House of Representatives for them. These are the suburbs just outside of Washington, D.C., Alexandria, near where we're standing
thank you,
right
Carol.
now. In addition to the suburbs, there are some rural areas here in Virginia that make this a competitive seat for Republicans. Issues here, abortion, suburban women in particular, and also law enforcement, concerns about the crime,
28
perhaps,
minutes.
and the role of law
28
enforcement big
minutes,
in this
folks.
district. This is a place where Republicans believe if they can win this seat, Virginia's 7th, they will have a good night all night. Let's look at the candidates in this race. You'll know what I mean. Democrat Abigail Spanberger is a very strong campaigner. Republicans acknowledge this. This was a race that was not close a few weeks ago. Now it's
a funny
close.
name.
So it's a very good race to watch.
Democrats hoping to hang on to this seat here. You are tracking another race over in Ohio. That's Ohio's first congressional district around Cincinnati. What do we need to know?
Come with me down to Cincinnati. Here we go. This is Ohio's first district. These are dense suburbs. There's really no rural aspects to this district. This is a place where redistricting actually swung it in Democrats' favor, and that made a 25-year Republican congressman vulnerable. We're talking about Republican Steve Chabot. We'll see his photo in just a second. He is running against a local city councilman here, Greg Landsman. Now, this is a rare exception.
Why do they always
tonight.
look
there are a few races like
exactly
this, not many,
like you would expect
where
them to look?
Republican
Republicans.
congressman is vulnerable. But this is a place where Democrats want to keep
that's
their
exactly
numbers
what I
going
expected.
and kind of sort of mitigate any kind of
I
wave
pictured Steve in my head.
There is a major issue you have been tracking very
there he
closely of
appeared.
election denialism. We know this is the first big test of that issue. Tell us how you're tracking that.
We have spent weeks
These
carefully
ladies are
looking
looking
at the statements
fabulous,
of
by
all
the
of
way.
the Republican
Love the
gubernatorial and
pantsuit.
Secretary of State candidates. This map shows what we found. These are the dark purple states where
Look
you see
at
gubernatorial
this.
candidates who have
Look, all the
outright
purple
denied
and
the
light purple
2020
is
election.
denial of the
And you can see
election.
some of these are close races like Arizona, Wisconsin, neck and neck. These are races we'll be talking about all night. One way,
Look at
Anna,
this
that we will be
election
tracking
denial.
this carefully is we're kind of
There
categorizing
there
them
will
in
be
columns.
ramifications
so we'll
for
be able to
this,
show
okay,
this next
folks?
graphic where you can see who's winning. These are all of the Republican gubernatorial candidates who we know
Wow, I
have
love how
denied
they're
the
tracking
2020
this. This
election.
is
Many of
amazing.
these do
Fuck
have
yeah,
some
PBS.
influence, not direct, but influence
This is like
on the next
this is like
elections.
here are
That's
the
why we're
traitors
watching
that are
this.
winning.
We will put check marks by those who win, and these are the defenders. We'll be watching those who have defended the legitimacy of the election closely as well. And of course, some of these candidates
this is
have not said yet
awesome,
if they will
dude. Fuck
concede,
it.
if they have lost tonight.
PBS,
So this is
alright,
one reason
dog.
that we
Hell
want
yeah,
to
dude.
now. It could be a long night. We have some states, in fact, I want to look at three
It's the
states
traitor
that we know
tracker.
the count just from the processing of the votes usually take longer. Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada. What do those three states have in common? Important toss-up races up and down the board. So we may not know everything we want to tonight, and we may be waiting for results from these states for a while.
So important to stress that to viewers. Lisa Desjardins, thank you so much. Judy, back to you.
And thank you both for getting us kicked off tonight. Meantime, we have several reporters in the field today keeping tabs on some of the key races.
I'm curious who they have in the
This past
field.
weekend, President Biden and former Presidents Obama and Trump all converged on Pennsylvania to try to energize voters, particularly in the race for the Senate. Jeff Bennett joins us now from Democratic candidate
Nice
John
freckles.
Fetterman's headquarters in Pittsburgh. Hello, Jeff. And tell us what you're seeing and hearing.
Good evening, Judy. As you well know, the Pennsylvania Senate seat has for months been viewed as the most
this is
likely
relevant
pickup
to
opportunity
Davey.
for Democrats as they try to retain control of the Senate. But this race has tightened dramatically in recent weeks, in large part due to a deluge of Republican-backed ads
Not
focused
jerking
on
it,
crime
okay?
and
I'm
inflation.
mixing
so
my
Democrats
coffee.
have tried to counter that perceived energy, that sort of newfound energy on the right by bringing out the
that
biggest
Jack
names in
Hennessy?
the party. As you mentioned, President Biden, former President Obama, who were here this past weekend. One of the Democrats' key priorities has really been trying to energize and trying to engage not just the Democratic base, but young voters in particular. We spent some time on the campus of the University of Pittsburgh today to get a sense of what younger voters have to say about all this. Here's some of what they
Garbage
said.
fuel. Garbage fuel.
I voted for Shapiro and Fetterman.
Why is that?
I just support them overall. I agree with a lot of their main points, especially being
She
against
looks
banning
like
abortion
Fetterman.
and making sure legalized marijuana stays.
Is abortion a big issue for you and your friends?
Oh yeah, definitely. We talk about it a lot.
We're having lots of abortions, smoking lots of
I'm
weed.
a part of the Planned Parenthood Club here on campus, and I'm also part of Take Back the Night, which is a club talking about
She's
spreading
high,
awareness
yeah.
for sexual violence and
Rock
domestic
on, I'm
violence.
high.
So abortion is a huge part of that as well.
Rock on, babe. It's great.
You mentioned the student, you heard the student there mention Shapiro. She was talking about Josh Shapiro, the Democrat running for governor here. Democratic strategists and officials I've talked to feel much better about their chances in the governor's
I don't
race
know,
than they
but
do
I
necessarily
ain't
about
hating.
the Senate race, in large part because Josh Shapiro has maintained a healthy lead ahead of the Republican in this race,
Slow
Doug
meander.
Mastriano,
You're-
for weeks.
Man.
So right now, as the polls
What's up?
close
You
in
gotta
less than
stop
2
judging
hours
people,
from
dog.
now, the attention
gotta
shifts
judge
really
people,
to watching the vote come in. You heard Lisa say
You just gotta
it'll
look
be a
at
long
people
night
and be all
watching
like,
the
"Oh,
votes
they're
be tallied." Well, here in
clowns.
Pennsylvania, it could be potentially
Oh,
a
you're
long
better
week.
than me?
The acting Secretary
You're not
of State
better
is
than
on
me?
record saying that there will not be a final tally tonight, that it will take some time. We know that the vote will be delayed in Philadelphia because of a last-minute counting change there as a result of a Republican-backed
That was the
legal
joke.
challenge targeting that
Called
Democratic
improv.
stronghold. And so the Fetterman campaign has been very intentional about telling
Called
their
improv.
voters that as the vote comes in, that they expect the in-person vote to skew Republican and the mail-in vote to skew Democratic.
Dabbing
in
is a
much the
fucking
same way
lifestyle.
as happened
R.I.P.
back in 2020. It took 4 days here.
R.I.P.
for the vote to be
takeoff.
called in President Biden's favor. Judy?
Dabbing is
We
a
remember
lifestyle.
it well. Jeff Bennett reporting from Fetterman headquarters
R.I.P.
there
to a real
in
one.
Pittsburgh. And I think it's a reminder to all of us that, yes, we might be waiting days, weeks.
Okay, wow. I know I interrupted at every fucking churn, but I don't think you really told us anything of value. Let's see here. Which one? Okay, commercial. Okay, they're just on repeat here. I gotta say, MSNBC kind of kicking everyone's ass. Excuse me. In terms of production and just, I mean, look at the colors. It's popping, right? I mean, look at Fox. Blah. Look at Fox over here. 2 Foxes. Blah. Blah. The View. Okay, you know, ABC. PBS. They're doing their best. They've had the same set for the last 10 years over at PBS, right? She's doing her best. Right? She's a real professional, right? And I mean, come on. MSNBC's kind of kicking their ass right now. I got to say. Is it the home for politics? Anyway.
Grievance politics, because it works for Donald Trump, it works for him. There's not really another side of this debate right now.
Okay, so there's the Trump factor in the 2022 midterms, right? And Alexander, there was also the Biden factor in the 2022 midterms. The reason, again, I just want to toot your horns for a second, because the reason we're excited to have you both here is because you know this. You live this, you breathe this, you work this. These are your former colleagues. These are, in some instances, I'm sure your friends. Talk about what you're hearing.
Well, you know, I think that, you know, all of the Senate campaigns and across the country are running very competitive campaigns, Democrats across the board. But I do think that there was a missed opportunity around connecting, especially because we just heard abortion, inflation are top of voters' minds, connecting and the fight for democracy, connecting it with inflation and talking about how Republicans are using, you know, have been running this political circus and tying more of the democracy inflation to pocketbook issues, I think was a missed opportunity for Democrats that we saw sort of escalate in the last 2 to 3 weeks. But I think the timing really mattered here. So we'll see what happens. But I'm hoping that Democrats do well, but I'm a little cautious.
And Alexander, I have to think Democrats are happy that former President Trump is doing this. Let's be very fair. Just from the exit polling and from the polling leading up to this election, President Biden was not having a good term. The poll numbers are just not there. He wasn't sure what to run on. You were just mentioning it. There's issues with Latino voters. But now they can run against former President Trump. So this has to be somewhat of a positive for Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're absolutely right. I think it's still the Donald Trump Republican Party. You see that with the sort of circus of candidates that they've decided to roll out in the Senate and across the board. So that's obviously good for Democrats. But increasingly, and I think it's very clear, is like we have to be able to tell a story in the same way that Republicans are about who's to blame. And I think that Democrats could have been the party we should be championing, that we are the party of the working class, as opposed
Jen, and the cycle is complete, huh, Lenny? Jen fucking Sasky over here. Ugh. But they don't have her on the NBC. They got her on MSNBC. Is MSNBC doing a free live stream? Let's see. Let's go find out. Let's see here. MSNBC. I gotta have that Rachel Maddow. Oh, there's no fucking live stream. Wow. I mean, like, honestly, you think I'm gonna buy your shit? Like, are you know, like, honestly, do you think I'm gonna buy your shit? You know? I ain't buying your shit, dog. You gotta get your ass on YouTube. You gotta be free fucking streaming, like, immediately, dude. You know how many million advertiser eyeballs are not looking at MSNBC right now? They're dropping the ball, dude. If I was an advertiser, I'd be pissed. I'd be like, what do you mean you're not live streaming to literally every fucking buddy on the planet Earth? Oh, what do you mean? You're behind a paywall? You mean you put my ads behind a paywall so tens of millions of people can't see what I'm selling? Fucking great job, MSNBC. Great job. Great job. That's how you stay. That's how you keep your pockets full, huh? Fucking morons. Saki, thank you. I always get it wrong. You've corrected me twice so far. I'm sorry.
Those two have run incredible campaigns, and we'll see if they come over the top. I think those are battleground states.
So Indiana won. Gary,
I'm about to
Indiana,
come over
heavily,
the top. You know what
black
I'm
area,
talking?
potential for
Oh,
Republicans
sorry.
to knock off the Democrat there, I think would be the sign of a big night.
Oh, thank you.
We obviously talked a lot about Virginia already. I'm looking at New York. New York is a place where you've got a lot of voter dissatisfaction in general, which I think is going to help Republicans. Sean Patrick Maloney, who is the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee, a Biden double-digit Biden seat where he could potentially lose. And if he loses, that's a really...
New City, New York, that's his district. I want to ask you, though, do you think Holcomb's in trouble? Do you think the governor of New York's in trouble? Were you watching that?
This is a race that shouldn't be close, but it is. I think she'll probably win, but the issue of crime has been so devastating for Democrats that you could see it.
Thematically here, you know, we started this conversation talking about former President Trump live at Mar-a-Lago. Our Ryan Nobles talked with him. He has jumped in front of a camera. I think you probably had to unplug, go run over to grab the former president. Yeah. Tom, you know how these gaggles go. We were
you
doing
don't
that
have to run. He sometimes the former president just runs to you.
All right, well, you can tell us later if you moseyed or if you sprinted, Ryan, but fill us in. What did
My God. My God.
Well, you know, he's obviously feeling very confident about tonight, and he is looking to at least
I literally
subtly
heard the producer
some
turn
credit
him down.
for what is expected to be a really strong Republican night, and what will obviously lay the groundwork for what is expected to be a 2024 presidential campaign, an announcement of which could come as soon as next week. And, you know, Trump kind of surprised us all here in this ballroom that he has set up, that he's going to have some of his closest loyalists that are going to be a part of this event here tonight. I'm told it's going to be members of his 2016 campaign, members of his 2020 campaign, and then perhaps even the team that will make up what would be a 2024 bid. But we did get the chance to ask him some very pointed questions about the election tonight and what it means for the Republican Party going forward, because, of course, the former president really has his stamp on the Republican Party, and he's already made some comments to reporters
More
as
like
we head
boot.
into this election tonight
More
about
like
what
boot.
could happen after these results come out. And the question that I specifically asked him is, what does he think about Senate Minority Leader, could be once again Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, should the Republicans be successful tonight? In fact, Trump tonight even predicting that the Republicans could end up with 53, 54 seats when the dust settles here tonight. And Trump said that he does not think that Mitch McConnell has done a very good job. And in fact, he blames Mitch McConnell
CNN's
specifically
doing a
for
live stream.
inflation because Mitch McConnell was a part of the arrangement, the deals that were
Well, I
made
have
to
CNN
flood the
over
economy
here.
with government money during the coronavirus pandemic.
She's
and
on
of course,
CNN.
McConnell did
No, that's
support
ABC.
that $1 trillion
what?
infrastructure plan.
Oh.
And so
Maybe
Trump
CNN
laying
switched
the
over to
blame
this.
on McConnell's feet, along with the current President Joe Biden and the Democrats in Washington. But where he stopped
0%
short
surprising that is the case.
But still,
straight up.
criticizing his own party on election night.
But before, by the way, we know who has control of the
Yeah,
Senate,
that's
right?
Trump,
There
baby.
is a little bit of a, I mean, Tom, you know this, there's a little bit of a risk there, because if it turns out that
It's a real
Republicans do capture
possibility
the
if
Senate,
neither Warnock
he
or
will,
Walker
you know,
get
if it's very
above-
likely, I should say.
Yeah, and Brian, I want to ask you, has anyone asked him, was he afraid with his sort of preview announcement if he was going to hurt Senate candidates across the country, number one? And number two, has anyone asked him if he's announcing so early so he
It looks
scares
like
off
Homeland.
some of the smaller fish in the Republican
Nice.
Party?
Well, you better wife her immediately, man. That milk is sweet.
Come up tonight. You know, neither of those questions.
This guy actually straight up looks like Max Headroom's son. He looks related to Max Headroom. If you don't know what I'm talking about, check this out. Max Headroom. Look at this shit, dude. Oh boy, looks like motherfucking Max Headroom over here, man. Look at this dude. Yo, this guy's Max Headroom. Hold on. Let's get back to him here. Let me just copy the image. Save image here. Come on, save image. Open up dialogue. Thank you, God. Ever. Now it's doing it twice.
And he kind of laughed and said there will be time for that. So, you know, he's obviously laying the groundwork for a campaign that in many ways, guys, starts tomorrow morning, because everyone's going to start to talk about 2024 very quickly after the dust settles from the midterms here tonight.
At that. Ryan, we thank you for that. In the wake of what everything Ryan was just reporting, Brendan, I got to ask you about this, because Republicans have to answer this question. So we just have an exit poll coming in. Again, it's early. The question was, voters nationwide feel dissatisfied or angry about the way things are going in this country. 92% of Republicans, 77% of independents. With those kind of numbers, why aren't Republicans theoretically doing better? And I know we don't know yet, but it sounds like Republicans are sort of tempering the expectations for tonight.
And you're smirking.
Yeah, you're smirking.
Like, what's up?
I think we are going to have a really
like we're just waiting you to be like going like this.
No, look.
Yeah, okay, yeah. We're not going to have a good night. In fact, we're going to have an incredibly depressing night. In a couple minutes, the entire mood is going to flip at fucking NBC. Holy shit, dude. You are not fucking kidding, bro. Holy shit. Bro, that's Homelander's mom, dude. Wow. That's impressive. All right, let's see what's going on with CNN.
This campaign.
It said nobody ever.
Jeff Zeleny at Herschel Walker's campaign headquarters in Atlanta. David Chalian now has some early exit poll data from Georgia. David, what are you looking at?
Yeah, along these lines, Jake, we're taking a look about what was on Georgia voters' minds in this election when it comes to the qualities they were looking for in their candidates.
Slamming
and I
my
think
garbage
it's
fuel
pretty
right
clear
now. This
it's
is
sort
not
of a
Tinder.
character election that is taking place there. 36% of Georgia voters are looking for a candidate who shares their values.
Clutch Cargo.
32% looking for a candidate that has honesty and integrity.
Congratulations, Clutch Cargo.
Less so about empathy and experience.
Snagging the early Garbage Fuel Award.
Garbage fuel.
Slamming that garbage fuel and enjoying the sweet taste of pure garbage. Thank you so much, Clutch Cargo. Enjoy your award.
Of Georgia voters, 46% say only Warnock shows good judgment.
Where's Tubin?
Far fewer say only Herschel Walker. 28%
I want to tug with
shows
Tubin.
good judgment. Both 5%, 18% of voters in this Georgia election say neither candidate shows good judgment.
Where's my Tubin
Are
pictures?
Warnock's views too extreme? And this has been something that Walker has been hammering away at on the campaign trail.
I can't believe this is even a
Look at
question.
this. The voters in Georgia are evenly split on this. 48% of Georgia voters say yes, Warnock's views are too extreme. 47% say no. Herschel Walker scores a bit better on this front. Are Herschel Walker's views too extreme? Well, 43%
it's crazy.
of Georgia voters say yes, but a slim majority, 52%, Dana, say Herschel Walker's views are not too extreme for them.
So interesting. David, thank you so much. And let's talk about the Georgia Senate race and some of the exit polls that David was just talking about. Specifically, one of the things that really stuck out to me was which candidate shows good judgment. Only 28% say Walker.
Look, Davey, they're not telling me. They're not about to be telling you, bro. I have no fucking idea where these people are, and they call me at like 4 o'clock in the morning. And when they call, it sounds like they're at a bar or something. It's like a lot of people fucking talking. I don't know where the fuck they're at, dude. Okay? So I've never been able, I don't know. So good luck with that one. That's all I got to say, bud.
Likely to do well. The environment favors Republicans. But as we were saying earlier in the show, when you have a state like Georgia that is already purple to begin with, and then on top of that, you have an environment that is favorable, and on top of that, you have a top of the ticket race that where the Republican might
Why are they not talking about how much of a failure Raphael Warnock is? Like how this is even more embarrassing than when Hillary Clinton lost to Donald Trump. You know, like, can we please talk about that?
Paid for 2 women to have abortions, that he fathered a number
and once again, here, the Democrats, shaming. Can we talk about the failed strategy, right? A complete failed strategy to stop Herschel fucking Walker? Can I still vote? Yes, go out and vote right now.
By the way, Georgia is the #1 team in the nation. They just
Go.
crushed Tennessee on Saturday. And two, to a certain degree, it's all about teams. And the fact is that I think a lot of people may hold their nose about Herschel Walker, but they'd rather see
Should have saved the label when I got my coffee
Mitch
mug.
McConnell as a Senate Majority Leader than Chuck Schumer.
I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I agree about your second point about teams. This is all about teams. Maybe not so much about the first, that only somebody like Herschel Walker could survive this, because Herschel Walker, yes, I agree, he's a very famous person, and that's part of it. But he is following the Donald Trump playbook on how to deal with the scandal to a T, trying to use it to his in his favor, and to say, look what they're doing to me.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I think that says a lot about where we are as a country. I do think, not to bring Trump into this, but he has a lot to do with this. He changed the way voters interpret scandals and whether or not they should matter to them. I mean, you may not like it, but that is the reality that we are seeing
Herschel
in
Walker
Georgia.
wouldn't even have been the nominee, wouldn't have gotten the Trump endorsement if he weren't a celebrity. His whole campaign is about celebrity, and he is an icon in the state of Georgia.
Speaking of actually pretty new icons, the governor, Governor Kemp, this has been one of the most fascinating dynamics to watch, because the last time he won, it was a very, very tight race.
50,000 votes.
Between he and Stacey Abrams. It is a rematch. And he is just seen in such a different light because of Donald Trump, because he positioned himself sort of as a barricade between Donald Trump and the actual votes that happened. Plus, people are kind of okay with his stewardship as governor.
Yeah, I think it's more the second than the first. I think that people generally feel that he opened up the state, he didn't stay in lockdown as long, and that Georgia didn't have a big spike in COVID. And in fact, the economy wasn't as hit as hard as a lot of other states were.
I think the question a lot of people had been coming into tonight asking is, what are we going to see in terms of splitting tickets? Are we going to see people skipping one race and voting in another? That's a huge question tonight, but it's particularly important for Herschel Walker and whether or not he can actually get to a 50% mark to avoid a runoff.
And if it were up to Republicans, they might make it illegal, if it benefits the Democrats more than the Republicans.
As can be, and both
early
sides are just trying to keep it alive a little bit longer.
We should just introduce America to
I'm
the
praying
name
for you,
Chase
Helder
Oliver.
Rose.
He's a libertarian, a former Democrat, and he could be the person who keeps either of these guys from getting to 50%. And then you can blame him when we keep following the Warnock race against Walker until December 6th.
Jake and John, let's go over to you at the wall.
Thanks so much, Dana. And right now we have votes coming in. It's exciting. Votes are actually coming in. What are we seeing, John?
Well, we're seeing, number one, election is early in the night. Look at a vote. If you're a Democrat or Republican, cheer your party on, but be careful as you look. I say that because of this. These are the two Senate races on the map where we have votes so far. And in Kentucky, at the moment, the Democratic candidate, Charles Booker, is 4,881 votes ahead of the Republican incumbent, Rand Paul. We will watch this throughout the night.
I mean, that's because Democrats and people who are with it, they vote early. So that makes sense. So don't read into that too much.
County, which is Louisville, which is the #1 county, the biggest most populous county in the state.
He is expected to win that county, right? I mean,
correct, yes. That is a Democratic county. That is the most Democratic county in the state. So you get the early votes, and we're going to see this throughout the night in other states as well. Some of that's in, Democratic County reporting first here. Some places it'll be mail votes first, or election day votes first. But we'll just watch it. And then you have up here just the Indiana Republican Senator Todd Young out to a very early lead. It's 4% of the vote, but he is heavily favored in this race. And it's not that these races don't matter, because one of the things you're looking for if you're in the Democrat or the Republican headquarters is, are there any surprises? Are you going to get any disruptions in the force, if you will? And so if you're in a 50-50 Senate, you're just trying to make sure you keep your own if you're the Republicans. Both of these races at the end of the night, we anticipate will be that way, but we'll keep an eye when you see votes come in like this. You always watch and see. And so what happens at the top of the hour is when things get interesting. If you're a partisan watching at home, this is when it starts to get more tense.
The actual competitive race.
Right. We start to get actual votes in the Senate race here. Herschel Walker, Raphael Warnock. So what are you looking at here? Number one, we'll watch how the votes come in and how they're counted. Georgia tends to count pretty quickly. They do a very good job, as we learned in 2020. This, obviously, Fulton County is the most important place in the state in terms of population. biggest 10% of the vote, the biggest county out of 159 counties in the state of Georgia. It's one of the most complicated, fun for me states. I know it's not fun for partisans at home as you go through it. And then the issue is, we'll go back in time here. I just want to go back to look when Brian Kemp won in 2018. This is the governor's race. We're talking about the Senate race, but it's the same math here. It's the suburbs around Atlanta. And it's not so much we expect those to be blue again like they were in the Kemp race here. We expect them to be blue in the Senate race. The question is the margins.
Margins, exactly.
Margins. And we're going to be talking about margins for days. So let's come back to the Senate map and get this one out of the, take this out of the way and close this out. Come back to 2022. What else are you looking for? Dana and Chris and Abby were just talking about Herschel Walker. How do Republicans view Herschel Walker? This is a test for Herschel Walker in Georgia tonight. The polls close in a few minutes. It's a test for Memedows in Pennsylvania. The polls close in the next hour. Can they run it up to Trump voters who like that particular style of Republican? Do they turn out? Do they turn out in decent high numbers? You know, they're small counties, right?
This is a terrible song.
And they're tiny in terms of the population, right? 2,400 votes, but 73%. That matters, right? Margins again.
Only win with the,
bro, that was some Euro trash. What the fuck?
By 11,779 votes. So if that's our template, all night we're going to be looking at, is Raphael Warnock matching what Biden did?
Correct.
Is Herschel Walker exceeding what Trump did? That's what we're going to be looking at.
Yes, and most of that will be around the Atlanta suburbs.
Good.
So if Herschel Walker can overperform Trump in the Atlanta suburbs, and then break even with Trump, right, in the rural areas. So do Trump voters view him as legitimate, one of them, and they turn out? And do suburban voters who were, frankly, repulsed by Donald Trump in much of the country say, we want a Republican in the Senate, we think Herschel Walker is good enough for us? It'll be a key in the governor's race and key in the Senate race as well as you pull it in. That's where it starts to get real. Let's come back to 2022 when we start to fill in the votes here. And we also then at the bottom.
Lenny's asking, should have a contest as to what Republican will cry fraud first. You know what? Throw your guesses in the chat. Who will be the first one on the news talking about how something was stolen? I'll give that one to. I'll have to think about it. But put your guesses in the chat. But I'll let you know. I'll have to think about it. But honestly, I bet you we could find examples of Republicans who are preemptively saying that there's already chicanery of it.
49.
When we last time, though, you know what? Let's go ahead and head over to Fox, because the last time we went over to Fox, they were saying, "Yep, no, election's looking good, no problem so far." Oh, whoops! And then I go ahead and click the wrong. Oh, it's Mary Barbara Womo.
10 of the 223 locations in Maricopa County were impacted. That number changed to 60 voting locations by the afternoon. Around 3 p.m., county technicians found the issue and started fixing the printers. We were over at Shadow.
Oh, they're talking about this minor issue that happened at one location. Okay, that makes sense. They're blowing this up into a massive, big issue.
This whole election season, and they knew that this election was going to be critical. And they've said,
well, you know he's a Republican because Republicans have no idea how to wear hats properly. They have no idea. I've seen farmers put that shit on there like they got a whole like they're keeping a pet or something up in there in the chamber between their head and their hat, you know.
News.
Thanks,
that was news.
And tonight, Maricopa County says they have identified the solution for the printing issues at about 60 of its vote centers that plagued some of the vote earlier today.
Look at the
they
fraud
say that
afoot.
The solution has
the
worked
fraud
at dozens
is
of
afoot.
locations. They figured it out, they say. Irene Snyder, live at the county recorder's
I got my
office
doubts.
tonight with
Whoa,
more
I
on
got my
that.
doubts.
So
I got
we
my
talked to you
doubts,
at 4.
guys.
Tell us what they did to fix
You know, I
this
got my
problem and
doubts,
what the
but
problem was.
she's hitting the club later tonight, guys. What the fuck?
Well, John and Christina, good evening. We've definitely been getting a lot more information in the last hour. They haven't been able to give us exact technical terms as far as how they fix these machines. This is an example of one of the tabulation machines right here. Now, they said it was a printing issue. They were able to fix 52 of the 60 voting centers. I believe when we spoke to you at 4, it was in the 40s. At this point now, it's up to 52 out of the 60 voting centers have been fixed. According to the county recorder's office, this was because of, again, it was a printer setting.
Well, you tried, Helda Rose. Thanks for trying.
Machines were not producing, or the tabulation machine printers rather, were not producing dark enough timing marks on the ballot. This was tested before the primary and again before the midterm election. None of the voting locations were closed because of this, and according to the Board of Supervisors Chairman Bill Gates, no one with a valid ID was prevented from voting.
It's frustrating, but that's why I'm so grateful for all the people who.
Oh, hold on, we got a call. Sorry.
This was a tough issue.
Fox News ignoring all these calls to talk about the fucking printer issues.
Vermont. Let's see how the Senate race in Vermont is shaping up right now.
Went to the wrong courthouse,
Peter
apparently.
Welch, Gerald Malloy, both men running for that open Senate seat right now. We'll see what happens there. And a reminder, the Senate split 50-50 coming into tonight. All Republicans need is one seat, but it's going to be a tough race. So many battlegrounds we're watching
That's
tonight.
right. A Senate,
You tried,
House,
bud.
a little bit of a different picture, right? Republicans need a net flip of 5.
Okay, all right. And they're blowing themselves on NBC. Fuck me, but I love their production. All right, do we have any calls or no? Fucking Fox News. Oh, what are they talking about on the other Fox channel?
Well, Andrew, here in Macon.
Wait, is this live anymore?
An hour and a half south of Atlanta.
Hold on, I thought this was live. Oh, here we go.
Across state lines to be able to save their own lives. And so I do think that this is an issue that resonates with.
Oh, they're wow. Fox over here talking about abortion.
And that's why votes are private and confidential, as should these decisions be between a woman and her doctor and no government. We've
On
heard extreme
Fox
candidates
News?
like candidate Oz,
Oh,
whole governing
he-
bodies should be involved in healthcare decisions that women's make about their bodies. That is incredibly extreme and incredibly crazy. I believe that women should be able to make a choice with their doctor about their body, and I think that
Blasphemy.
a lot of women will go into the polling booth today. And
Blasphemy.
I think we will see dops reflected in their decisions.
Oh, this blasphemy.
Okay, and then, Sarah, to your point about, suburban women, we haven't really brought up the fact that they went largely for then candidate for President Joe Biden back in 2020, and it remains to be seen. Let's talk about some of these demographic
Okay, I'm about to
groups
fucking fall
nationwide.
into a coma. Thanks a lot, fucking howdy doody. What the fuck is this? The 1940s? Holy shit, dude. Are you a stockbroker? Anyway.
I watched you 12 hours ago live in the Today Show. You had a line of people streaming into that polling place behind you. Now it's closed, right? No more.
Howdy fucking duty.
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. So the polls just closed a few moments ago. As you've been reporting, we had seen a steady stream of voters to this location and others really throughout the day. But Hallie, yes, across the street, different groups and the Democrats have been really blaring music, holding signs, trying to get voters to these polls last minute. Now, Hallie, I can tell you, these exit polls are very interesting in what we're seeing, including in the race for Senate here in Georgia. And what I found interesting is that 2 in 3 Georgians, according to NBC News exit polls, 2 in 3 said that Herschel Walker lacked good judgment. Of course, we don't know whether that means whether they're going to end up voting for him or not, because I did speak with several Republican voters over the last day or so that said even though they disagreed with Walker's actions, of course, the allegations that he paid for 2 women's abortion, which he has denied, they said they were going to vote for him anyway. So it's possible they could think he lacks good judgment, but still because of policy. And many Republicans talking with me cited the economy as their top concern. But then something else, Tom and Hallie, that I saw in this exit poll is that 44%.
It should be. It should be. But it won't. And you know why? Because we're dealing with neo-fucking liberals. And neoliberals are the human embodiment of a fart. They're gonna snatch defeat from the jaws of victory, bruh. I'm telling you, man. Telling you, bruh.
Here in Georgia in this critical Senate race that could hold the key to the control of the Senate.
And this is one where we have to say it, Gabe,
I want to be dead wrong. I want to be so wrong. I want to have egg all over my face.
We may not know the results tonight because this thing could go to a runoff, right? And I think one thing that is a real factor there, first of all, you talk about ad spending. Boy, bonkers, right? Tons of money that is spent there. As we now have vote in, and this race officially here.
This doesn't
look at
mean
this.
anything.
Too early to call. Not a shocker with 1% of the vote in, but still important to show you as these boards are coming up live here.
And a reminder that matched Stacey Abrams when we did the governor's race.
Yeah, sure.
Almost exactly.
We're going to get Chuck in here to kind of go through this and tell us what counties we're looking at here, because that matters. The other piece to this is voter fatigue, right? Because if this does go to a runoff, I talked to one voter in Georgia who was like, who's voted for Herschel Walker, who told me, I hope it doesn't go to a runoff because I'm sick of seeing the ads, no matter whose side it is. get me.
That's what David
You're
was
just
saying.
bombarded with the ads, guys, here in Georgia. And Hallie, as you know, you're not the only
It's
one.
already
Speaking of
over.
voters here,
Calls it.
they were definitely not thrilled with the idea
Trump
of having
wants
to
to
listen
call
to
it.
these
Trump
ads
would
for the next
call it
couple
right
weeks,
now.
hearing these candidates on the stump day after day, and the candidates
Rubio's going to
themselves
get in.
realize
Of course
this.
he is.
Herschel Walker
He's
and
evil.
Raphael Warnock both in the last day or so really making that final case and saying that they want to win this
1%.
tonight. But yes, as you said, Hallie, because of Georgia's state
Everyone
law,
slow
if these
down,
candidates
dude.
don't get 50% of the vote,
We're
because there's a
talking
third-party
1%.
libertarian candidate here, yeah, we could see a runoff in a month.
Okay, everyone, please calm the fuck down. Okay, I will turn this car right around.
Goes 35.7%. Another one where.
Right. I know, we should know that right now, on these early numbers, Biden is almost at 65%, Christ is at 62%. So these margins, again, it's early, but that's an underperformance as of now, this snapshot.
As of now.
And those margins matter.
Yeah, if Charlie Crist stays there in Broward County, he will. Joe Biden
I'm
was
not
higher,
sure what
and
happened
he lost
there.
the state.
I clicked go live. I didn't know it was that far behind. Sorry about that. That's rather disorienting.
One of our good friends from our Trump campaign
8 years
days
ago
in
days,
2016. She's in Tampa at the Ron DeSantis watch
Did you
party.
fart?
And you know, Ali, I'm sort of fascinated by the DeSantis.
Okay, let's get a little bit from this guy from Human Centipede 2 here. See what he's got to say.
The votes start being tallied. That being said,
Oh my God, the volume. I'm so sorry.
Secretary of State has stressed that she does not expect her race to be called either way tonight. This will continue to drag on as all of those votes are tallied. Reporting live, Steve Nielsen, Fox 10 News.
illegal. That's
Steve, thanks. The plot thickens because just moments ago we learned that lawyers for Carrie Lake and Blake Masters, candidates for governor and U.S. Senate, respectively, Republican candidates, are asking a Superior Court judge to extend voting hours until 10 p.m. tonight.
Hell to Rose.
And they're
Calm
asking
the
that the
hell
results be
down.
delayed until 11 p.m. This is all in response to issues with those printers printing ballots that were not accepted by some of the machines at polling places.
And look at that. And look at that. They're going to get extra time, and that's when they're going to stuff the ballots. I bet you they're stuffing ballots right now. I bet you they're stuffing ballots. They didn't have enough printer paper. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Here we go. This is the Democrats' plan. This is what Joe Biden installed. This is exactly what he's been doing the entire time. Fucking proven. 2,000 mules. Now we got 3,000 mules. Okay? Proven.
Watched U.S. Senate race here in Arizona.
Proven.
Could tip the balance of power.
This is proven, guys. They're going to get extra time. No, this is in Arizona, I think. Or somewhere. It's not in Georgia. It's not in Georgia. MSNBC not covering it for even a second. Let's see what ABC's up to. This guy's so slick, dude. I want to make out with him.
Times, and you've got the numbers right here tonight, because each one
God,
of these
look
past
at 'em.
presidents were kind of, at least the last three, in the 40% range, low 40s.
Right, so we did
kiss
some
him.
homework for everyone, and we went back to see how former presidents fared
Proven.
in their first
It's
midterm
proven.
election year. So as you can see, 2010, former President Barack Obama, 44%. We'll take a look here. He lost 63 seats in the House. Former President Donald
a
Trump,
waste of
2018, 40% approval rating. 40 seats in the House. The only exception here, you see in 2002, former President George Bush, this was right after the 9/11
It's
attacks.
proof.
He
Held the
actually,
rose.
his approval rating was very high here, 63%. They gained seats, but former President Biden right now, his approval rating
Proof.
tracking where Donald Trump was in 2018.
All right, Rachel Scott covering Congress, and she'll track this all
God,
night
he's
long. Let's
beautiful.
get over to Nate Silver from 538, because Nate, people have been
No,
checking
do we have to?
538 online the last several weeks,
Oh,
probably
man.
multiple times a
We're
day, and
still
we've
putting
watched
this
the
guy
numbers
on
shift
TV, huh?
slightly in the House.
Yeah, in the House, you have a pretty clear favorite. You take all that data, all the
God, I can't
polls,
believe
all the
we're putting
history,
this guy
it
on
mostly comes
TV
out on the
still.
GOP side. I would not weight the 16% down to zero. Aaron Judge, the best baseball player in the world, hits a home run 11% of the time, but you'd much rather be the 84. And there are scenarios here where this gets to be a pretty
Brendan
big
Fraser
weight.
never left.
30 or 40 seats, not the most likely scenario, but you do see that on this end of the chart.
And let's take a look at the Senate.
In the Senate, it's
Sure,
more
why not?
competitive. I
Held
would
the
not
rose.
say it's a
I'd be down
toss-up
for
or
it.
a dead heat. You'd say the GOP is slightly favored as our language.
You should try.
But there has been, as you were saying, David, a big shift. So I can show you how this forecast has moved over time. over the summer, after Roe v. Wade was overturned, Democrats were polling very well in states like Wisconsin, Arizona, North Carolina. They might actually look like they were going to gain seats, maybe even in the Senate.
I mean, you can literally see it there on your graph.
You can almost see it's like the day that Roe v. Wade is overturned, right? You see a trajectory that is very clear right there, but then they come all the way back down to earth. It looks like a crypto stock or something over the past few days. There is a big downside case here for Democrats, but still 41% is not nothing. It would not be a surprise if they hold on in these key races, but the upside scenario of the summer looks a little bit like a false pretense now.
Which is why you saw in the 11th hour the return to the economy for the Democrats. But the question tonight will be, was it too late? As we start to watch these numbers come in. As we wait for the first numbers from Georgia, I want to bring in John Carl, our chief Washington correspondent, because, John, Herschel Walker was picked by Donald Trump.
Look, there is no Herschel Walker candidacy without Donald Trump. Herschel Walker wasn't even living in Georgia when Donald Trump reached out. He wasn't thinking about running. It wasn't on any
excuses, bullshit. You know why we're talking about Herschel fucking Walker? Because Warnock refused to give anybody anything. I'm not him. See, I'm not him. I'm not crazy. Oh, I'm just a regular guy who's going to keep doing nothing for you. You know that shitty, status quo lifestyle that you keep complaining about? I'm not going to change a thing. Well, that's right. And here comes Herschel Walker. Duh, I'll change everything. I'll make every bad thing good. I'll make all good thing good. And everyone's like, yeah, sure. What the fuck ever. Whatever. At least it's not the fucking status quo. At least, this guy might fuck something up, but maybe he'll help me out. At least, with Warnock, I know what I'm not going to get.
Donald Trump. Let's bring in Cecilia Vega, our chief White House correspondent. What are we hearing from the White House? I mean, publicly, they're hopeful. Privately, what are they bracing for potentially tonight?
I can tell you, David, leave it to President Joe Biden to say what's on his mind, perhaps not what the Democrats would want to say out loud. He's known for sort of going there. And just late yesterday, he said, look, he is actually concerned about the House. And that is what you have long heard in the last few months leading up to this from Democrats privately. Not very many of them would be willing to go on the record. The president says that he is hopeful about the Senate, but there is.
Okay, we're going to move on.
23rd. Get it in here. Sometimes it's so small down here. Exactly.
Good thing you have very petite fingers that have never worked a day in their life.
And in the 27th there. My apology.
Tadeo and
there
Salazar.
she is.
Here you go.
This is one we don't have any vote in yet. So this is as 50-50 of a district.
But a race that many people are watching because 80% Hispanic voters.
But Annette Tadeo
Congratulations,
got no help nationally from
and
the
she
Democrats.
said it, though. She said it.
She got zero help nationally.
Good luck.
The Democratic Party's decision to just blow off Florida here nationally, I think, is one. There's going to be some discussion. I know National Democrats wanted to walk away because it's so expensive, but this is really. I think it's campaign malpractice.
Chuck, one of the most telling things, I covered that race, one of the most telling things, I interviewed Maria Elvira Salazar. The whole playbook in 2020 was socialism, socialism, socialism. She didn't mention it all. She mentioned the economy, cost of living. I had to prompt her, and she finally got to that, but she couldn't run it because Annette Tadeo, her father actually was kidnapped.
No, I mean, the S word, the amount of damage the S word has done in Miami-Dade County to the Democratic Party is Colombian Americans were a Democratic constituency. They're not anymore, and how you know it? It's that district.
Do all the new residents affect Florida? Did they think those races? There's not that many yet.
Well, look, yes, and I always take people. I'll show you where to go when you want to look where the new residents are. It's always in here in Central Florida. You get them in here in the Sumter County, of course, the villages. You'll see Lake County is another one where it seems like there's a new subdivision that shows up all the time. And literally, if you look at it via college football flags, they all come from the Big Ten. Because you can see it, they're not Florida State fans that are all living in your Lake counties and your Sumter counties. They're a bunch of Big Ten fans, and they're all working class Republicans.
If anybody thought I was going to get in the way of two Florida men having a Florida discussion.
Hey, you're darn right, Alan. Good luck.
Guys, can someone remind me how many accurate critiques of the neoliberal strategy we've heard tonight? Can you think of even one single bit of criticism any of these clowns that walk around in $1 million suits have given us? Any kind of feedback on how the Democrats have completely failed to talk about the economy and completely failed to to have effective messaging across the nation? Has there even been a single bit of that? Can someone point that out to me? Can someone show me a single commentator that's talking anything about that?
Speaking for Democrats, and what has their main messaging been?
There have been a number of prominent Democrats, including President Biden, who made a final stop in Pennsylvania, but also Vice President Kamala Harris, who's been on the trail, particularly focused on abortion rights, former President Barack Obama, and as well as Pete Buttigieg, Transportation Secretary, just this week was in Nevada, where Democrats are facing tough races up and down the ballot. The final message from the president has been focused on threats to democracy, abortion access, as well as the economy. Really trying to make the case to Americans that what his administration has done has helped their pocketbooks and that he is trying to combat inflation, although a White House advisor told me today that messaging, it's difficult to message on inflation, and that because it's a global problem, that is certainly something that is impacting the races this year.
It's like there's some governor seats that have been
Laura
secured.
Barone Lopez at the White House. We are going to be coming back to you throughout the night. Thank you.
Please,
And our Amna
please keep
Nawaz and
going
Lisa
back to Lola,
Desjardins
please.
are tracking key races and important trends. They join us now for a preview of what to watch tonight.
That's right, Judy. After 7 o'clock, about 7:15 here on the East
My
Coast, so polls
Dolce
are now
Gabbana
closed in
suit.
a number of states, including
Should
Georgia,
I?
Virginia,
Should I put on
and
my- I should.
Indiana. And Lisa, I know there is a key congressional race you are tracking there in the northwest part of the state. Tell me about that.
That's right. Again, Republicans need to pick up 5 seats tonight. This is
I think unregulated capitalism is antithetical to proper human living. I think we should have a hybridized system of socialism and capitalism. And if capitalism truly is outmoded and unuseful, it will, in the way that I would handle it, it would then just be weeded out piece by piece by piece.
Jennifer Ruth Green is an Air Force Reserves officer.
But the idea that it can just be fucking, overturned and reversed is ridiculous.
And we'll see. We know, of course, she's one of 6, I believe, Republican black women running across the country tonight.
28 black Republicans as candidates this year,
I'm
nominated
gonna
for
go
Congress.
put some
and that's a
nicer
record.
clothes on.
Fascinating. And a Republican hasn't held this seat since the days of Herbert Hoover. Can't say that enough. Let's talk more about some of the governor's races. We've talked a lot about the control of Congress at stake tonight. Control of state governments is also at play in 36 different races. Let's look at Georgia.
We're getting early results in Georgia. Right now, we see Stacey Abrams up, Brian Kemp. But a warning, all of our viewers know are so smart that, of course, these results are going to change. Let's look at where we're getting results at a map of Georgia. Where are these results coming from early on? You will be able to see, if you look at it by the county, on the red and blue map, where exactly the results are coming in. And right now we're seeing them in Augusta. That's Richmond County right there. We are starting to see a little bit of results in Georgia, still waiting, or in Atlanta, waiting for DeKalb County. We just don't know, but we're starting to get results in. So that in of itself is exciting.
Very early, 8% of the expected vote in
That's
so
right.
far.
Here we
Patience
go.
is a key word tonight. And another key phrase and key issue we're coming back to again and again, election denialism. There are hundreds of Republican candidates up and down the ballot who have either denied the 2020 election results or disputed them in some way. You're tracking that, Lisa.
This year we're looking at Secretary of State offices, and these are, in general, the CEOs, the chief election officers in their states. Dark ones here in purple are the Secretary of State Republican candidates who have said outright that they deny the 2020
Well,
results.
you're wrong, Gamer
In some
Jam.
cases, they really would like, they are overtly saying they have to change the system
Participate.
to their
I actually
views.
have the
So
perfect
we
thing
wanna
for you,
talk
Gamer
about
Jam.
in particular one race, and that's we've been looking at in the past, Nevada. This is Jim Marchant over there, the Republican, is someone who has led this kind of movement of secretaries of state who deny 2020 across the board. Francisco Aguilar, the Democrat, this we expect could
Here
be
you go.
a close race in Nevada. Nevada, we're going to watch all
Gamer
night.
Jam,
This
I
is
would
one of
like you to
those
look at
races.
this. I would like you to look at this. Okay. I want commies to stop pretending like they're too good to participate. Okay? Commies, you need to stop with this attitude. You're doing nothing but alienating yourself, and you look a little stupid, quite frankly. Okay? You look a little dumb. Right? You look a little dumb. Stop giving me excuses as to why you can't participate, and start participating and making, honest socialist, critiques, communist critiques while you're participating. And then people will start listening to you a whole lot more. I am absolutely sick to fucking death of hammer and sickle Twitter fucks, and I'm not saying you're one of these, Gamer Jam, but I see a lot of them. Hammer and sickle Twitter fucks talking about how they can't vote, talking about how they can't participate, waiting in the wings, hanging on the wall like a wallflower, refusing to participate, waiting for some epic revolution that will never fucking come. Okay? You guys don't have the infrastructure. You don't have the organization. All right? If an apocalypse were to happen right now, an EMP strikes and takes out all planet Earth, right? We go right back to the Stone Age. The communists don't have the power, resources, or organization to take control. Right? And you fucking people strut around. I'm not saying you, Gamer Jam. I'm strawmanning the entire hammer and sickle Twitter crowd. But they strut around like, we got the solution. We know exactly what we need to do. And then you take a look at your fucking organization, and it's omnishambles. The anarchists have more of a footprint in the United States than the communists. And you're like, oh, well, we're oppressed. We're oppressed. You know, they attack us. They suppress us. That's your fucking problem, Jack. So that's what I got to say about the communists who want to come in here and tell me, oh, I don't want to vote. Can't vote, man. I don't want to participate. Capitalism's the problem. Yeah, duh, it's the problem. But you know what's not going to fix it? Doing nothing. So take that attitude to the fucking gutter and put it right in the trash. Give me some volume. Hello? Okay, it doesn't work. All right, 1 second. I want to hear what's... Okay, let's see what MSNBC has to say.
He was expected to win. It wasn't a toss-up. Right.
But here, I think by my count, Tom, so far, we have 3 projections in the Senate. None of them are shockers. You can see the board here. Not much vote in, but our decision desk is confident that this is the call. So that is the projection.
And along with another.
Fucking Rand Paul.
Among the electorate in this election, 57% disapprove. That's sort of the upstream that Tim Ryan's trying to swim in this election.
That's right. It's a very disapproving electorate in Ohio based on the exit polls. Just to remind you, what we're going to be doing all night when it comes to control of the U.S. House is looking at the competitive races, because this is where the Republicans and Democrats are either going to win or lose control of the U.S. House of Representatives. Right now, there are 8 competitive seats that are too early to call. Republicans are leading in 6 of the 8. Democrats are leading in 2 of the 8. Now, it's early yet, but that is where we are. Right now, 8 competitive seats, too early to call. Republicans in the lead in 6.
Paul's neighbor is
Democrats
amazing.
in the lead in 2.
I love
Let's
how
go
many
over to the
times he
magic
got
wall
into
right
the
now.
news.
John King, let's talk about this, because
Man,
the way that you look at whether
set.
or not there is a national mood,
Yo,
a wave,
CNN's got some cool sets.
some phenomenon happening, is by looking at whether or not there are trends in these House races that are competitive.
It's like all
exactly
TVs.
right, and we'll focus on the competitive races.
Screen.
I just wanted to say, because it's early in the night, just remember, this is ahead. These candidates are ahead. 34 Republicans ahead, 19 Democrats ahead, 6 in competitive seats ahead. These races are not called yet, right? If you come over here, you see these are the races. These are uncalled races. These are called races. So when we say candidates are ahead, we mean we're not done yet, right? But we're just trying to lay out where we are in the battlefield right now. And if you just look at this number, you were focusing on the competitive races, 82 of them across the country. If this stays this way, as we start calling races, then you have a Republican House, and if it stays that way, 6-2.
That's a wave.
That would be, I don't know if it would be a wave, but it would be 20 plus, might be 25 plus, and we'd go across the country.
Well, I was going by percentages.
Yeah,
if Republicans pick up 75% of the competitive seats,
then we'd be done.
That's what I mean.
Essentially, the Democrats need to flip that. Right, that Democrats they cannot split the competitive seats. They cannot even win 60% of the competitive seats. They have to win even more than that. That tells you how bad the climate is. So this is the full House map as it fills in. Let's just isolate those competitive seats, because they're in very important places as you watch it play out. Again, you see the gray. These are the ones, the polls are still open, right? There's a lot of it get to the West Coast. But look what's filling in so far. What do you see?
Red.
You see a lot of red.
Red.
You see a lot of red. So you have one of the races.
You
in New
tell
Hampshire.
me what
These results are
you're
very
the
early,
fucking
okay?
news
So we need
guy.
to
What
be
does he
careful
expect
here.
to? What is this?
The
Blues
Democratic
Clues?
incumbent here is Chris Pappas. That's a very close race. But look, 28 to 26. Okay, we just have the very early votes here. So don't jump to conclusions, but this is how we will be watching this, right? This is a white working class district in the state of New Hampshire. Republicans are hoping to pick this up. And if they can pick up that kind of district here, then you think, all right, what districts are like that as you move west? That's how we'll do the calculation throughout the night. This is what is interesting so far in the sense that in the Commonwealth of Virginia, where the polls are now closed, you have 3 Democratic incumbents in competitive races. What you see there is red. Again, it's early. It's early, so we caution everybody, draw no conclusions from this. But this one here is the most Democratic of these districts. Joe Biden won this district by 18 points, right? Hung Kao, the Republican challenger, is 263 votes ahead of Jennifer Wexton. She's the Democratic incumbent.
Only 2% reporting
exactly.
right now.
That's where I was coming. So we're just laying out the stakes for you and the key races for you tonight. We're nowhere near conclusions in these yet. Obviously, you'd rather be ahead. So here's Washington, D.C. Here's Arlington. You're come across. This is the Northern Virginia suburbs. 132,000 median income here, well above the national average. This is a very affluent district that Democrats, this college-educated, high-income people, Democrats have traditionally done well recently. Now you're dropping down. A competitive district, Joe Biden only won this one by 7. That's still, Joe Biden won it by 7 points, 6.7 points 2 years ago. 2 years ago, and it's competitive. Leslie Vega, the conservative challenger, 2,776 votes again. Again, only 4%. So we're early on in the night. But if you're the Republicans and you're trying to do your math, there's 1, there's 2. And
just
then the national name you might know here in the
change
third
any
race
of them, so I just roll
Virginia,
the dice.
who is currently behind. 6% of the vote in here. Jen Kagan's the Republican challenger, 1,916 votes ahead to Elaine Laurier. We were just in the Northern Virginia suburbs. This is down the Southeast Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia Beach, along the coast and the Atlantic Ocean. In this district here, this is Elaine Laurier. Biden just carried this one by 1.8. It's Democrat by 1.8. So you see how this is a very competitive district, less competitive district as you go through. If the Republicans can hold these seats in Virginia, and we're early, the Republicans are hoping to get 2 out of the 3. If they get 3 out of the 3, then back to your term.
So there's a Democratic pollster that is a wise man. He told me there are 3 things he's looking at. One of them is these 3 seats. Early on, he means, in order to get an idea of how the night's going to go. One is these 3 seats.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
The other one is New Hampshire Senate. And I don't know. The New Hampshire Senate race.
Yeah, come on over.
So let's go over here.
Let's slide on over.
You got a whole other TV for that?
And let's see how it is. So right now, the New Hampshire Senate race, because that's
CNN's balling.
Competitive.
Right.
Incumbent Democrat Maggie Hassan against former, I think, General Donald Bolduc.
Exactly. An election denier who then, right after he won his primary, tried to switch back and then went back again because the Republican base was getting mad at him.
I love how they're tracking
had a war
that.
of words throughout the Republican primary with the state's popular Republican governor. Governor Sununu has made peace with Don Bolduc and has backed him in the election. Just as we say this. So this is, look, we're 1,200 votes.
It's nothing.
66 votes.
But this is something to keep an eye on.
Right. It's nothing. And also, so the main thing here in New Hampshire.
No, it really isn't. Okay. It really isn't. I guess let's finish the Senate coverage. All right.
That's where the bulk of the population lives. That doesn't mean that every vote doesn't matter if it's close. But the bulk of the population is here. It's more suburban, and it's absolutely key to the Democrats. And we just got some votes in, so let me clear that out. This is the state capital in Concord. Maggie Hassan, again, it says 13%.
And
again,
look
watch these
at those
numbers. Our team's trying to calculate how many people turned out on
Look at
election
those
day, what are the early
numbers.
votes.
How did Biden do in Concord?
So we come to 2020.
The local
we
races
get the presidential
are
race.
the most important.
Biden gets 65%.
So she's exceeding that right now.
Right now.
Early, very early.
Right now. Former governor, too. That was her office, right? She's the former governor of the state.
Right.
And now she's the United States Senator. But let's pull out from 2020. Let's come back to 2022. And you pull out the state right now. That's the House. That's the House district on the other side.
Right.
So you
That was
come
a
in here,
different
and
time.
so where is General Bolduc ahead? He's in Guilford. 45th in terms of population. They call them towns in New Hampshire. They're not counties. Guilford's a great little town. If you're coming
What?
through New Hampshire
I'm confused
and you're driving
now.
up, say, to go to Conway, the North Country,
What
to go
dimension
skiing.
are we
it's a
in?
beautiful little town. It's a more Republican town there. Again, 26 votes to 16 votes. We have a long way to go in the count. But to your point about why this race matters, again, it's a 50-50 Senate. This is a Democratic incumbent. In the final days of the campaign, Republicans were thinking 2 months ago, Bolduc didn't have a shot. 2 weeks ago, maybe. 2 days ago, Republicans saying, let's help General Bolduc. Maybe we can get him to the finish line. So this is in the game, the 50-50 Senate. Democrats need to hold this seat. They can't be losing any of the blue seats as they go through it here. So this is what we watch here in the Senate race. As you pull it out here right now, and you see the early results in the Georgia Senate. Senator Warnock still ahead, but it's very early. And
We're
very
still
early
in
on, the
present
Democratic
time?
candidate
Okay.
is leading.
We
In the
still
Florida
are.
Senate race now, the Republican incumbent
Not
Marco
you,
Rubio is leading. And as we get ahead, we're about to get, when it comes to the Senate, we're about to get Ohio. And when it comes to the House, we get many more competitive districts, Jake, in the moments ahead. And again, results coming in Virginia, competitive districts in New Hampshire. We'll have a good sense the next 30 minutes or so.
Polls are
how the House is
closing.
looking.
All right, John King, polls are closing in 3 more states. 2 of them, Ohio and North Carolina, have high-stakes U.S. Senate races, so we're watching very closely. So here there's a key race alert. CNN is saying it is too early to call. Too early to call the Ohio Senate race
How
between
do you
J.D. Vance
lose
and
to
incumbent
Vance?
Congressman Tim Ryan. Both of them squaring off for an open U.S. Senate seat. Too early to call in Ohio. In North Carolina,
embarrassing.
another open Senate seat from another Republican retiring. That race as well between Sherry Beasley and Congressman Ted Budd. That race also too early to call. The overall balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate, Democrats control 36 U.S. Senate seats. Republicans control 30 U.S. Senate seats.
My heart is
34
hurting.
seats remain.
Oh,
Remember,
God.
Republicans only need to pick up.
Okay, guys, I'm hurting. I'm hurting. Maybe it's the coffee, dude.
And we've seen several races projected
I'm
here.
starting to get a little
Doesn't
anxious
look much
right
different
now.
than what we expected at this point yet. Let's take a look at the House, where the critical number there is 5 flips, or 5 net gain, I should say, for Republicans. You can see the numbers again, consistent. Listen, gang, it's early in the night.
Yeah.
We know that. We got a lot of days to go here. But let's take a look at some of the 435 seats on the ballot tonight. In North Carolina 13, this is one a lot of people are watching. Democratic incumbent Wiley Nickel versus Bo Hines.
Bo Hines wants to tell you what to do with your genitals, ladies. And soon he'll be telling you what to do with your cocks, fellas. Okay? Bo Hines likely thinks that, gay men shouldn't get married. I almost guarantee it. He's got it written all over his Aryan face. Oh my God, they come from a factory. What is happening?
And those 2 in Ohio are fascinating. It's going to be interesting
Who
to
are
see
these
what happens,
people?
especially this one right here. Gilbert is definitely a candidate the Republicans and people in the MAGA wing of the party.
Gonna landslide.
Really
You want to put money on that?
Races
I'll put some money on it right
NBC
fucking
News can
now.
Project Mike DeWine. This is a big projection right here.
Interesting.
Yeah, Mike DeWine in Ohio projected to win. And Hallie, explain to our viewers why this is interesting, because we can't call the Senate race just yet. And we were just talking about the Ohio Senate race.
Because of the fact that, listen, DeWine, by the way, in addition to being a potential, maybe talked about 2024 candidate, right, is also somebody who is running on a ticket with J.D. Vance, who is somebody who has come around to the more Trump wing of the party.
Yeah, we
got a
do.
late boost from former President Trump, who came in and rallied for him, but he's up against Tim Ryan.
I mean, Leon, we only gave the Democrats a fucking supermajority in the last election. We only gave them the House, the Senate, and the presidency. But yeah, no, they need more. They need more. You're right. They need more. They just need more. If they could just get a little bit more, then they'd finally do something worth the fuck.
Expected. So the governor's race, interesting. You know who knows a lot about it is Jesse Kirsch, who's in Ohio. Talk to us about this, Jesse, with this projection here.
What kind of shitty ass bet is that, Davey? Man, give me an honest bet, man. Give me a bet even Satan here wouldn't balk at. Hail Satan. Look at this guy. Look at this. This guy is Satan.
That it looks like we're seeing in the governor's race, and the fact that stands in such stark contrast to what we're seeing in this Senate contest. And you just mentioned there, Hallie, the things Tim Ryan is doing that are different from other Democrats. He's not highlighting abortion or election integrity as his main issues. His number one thing has been jobs, workers. That's something we've seen a lot from him. He also is a Democrat.
I'm not taking your bet.
Who will brag about agreeing with former President Donald Trump on some issues.
How's the hellscape?
That is the context of what we have been seeing in this Senate race. And you talked about the money issue. I talked to Tim Ryan about this over the weekend and asked him if he thinks the National Party didn't do enough for him. And he thinks it's a strategic mistake because going back to the summer, he had ads all over the airwaves, and J.D. Vance was pretty much silent. It was crickets out of the Republican camp.
J.D. Vance literally said he wants to ban pornography.
The narrative on television and the advertisements that voters were seeing. Well, then Vance gets an infusion of cash. He's able to push back on that narrative, and Ryan thinks there was a momentum that he had that could have helped push him all the way over into victory. And so we'll be seeing at the end of the night if there's any remorse from the campaigns in terms of how the strategy was played out. That's what Tim Ryan's doing. J.D. Vance first will tell you that what Tim Ryan portrays himself as doesn't line up with his record. And above else, both of these candidates are trying to.
We get 4 more years of Rand Paul. quick double tap. So grab your barf bag. More Rand, because he delivers so much for his constituents. I bet you that motherfucker delivers the absolute littlest of, because he's constantly the one. He's like, hurricane relief. I don't know about this COVID stuff. We got to stop paying for all this COVID stuff. People need to die from COVID. That's a great idea. Let's save us some money.
No, this is your home turf. You know what I mean? Like, you live and breathe this quite obviously literally, but this is your bread.
Honey, Satan doesn't breathe. Okay, he's done breathing. Okay, he doesn't need to breathe now. Oh, Nancy Pelosi's back on. Oh, that's great. Let's hear what Pelosi has to say. I'm sure this is very wise stuff.
Running, and they know that our democracy at stake, our planet is at risk. But also
that doesn't help. I need a dose of your anti-nihilism. Not tonight, honey.
And we have a great record. So let me just say,
it's a big
I have
fat
3 measures.
boner tonight.
Message, mobilization, money that we have to have, but the most important part
it's
of that
nothing but
is
a big fat boner right now,
that's the
boys.
platform for our candidates to stand on. We have far superior candidates. We own the ground out there today. And just because a pundit in Washington says history says you can't win is no deterrent for the enthusiasm we have out there.
Yeah, that's why you ran an absolutely shitty fucking campaign.
You mentioned kitchen table issues. I'm sure you know there are a number of Democratic analysts out there saying, people who identify as Democrats, who are saying they think too many of the Democratic candidates this year were talking about, as important as they are, issues like abortion and democracy, rather than tackling head-on the question of inflation, the economy, crime, the issues that people say they're worried about. This is going to be such a shitty
answer. With all due respect to whoever those analysts are, our candidates know their districts, and they are connecting to their districts. So the message that
defending,
might be
not talking about the economy,
D.C. is maybe not the message that works. Our candidates
defending a losing strategy, the neoliberals,
about what they believe in, lower cost, bigger paychecks, safer communities, and a record that the Democrats have in that regard.
Democrats don't talk about bigger paychecks.
Has taken the lead on, and Congress has fulfilled. And they take their message and that I support.
Where's the big Democrat bill to lower taxes?
For a woman. You support a nationwide ban on abortion. I support lowering.
And now we're talking about abortion. What happened to the economy, Pelosi?
Against that. And said your purpose, if you win, is to reverse
good job,
prescription drug price.
Pure sex, baby.
Social Security.
Like Pelosi.
You say we should put it on the chopping block. And the list goes on. Climate, you name it, gun safety, and the rest. So in their districts, they know, all politics is local. They know how to connect to their voters better than some general pundits in Washington, D.C., with all due respect.
I was just going to say, one of those analysts is Stan Greenberg, whom you know very well, Rui Teixeira. These are people who have spent years looking at the Democratic Party and its messaging.
We got the winning strategy. That's why we're going to get our ass kicked tonight.
The current Republican leader in the House,
because we know what we're doing.
Leader Kevin McCarthy, talking about the debt ceiling.
We're going to get another chance in 2028. No biggie.
To come, speaks about it in terms of we're going to have to hold back on government spending, cut back on government spending before we agree to raise the debt ceiling. What does that say to you?
Well, it says to us that one place that they are targeting is Social Security. They're saying, oh, we're going to put Social Security, Medicare out there, and we're going to use the debt ceiling as our leverage. And we're just going to be there for Social Security and Medicare. And the American people have to know that is at stake in this election. Our challenge is that we are not fear-mongers. We're hope purveyors. And you don't want to scare people, but you have to let them know what is at stake in the election. And
the neoliberals giving you hope?
They're going to use the debt ceiling vote as a way to cut Social Security. They call them entitlements. We call them insurance programs that people have paid into.
But if Democrats are in the minority, how can they stop it?
Well, we intend to win. We have an election, you understand. It's not determined by pundits in Washington. It's determined by the American people. And I'm excited
so what are you going to say when you fail?
Day. It's a day where the sanctity of the vote is revered, where people vote, and we have to respect the results of that. But again, whatever the outcome, we will respect that.
a lot of attention devoted over the past year to the January 6th, the select committee investigating what happened, public hearings. A lot of people thought that would play a big role in the election this fall. It is not turning out to be. Voters are not saying that's at the top or anywhere near the top of the list of their concerns. Why do you think that is?
Well, we never intended to be a political item. It's about seeking the truth. And it has had an impact on taking people to a place where they see the truth more clearly. But it was never planned as a political tactic.
Really?
But
ask
you
her
do
about
see
the progressives.
Saying
watch her start gaslighting like a motherfucker.
Is at stake in the election more and more, and those are not unrelated. But if you see the assault that was made on the Capitol, on the Constitution of the United States, which we all take an oath to protect and defend, but clearly our colleagues have abandoned.
I'm afraid no one cares,
on the other side of the aisle. And you see the rhetoric that was going on that day, and you see
the
what
ratings
that man
for the January
said
6th
coming into
committee.
my home. You see a thread, and that's just not something that has a place in our democracy.
Which comment are you referring to?
Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? Where is Nancy? And some of the rest of the disinformation that he used as his motivation. But again, our family is strong, and we have a lot of trauma to deal with. We don't want other families to have to deal with that. And we don't want the babies born now will live to the next century. Even
yeah, you should let some of those babies take over your job, Pelosi.
To crime, but many of them were also split ticket voters, they told me. So it's going to be interesting to see, do Wiley and Beasley, for example, kind of move down the ballot together, or what happens there. Wiley's team is feeling very good right now because these are voters in that community who tend to reject extremism because they see themselves as being in the middle, as not really being beholden to either party. They're not as comfortable with people on the extremes. And, Republican Bo Hines is a self-described MAGA warrior. He is only 27 years old. He's very openly anti-abortion. I heard from a lot of people today who told me that while the economy is a big issue for them, they also really don't like people meddling in women's reproductive rights. And so I'm going to be watching the 13th, both because of that congressional race, but also because the race between Beasley and Budd has been tighter than Republicans frankly wanted it to be. And I've talked to Beasley's team, and they're feeling very good tonight. Early results are starting to, give them a bit of confidence. About half of the early vote is in right now. And, we expect Democrats typically to overperform there, but Beasley's doing quite well, outpacing Budd there. And her team saw some pretty comforting results in early vote tallies in some of the rural counties that she specifically wanted to drive numbers up in. And so she feels like she still has a dog in this fight. And, I think the 13th is going to be kind of a bellwether, both for this state, but also probably for just a sense of how Democrats are doing more broadly around this country tonight, Hallie.
Okay, Antonia Hilton reporting from North Carolina for us. Antonia, we appreciate it. We want to go right now to the White House and our chief White House correspondent, Kristen Welker, who has some reporting on how President Joe Biden is viewing all of this so far. And it's still so very early in the night. Kristen, but what are your sources telling you?
Hi there, Tom and Hallie. Well, look, President Biden is huddling with advisors, family members, watching returns come in, and they are bracing for the fact that this could be a difficult night for Democrats. What is notable is that the president closed out this campaign season in deep blue Maryland, and when he was returning overnight, he was asked if he thought Democrats would hold on to the House and the Senate. He said, I think we're going to hold on to the Senate, but the House is tough. That is a really notable acknowledgement from this president. And look, I've been talking to Democrats who are involved in these really close races, and they say they are clear-eyed. This environment is very tough for them because of inflation, Tom, what you've been talking about, because, of course, the president's low approval ratings as well. So they feel as though that's been a drag on their party. But look, if you talk to those who are allies of the president, they make the case that historically speaking, the party in power loses seats. So they say this is not any different from what we have seen in the past. I think for the White House, for the president, for his allies, they think that a good night is keeping the losses in the House to about 20, 25 seats. That would allow them to make the case that those are fewer losses that were suffered during the midterms under former Presidents Trump and Obama. So that's the spin that you can expect to hear. But again, they are feeling optimistic about their chances in the Senate, although they know that is going to be quite close as well. They're also bracing for the possibility of divided government. What is that going to look like? It's going to be hard to get any new legislation passed, like the climate agenda that President Biden has. There are also going to be investigations that Republicans are signaling into everything from Hunter Biden to the origins of COVID. I also think the other thing that we will be waking up to tomorrow, no matter what the results, there's going to be mounting pressure on President Biden to say whether he's going to run again. Guys, and of course, this comes on the heels of former President Trump in Ohio closing out the campaign overnight. As you both know, he teased the fact that he may be running again, saying that he has a big announcement next week.
Kristen Welker at the White House North Lawn. We will say goodbye for now, but not for long, Kristen. Thank you very much. And Tom, I will say goodbye to you for now, but not for long. I have to run across the street, as you do as well, so we can pick up our network special coverage, which starts in just about 15 minutes. We're going to roll right into it. Don't do anything different, right? You just stay where you are and keep watching.
Yeah, I know you have to run over there. I'm going to follow you. Thanks so much.
Wow, thanks for telling us. Thanks for letting us know. I couldn't give a fuck if I tried.
This is a big night, and we got to be excited because we're about to win.
Maybe clutch.
And we're going to send Raphael Warnock packing. We're going to send Stacey Abrams packing. We're going to send Nancy Pelosi home, and we're going to fire Chuck Schumer. Y'all ready to do that? That's a lot better. I don't know about y'all, but we're excited tonight, and I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be part of this Republican ticket up and down the ballot that stands for.
I'm excited to destroy America and everything America stands for.
We talked about foreign values.
I'm excited to otherize immigrants. I'm excited to join a new fascist movement to destroy democracy in this country and replace it with an authoritarian dictatorship.
I look forward to put them to work for you as your next agriculture commissioner.
January 6th. That was just a trial run.
We've traveled the state a lot. For a year and a half, we have
didn't do it right next time.
And many of you in this room have helped us do that. So I want to start out by saying thank you to all of you for the work that you've put in helping us get across the finish line tonight. Tonight is a big night. Tonight is a night for celebration. Tonight is a night for us to celebrate all of the work that we put in over the last year and a half.
Sounds kinky, Hilda Rose.
And with your help, this little farm boy from South Georgia, a seventh-generation farmer, is going to go to work for you as your next ag commissioner. We're
from the farm? No shooting.
We're going to make sure Brian Kemp continues to be our governor, and we're going to send Democrats packing up and down the ticket. Y'all ready for that?
Slapping my knee. Whoa.
Well, as we've traveled the state, we've said a lot of things, and we've done a lot of things, and as you know, agriculture is our #1 industry. And quite simply, agriculture is national security, and I don't think we talk about that enough. Because if we're not feeding and providing the fiber and the food for ourselves right here at home,
while we listen to this guy, how about instead of looking at him, we just look at video of Sarah Silverman from Star Trek.
And protecting farm families and protecting agriculture and protecting our land here at home from foreign investment and ensuring that we're not relying on other places like China to provide that for us. And we're going to do that as your next ag commissioner and fighting every day to make that happen. So thank you for your support. Thank y'all for what you've done to help us get here. We're look forward to celebrating big wins tonight. And we're keeping plowing all the way to the end. And,
Republicans love to plow.
Support and glad to be with you tonight. As we say on the campaign, I do have one saying, and you might have heard it. Sometimes it takes a farmer. And sometimes it takes a farmer to solve the issues we're faced with. I'm that farmer, and I look forward to serving you as your next ag commissioner. But it also takes other people. And sometimes it takes attorneys, and we've got a great state attorney general in Chris Carr. Y'all help me welcome the attorney general of the state of Georgia, Chris Carr, to the stage.
Good evening, Georgia Republicans. Tonight we win. Tonight we take back.
What's happening right now?
We're going to take
what are we doing?
States Senate because Herschel Walker is going to be our next United States Senator. I want to thank y'all.
This is how nerds masturbate, okay? We pull up clips from 30-year-old Star Trek.
Again, I know a little bit about the United States Senate, having served as Chief of Staff.
Yeah, no, exactly, Helder Rose. No, you can't insult Joe Biden religiously. Yep. He's a doddering old fool. Yep, you're right.
I love to watch Herschel Walker take that handoff and go over the top and score a touchdown for the Dogs. There was nothing better. In fact, I like
boy, they speak. They're so happy when they talk. They're so confident and happy, and everyone's just getting along and winning, and you just hate them. I hate them so much. Guys, just what the hell is this? I can't adjust the volume. I have to like refresh the whole page. All right, what's MSNBC talking about?
Teresa, we showed up the exit polling and how Latinos thought that inflation was hurting them more than both white voters and black voters. How can you be so confident right now? I know a lot of the votes coming in that the Latino vote.
You know what? The older I get, Clutch Cargo, the more I envy those people. You know what I mean? Because they get to live in this bubble. They're not observing the bubble from outside and being like, oh, this is tragic. They're inside the bubble, and it's really exciting in the bubble. It's really like, wow, it's popping, and there's like news and drama and like, whoa, you know, and ooh, intrigue and all this stuff, right? You know, they can't see the forest from the trees. They're in the forest. They love it. They think it's the best thing ever. I completely envy these people.
Pennsylvania. And when we're seeing, again, the returns, this is hyperbole, the returns of where the Latino vote was in 2018 in Nevada and in Arizona, it's almost that par. What I was expecting coming in, I think you and I, we spoke about 3 weeks ago, what we were seeing track was basically 2014 numbers, which was abysmal. We were talking about 11% participation by young Latinos. That is not the case right now. And while you're correct, Latinos care very much about inflation, and they care very much about abortion. That's the very first time in our 18 years where we've been tracking Latino voters. It's the first time that abortion hits as a number 2 issue.
Are there boobs in that?
And one poll that Voto Latino did just 2 weeks ago, we found for the very first time that 60% of Latinos are concerned with MAGA Republicans when it comes to democracy. And so when in places, again, like Nevada and Arizona, where MAGA folks are on the ticket, that is one of the reasons why we're seeing, I think, closer to 2018 levels than we would have had it not been a MAGA Republican on those tickets.
Abraham, the GOP has made major inroads, at least with their effort to court Latinos in these midterms. We've seen some of the shots they've done throughout battleground states, but also in places like Texas and even in places in South Florida, which may no longer be battlegrounds for the Latino vote. What are some of the things the GOP did right in trying to get Latino voters over to the GOP?
Well, happy election day to both of you.
He's the right man for the job.
Conservative Hispanic in America. What did the GOP do right? They just simply showed up and they spoke about the issues.
He's really going to fix these problems.
The election has exposed that Democrats have a Latino.
That's how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
Advantage with Hispanic voters.
And then she disappears from the franchise.
To the 40% advantage that they had back in 2018. And part of the reason is because Democrats, you knock on the doors in Clark County in Nevada.
Okay, thank you. Very interesting. Both Fox channels covering this lumpy dumpling. Speaking of lumpy dumpling, right on time.
Rachel Scott, you're looking at Virginia, and you and I on World News have been talking the last couple of nights about what to watch early on election night for people who are watching us at home, and we're grateful for everybody who's watching. We're going to be here for hours tonight. This is a bellwether race in Virginia.
It sure is, David, and I really have my eye on 2 different districts here, starting in Virginia's 2nd district. This is Elaine Luria's district. She's a member of the January 6th Select Committee here. She's running in a very tough race against Jen Kiggins in here. 27% of the vote expected in. We are seeing that Kiggins is doing pretty well here, but this is all election day vote. This is a district where President Biden won by just 3% of the vote. Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin won here by 10% of the vote. So this is a Democrat that is facing a lot of headwinds. She flipped this seat in 2018. She knows that her role on the January 6th committee may have turned some conservative voters off in this area. But David, she says, regardless of the result tonight, it is worth it.
Rachel Scott over at the board. She's tracking the House races. And Elaine Luria, who had that high-profile role on the January 6th Select Committee in Washington, she famously said, Rachel, that if I lose this race because of my role on the January 6th committee, it still will have been worth it. Rachel, we'll come back to that race often as soon as you have more. Our live coverage here in New York City of Election Night 2022 continues in a moment. The whole team is here. 8 o'clock is a key hour. Several key Senate races. We're tracking the first results expected to come in. We'll see you in a moment.
It just says news. It just literally says news. God, he's perfect. He's the perfect newsman. Show him again. Just put him on camera. Just put his beautiful face on the screen again. It's the perfect news face. Oh, it's the perfect news face. People use the word patriot too lightly. I fully agree. Exactly. Because a patriot is someone who's concerned with, you know, the health of Americans' democracy, not concerned with, you know, is my favorite authoritarian in charge, you know?
The side is.
Yeah. Yeah, and I absolutely think, though, that Tim Ryan used the lack of investment to his great advantage. He ran on being abandoned by Washington, being independent from people back here in D.C., and that was actually... I mean, frankly, you could argue that is the key to why this race might be competitive. We'll see how it turns out. But I mean, I think hindsight is 2020. Tim Ryan made the best of that situation, I think, from a messaging perspective.
Yeah, and it's also a whole larger conversation about the change of the Democratic Party and its kind of separation from the middle of the country. Jake and John?
Polls are going to close in 16 states in about 4.5 minutes. But until then, let's chew over some of the results we're getting from the House of Representatives races.
Beginning to fill in the map, 435 in all. It's going to take us a while to fill in the map, and it's going to take us days, maybe longer, to count all the final results. But leading the vote. This is leading the vote, not called races, right? Republicans leading at 55, Democrats
That's how you should have voted at the ballot
More
box.
importantly, as Jake's been laying out throughout the night, the
I may
82
be drunk.
competitive
I'm
races
incredibly high. Right.
Democrats
I'm super
leading
stoned.
in
I'm
8,
about to hit
Republicans
it again.
leading in 6. That would sound on the surface
In fact,
like
I'm
good
gonna take
news.
another hit
That
before
sounds like
polls
good news
close.
for Democrats as of now, but
I'm
But
getting
they have to win.
completely fucked
They're
tonight,
defending
boys.
60 of the 80,
Because all the good
57
news.
have Democratic incumbents. So let's pop it up and just zero in on the competitive races. A couple of interesting things. Number one, we talked earlier, last time we talked about this, all 3 House Democrats in Virginia were losing. One of them in the most Democratic district, Jennifer Wexton, has now pulled ahead. About 57% of the estimated vote. She's 7,544 votes ahead of a Republican challenger. Hung Kao, this has been a nasty race. Living here, you watch the ads in the Washington TV. It's been shocking both ways when you look at the advertisements. But this is the most Democratic district. Right. 3 in Virginia.
The least likely to fall to the
Joe Biden carried this district by 18 points. Right. Imagine it even being competitive. Makes it a big deal. But Wexton ahead for now. We'll see as we keep counting votes there. Then you move just south of that. Again, suburbia, suburbs, into exurbia.
That's a lot of vote, almost half the vote in, and Spanberger is back behind by 20,000
About half the vote here. It'd be interesting to talk to our people on the ground and our battleground desk about which votes are being counted here. But certainly, you'd rather be ahead than behind at any point in the count. But we need to be careful in every state. About
and there are some.
They're all literally John Madden. They're all like someone should do one of these where it's just AI. Like just AI showing the numbers and then like reading off like, you know, AP news articles and like other news articles, just strictly robotic. And it would provide the same amount of value that these fucking freakazoids provide. Thank you, nickname. Fully agree. And welcome back, by the way.
Essentially an even district. Joe Biden wins it by just shy of 2 points. And remember, you know, this is according to the new lines, right, of how the districts have been drawn. So, but if you think of the simplest way to look at the math is Republicans need a net gain of 5. Right. And they're leading in 2 in Virginia. It's not over. We're still counting votes. But you're leading in 2 there. If you pull out to look at some of the others, this is a fascinating race here. Marcy Kaptur, one of the longest-serving House Democrats, they redrew her district. This is me doing this roughly. But her district used to stop about here and stretch this way over toward Cleveland a little bit.
I can do that.
Right?
They made it more Republican.
This is what they've done. So now they've taken it away. And they put her out here. Let me show you the presidential race in 2020 in Ohio. See, this is Marcy Kaptur's old district here. You know, and they drew the rest of it in right there. So let's come back to 2022 and see how she's doing, because this is a fascinating race.
I don't
Number
have
one,
tiny hands.
Can a
I don't know what
Democratic
they're talking
incumbent hold
about.
on in a much more Republican
hands are
district
normal.
in a
I have
tougher
normal
year,
human hands.
running against J.R. Majewski, who is a Trump acolyte, a January 6th supporter, and somebody in this district here. Again, we're only at 1% here. We're only at 1%, and as you see the Ohio map, I'm going to pull out and show you the House races. Then I'm going to walk over here and show you the governor's race. We are talking about 100% of early vote, and early vote tends to be disproportionately Democratic. Again, you always rather be ahead than behind, but you see another House race down here. This is Cincinnati and the suburbs to the north. The Republican incumbent is Steve Chabot. He's losing at the moment. This is another competitive seat. Democrats would love to pick up this seat to offset losses elsewhere, but I want to emphasize this is 100% early vote. Tends to be disproportionately Democrat. So we look at it now. We'll keep it on our radar screen, but you have to be cautious. Don't draw any conclusions looking at that map. Just quickly, moving over here to the United States Senate, I just want to make the point because it's the very same dynamic. Dana was just talking about this race. The Democratic candidate, Tim Ryan, is out to an early lead here in the state of Ohio, but this is, again, 100%, at least as of 2 minutes ago, 100% early vote. You'd rather be ahead than behind, but we're waiting. You see the middle part here that's gray, not filled in. That is Trump country in Ohio.
One second. I'm switching over into my anime furry avatar.
Okay, all right, John King, we are just moments
with
away
my first
from the biggest round of poll closings this evening, including that critical Senate contest in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania that could go a long way toward deciding control of the U.S. Senate. As of right now, CNN is projecting that Senator Marco Rubio, the Republican from Florida, will be reelected, defeating Congresswoman Val Demings. In Alabama, CNN is projecting that Katie Britt will win her Senate seat, defeating her opponent. She is a former staffer for the retiring Republican Dick Shelby in that Alabama Senate seat, so that's a hold for Republicans. In Oklahoma, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator James Lankford will win. In the special election in Oklahoma, CNN is projecting that Markwayne Mullen will be elected, defeating Kendra Horn. And then in Kentucky, CNN is projecting that incumbent Republican Senator Rand Paul will be reelected. The big Senate race in Pennsylvania, CNN is declaring to be too early to call, and the big Senate race that's between Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman and TV's Dr. Mehmet Oz. Too early to call as of right now. And in New Hampshire, a competitive race between incumbent Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan against retired General Don Bolduc. Again, too early to call. Let's look at the map in general right now. Right now, we have no projection in Connecticut, Illinois, Maryland, Missouri, and then, as I said, New Hampshire and Pennsylvania. Too early to call right now. The overall balance of power in the U.S. Senate, Democrats have 36 of the Senate seats. Republicans have 35 Senate seats. There are 29 seats remaining. That's what the rest of the night is about. Remember, Republicans only need to pick up one net seat from the Democrats in order to regain control of the Senate. But we have governor's races for you as well, and Boris Sanchez has those.
Jake, we have two projections to bring you from the South, including a major win for Republicans in the state of Florida. Governor Ron DeSantis winning re-election by a considerable margin. Right now, DeSantis is up nearly 16 percentage points. That's notable because Donald Trump won the state of Florida in 2020 by about 3.5 points. DeSantis, of course, widely speculated that he may run for president. Trump certainly thinks so with some of his recent attacks on the Florida governor, who earns a return trip to the governor's mansion in the Sunshine State. We also have a projection to bring you from Ruby Red, Alabama, a state that Donald Trump won, earning about 60% of the vote in 2020. There, incumbent Republican Kay Ivey, a staunch Trump supporter, she defeats rehabilitative therapist Yolanda Flowers to win another 4 years in Alabama. We also have a key race alert to bring you now. From the Peach State in Georgia, right now, Democratic activist Stacey Abrams, 44, it just changed, 38,000 votes ahead of incumbent Republican Brian Kemp. The lead thinning there with the last update, still only 31% of the vote in Georgia. We'll see where that winds up as the night moves along. Let's take a step back and look at the big picture. States where polls have closed, but where it is too early for CNN to make a projection. We're talking about Connecticut, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, as well as Rhode Island and the volunteer state of Tennessee. Let's turn it over now to Casey Hunt, who has some updates for us from Senate races. Casey.
Yeah, and Boris, let's start in Georgia because you just gave us an update on the governor's race there. Let's compare it to where things stand in the Senate race. Raphael Warnock
now when I say something sexist, it'll be appropriate.
54.5% to Herschel Walker's 43.9%. So that spread between where the Republican Governor Kemp is at 48.2% right now has widened. Walker is just at 43.9%. That has to be giving some of the Democrats I've been talking to throughout the night a little bit of relief. We got, though, a third of the vote in here. We do, of course, expect this to be one of the tightest on the map. Let's take a look at North Carolina, where the Democrat Sherry Beasley has an early lead over Republican Ted Budd. Remember, this is retiring Republican Senator Richard Burr's seat, so a Democratic win here would represent a pickup for them, although we do expect this race to tighten through the evening. We have about 46% of the vote in North Carolina right now.
Oh, hold on.
Now let's go check in on Ohio, where the Democratic Congressman Tim Ryan is out to an early lead of 58.1% to the Republican J.D. Vance's 41.8%. With a spread that wide, we really do have to ask where those votes are coming from. We've only got about 20% of the vote in Ohio right now. And let's also check in on New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is at 64.1% to the Republican Don Baldock's 35.4%. She's about 13,000 votes ahead. So that tells you where we are in the vote count. We're not very far in. We are at 8%.
It's warm. The hot tub is warm, and I'm all of my nooks and crannies are getting wet, sopping wet.
Maryland governor's race. Let's see where we stand right there. I believe it's too early to call.
Keep it in your pants, boys.
Well, we'll move on to the Massachusetts race. Also too early to call. Maura Healey, the Democrat.
Now you should
Jeff
really
Deal,
keep it
the
in your
Republican
pants.
there. And New Hampshire governor's
Now you
race.
don't know what
Too
to
early
think.
to call in that race as well.
Oklahoma has a governor's race that was very
This is
contentious.
probably
Kevin
illegal.
Stitt, the incumbent, up against Joy Hoffmeister. Too early to call, but Governor Stitt is leading at this hour. In Rhode Island, it is too early to call that race. We'll go to South Carolina now, and we will project that the incumbent, Henry McMaster, will win handily over his challenger. And let's go to Tennessee's governor's race. Too early to call there, but the incumbent Bill Lee is leading at this hour. So we've got kind of a slate of governor's races, state houses. We've got the Congress at stake. It's got a lot to talk about. We've got our whole team with us, but Chuck, we'll start with you because it's early. And when it's early, we always say, where are the bellwethers? Where are the signs that will indicate where this night may be headed?
Well, look, some of them are in the House. I think there's a developing story going on in that in the true battlegrounds, turnout seems to be pretty even. In the states where you didn't really have a statewide race driving things, you start to see that it looks like Democrats didn't get the turnout in some of those places. And I want to show you a few House race results here that just sort of indicate that a little bit. We have some key House races that we believe need to be watching. We've been watching these in Virginia here. We've told you this is the table stakes here. And as you can see, you know, this lead has been holding. Look, we don't know everything, which part of this is early vote, which part of this is same-day vote. But Elaine Luria, the incumbent, has been trailing the entire time. In the 7th, you see the same thing, a 10-point spread. And look, there's not a lot remaining. However, one thing I'll remind you about the 7th Congressional District, the last vote to come in is going to be the bluest vote. So that is something to watch for here. Now, here's a sign that it's probably not going to be a tsunami because Jennifer Wexton's been hanging on, and again, the vote that will be coming in next is going to be bluer. So
I don't have any vegetables.
I told you about small, medium, and large there with those 3 Virginia races. It looks like we're somewhere between medium and small. But again, this is a case where you didn't have anything driving the statewide ticket. But I want to tell you, and I want to take you to the Senate here a little bit because there's a developing story in Georgia. So we've got the Senate results. I want you to keep an eye on a number here, the raw vote number. Here's Herschel Walker, 620,000 raw votes. And this is going to be important, and I'll tell you why. I'm going to go to the governor's race there. So 620. Now, let me show you Brian Kemp's number, 685. These numbers have been coming in. We were talking about ticket splitters. The story of the night could end up being ticket skippers. And why is ticket skipping more important in some ways than ticket splitting? Because let me go back to the Senate race here. Because what you've done here is, again, let me show you. So I wish we could put them up together, but in this, in 7.0, we'll get it that way. So if you see here, Abrams is getting 51, Kemp's getting 48. Raphael Warnock's getting 53. He's running about 3 points ahead of, but Walker's running about 5 points behind Kemp. So Warnock. You may have more Republicans that showed up in Georgia to vote today, but not more Republicans in the Senate race. And it means that there is a chance that Warnock might be able to avoid a runoff. But the point is, the ticket skipping here has been the thing to watch tonight, and not a good sign for Herschel Walker.
Very interesting to see that. We'll continue to keep an eye on that, of course, in Georgia. If you don't get 50% at this first go-around, you get a runoff. That's that would be December 6th, so in about a month's time. So we'll continue to watch
Which is
that.
why we never say election night anymore.
No.
It's election until it's over.
Love to hear it.
It's the
Election
season.
month.
It's
Right.
the season. We have reporters
have changed.
fanned out across the country. Begin with Ali Vitale, who is in Tampa, Florida, at the campaign headquarters for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Ali.
Lester, at least here it is going to be election night because the hundreds of people who are packed into this convention hall knew that they were likely showing up for a victory party. Governor Ron DeSantis solidifying his second term here. The room absolutely electric as the race was officially called. But the feeling here has a little bit more to it than just a victory party for a sitting governor who's up for re-election. These are margins that you do not often see in a state like Florida. Usually very tight 1 to 2 point races. Here, of course, DeSantis having a huge lead on his glide path to victory. But it also is potentially a springboard to what's next. I know it's early, but many people talking right now about what DeSantis could say here about his future plans. We know that former President Donald Trump has set his sights on Ron DeSantis, someone who's widely talked about as someone who could be the heir apparent to the Trump mantle in 2024. A lot of donors, a lot of Republican operatives that I've been talking to saying that he could be the next wave of people who could represent the Republican Party in the coming presidential primary. You see many of those faces on your screen there, but DeSantis is continuously the one that comes up in conservative straw polls. When I'm talking to Republican donors, he's someone who has a massive war chest. This race here could be the perfect springboard into a presidential campaign, and so a lot of eyes on the stage behind me for when he comes and gives this address, both what he says about the near term and also his future term plans. You got to imagine that there are a lot of eyes at Mar-a-Lago watching what happens here in Tampa tonight.
That's the other race that may be in the offing.
Well, you know, and just before we go to Kerry Sanders over at Deming's headquarters, Chuck just pulled up an interesting stat.
Check this out.
For those in the DeSantis versus Trump sweepstakes, here's Palm Beach County, the president's home county.
Big Dem County. Just to remind people how big of a Dem county it is, I want to show you, right? Biden won the county by 13 points. Look, DeSantis is wrong, but DeSantis has got to carry Donald Trump's home county.
All right.
So, you know, just something to file that away
just
in
a
the
bunch of bullshit
ongoing
to
Trump
file
DeSantis
away
feud.
into my brain.
We'll keep an eye on that. Let's go to Kerry Sanders.
We'll keep an eye on that one, Chuck. We'll keep a close eye on that little tidbit. Fucking toolbox. Oh my God, he's hot.
Pumping, right? I want to go to Virginia though because you were
too. You can tell he's completely cut too. That guy has a full 6-pack. Oh my God. He's pure news with a dash of sex.
How she's doing.
Abigail Spanberger, who barely won her race the last time around in 2020. She actually flipped this seat in 2018. She's a moderate. She's one of actually 5 Democrats that did not vote for House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, now running in a very tough race. We got 77% of the vote expected in. Let's take a look here. Most of this is election day vote, which is likely why you're seeing the Republican in the lead here, because most Republicans do vote on election day. This is going to be a tough race. But David, why we are watching this race is because Republicans don't necessarily need to win here. But if they are able to flip this seat, they are on track for a very good night.
And Elaine Luria, who's on the January 6th committee, another Democrat in Virginia, who said if her role on the January 6th committee costs her her seat, so be it. She said it will have been worth it. But look, her opponent is in the lead.
Her opponent's in the lead. We're getting some election day results in right now. 58%. She's in the lead. 51% of the vote expected in. So it's still a little early tonight. But you're right, David. She knew that her role on the January 6th committee would possibly turn off some of the conservative voters in this district. She said she has no regrets. These are 2 veterans running against each other in a district where 1 out of every 5 constituents was in the military.
Yeah, 2 Navy vets in this race. We'll come back to this often throughout the night. Rachel, thank you. I want to bring in Nate Silver. Every year we come to you at the election board with the probability, and I just wanted to show people at home. Right now, we've obviously put Florida in the Republican column for Marco Rubio, and where does the probability stand now?
So it's 63. It's up from 59 at the start of the night. This was not an upset. It's impressive that Rubio won so quickly. Usually Florida was a swing state. It's been called by 8 p.m., but it doesn't shift the numbers much because it was baked into the cake, so to speak. But Georgia, if that were to go for Herschel Walker, you'll see a much bigger change, I would expect here. In that what if, they go to 80% based on that one call alone. What if they also win Pennsylvania? As Rick said, it starts to become very, very difficult for Democrats. They lose their best pickup opportunity down to just 7% chance.
93 and 100. Let's just, for Democrats watching, I know I'm saying, what are you giving those states away yet? Let's go, give them to the Democrats and let's see what this does for them.
Put Georgia over there, throw Pennsylvania over there.
Yes.
And those two seats swing everything most of the time. Now they're at 89%.
Which explains why there's been so much attention on Georgia and Pennsylvania run up to the election. Any new numbers here?
They won't completely cut Ukraine funding, but they'll leverage it to pass horrible laws, and they'll restrict certain things arbitrarily.
Because most of the vote we've gotten in has been early vote, and it's also been vote that has been overwhelmingly from Democratic parts of the state in the Atlanta area. But if you flip over to the governor's race, you start to see this different portrait of the evening emerging. Brian Kemp in his race, very close to Stacey Abrams, only 3 points behind. That is a big storyline. I think we're seeing it in New Hampshire. We're seeing it in Ohio, across the nation tonight. Governors in different candidates doing differently in the same party.
Yeah, Brian Kemp, at least according to the numbers, outperforming Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker, John Carl, handpicked by Donald Trump.
I mean, first of all, this is incredible. Rick mentioned something. There are about 70,000 people in Georgia who we already know voted for Kemp, the Republican candidate for governor, the Republican governor, who did not vote for Herschel Walker, the Republican Senate candidate.
I'm in such a great mood.
You have to say comes down in part to Donald Trump. Donald Trump recruited Herschel Walker. Herschel Walker was actually living in Texas at the time, said, come back to the place where you played college football decades ago, run, got him to run against what all the other Republican leadership in the state and in Washington wanted somebody else to run. Trump got Walker to run, and Kemp on the other side, was targeted by Donald Trump for defeat. He recruited a candidate to run against him. So the Trump candidate is running considerably behind the candidate that defied Donald Trump.
Just to your right, Cecilia Vega, our chief White House correspondent. We have a few seconds left in this break, and I wanted to just ask you real quick before we go where the White House is tonight. I know they put a hopeful face forward in front of the public, but what are they bracing for potentially
tonight? They're bracing for potentially big losses. They are very hopeful about the Senate, but the reality is they have long been aware, Democrats in general have long been aware, but very privately, that the House is theirs to lose. You heard President Biden just yesterday say that he is hopeful on the Senate, but he knows that the House is going to be a really tough one for them to keep.
And Martha Redis, you traveled this country, and you asked about, we heard President Biden talking about democracy being on the ballot in the 11th hour here in this election. People care about democracy. They do voice their concerns, but it all came down to the economy everywhere you went.
It truly did, and especially in Nevada. I was in Nevada about 10 days ago. Everyone I asked about democracy or any other issues would turn it right back around to the economy, how much their groceries cost, how about those gas bills, and especially in Nevada, the hospitality industry where there are restaurant workers, people who clean rooms. They care about this. They've got unions, a culinary union going door to door to door, trying to bring out that vote. You've talked about Harry Reid's machine there on the ground.
Will it work in Nevada? That's a little later in the night, but we can't wait for Nevada, too. All right, we're just getting started here on election night here on ABC. We're going to check back in on Georgia, on Pennsylvania tonight, New Hampshire, Ohio, all these key Senate races. The polls have now closed. The numbers are coming in. Our entire team here. We'll be back with live coverage here on ABC right after the break.
Oh, thank God.
Next month here. Savannah?
I guess that's why we're calling it election season, Gabe. We'll see if we get there. Thank you.
Let's go back over to Chuck at the big board there, and you're kind of breaking down what we're seeing now in that Senate race in Georgia.
I am. Look, I want to remind people the majority of this vote so far, and we've got a nice little tool here to show this, is basically early vote. 65% of the vote so far is early vote. Just 3% is election day vote. And we know there's a big difference in how the two parties vote on that. So I want to get that out of the way, that caveat out of the way. But I want to show you something. It hasn't mattered if we were in a red county or a blue county. I want to do Chattooga. This is on our county to county. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's district. Obviously, this is going to be a big Walker County. But Walker is running consistently behind Trump's number all over the state. As you can see here, he's running about 3 points behind Warnock, running about 3 points ahead of there. But look, you go to Fulton County, which is obviously going to be a huge, this is Atlanta, it's going to be a huge Warnock County. And again, he's performing almost 3 points better than Biden, and Walker is underperforming Trump here. And where is this underperformance, in general, where is this coming from? Well, if you look, let me take you and compare. There's a lot of people skipping this race. There's no doubt in my mind. Look at the number now, 694.
Did you do this, Rick?
And let me take you to the governor's race. And as you can see here, He's now almost 70,000 votes.
Just to be clear, what you're saying is these are people who might have gone in and said, "I'll vote for the governor, Brian Kemp for governor, the Republican, but I'm just not even filling in a Senate race."
They are skipping the race. We've been talking about, and I was skeptical that we were going to have a lot of ticket splitters, that I really believed it was ticket skipping. We're too polarized in this country. And there are people who are like, well, I'm not going to bring myself to do this, but I'm not going to vote for him. I'm going to skip the race. Ticket skippers, I think, could be more of the story of tonight than ticket splitters.
I don't know how deep you can take that down, but is any of this potentially due to the accusations that he faced?
Look, all I could tell you, Lester, is in the last 3 weeks of this campaign, Raphael Warnock may have run one positive ad, and everything was repeating every single allegation about Herschel Walker, whether it was the physical violence, the abortion accusation, paying for an abortion, or even just his fitness for office in general. So it was a really negative campaign. Certainly, the Republicans ran a negative campaign against Warnock. But when you think about all of that, put it this way, if they didn't get this skipping tonight, I mean, I think this is proof. Does character count in politics?
No.
This skipping here, I think, will be the answer to that.
And we should know you had the governor's boards up there, but
I do. Sorry about that. I can go back to the Senate
And it's
race.
early vote, which predominantly Democrats are doing the early voting.
Predominantly Democrat. And by the way, we don't know if Election Day vote there's fewer skippers. That's something else to keep in mind. Certainly the early vote Republicans have skipped this race, and there may be a difference. You may have more conventional Republicans comfortable voting early.
I really can't stand him anymore. I don't know if I can do any more Chuck Todd tonight. I need a Chuck Todd break.
I guess you could say this may be the most contested state in the country if you count how much money has been spent, and that's Pennsylvania. Our Jeff Bennett is
Is that who I think it is?
Key Senate race there is taking place. Jeff. And Jeff, as you...
Hey, Judy, and as you can see, the doors to the Fetterman election night headquarters
Here we go, a little update for Fetterman.
People are starting to stream in. One of the things that we're paying close attention to here in Pennsylvania is the amount of time it will take to count the vote. There are a few things happening at once here in Pennsylvania. The first factor, the first really main contributing factor to the delay is state law. State law prohibits the counting of mail-in ballots before Election Day. And it's not just the counting, Judy, it's what's called pre-canvassing. It's the mundane but critical work of checking signatures, opening envelopes, straightening ballots, getting them prepared to go through the scanners. None of that can start here until the morning of Election Day. And there have been multiple proposals from the Democratic governor, the current Democratic governor, Democrats across the state, voting rights groups to change that. But the Republican-led legislature and Democrats in the state have not been able to settle on a solution. I have talked to Democratic lawmakers here who say that there are Republicans who are disinclined to allow for more time because they want to use that delay, some of them, to sow doubt in the election result, to sort of undermine the election's integrity.
Liberal media finally covering the debacle.
The main factor contributing to the delay. The second one is a legal case here that has worked its way up to the Pennsylvania
He was a really
Supreme Court.
great candidate
and this
before
falls
the
into
stroke.
Question whether or not ballots that have been signed with the incorrect date, everything else with that ballot could be perfectly fine. It arrived before Election Day.
He was really great. Fetterman was really, I mean, he's still great, right? But he's you know, he lost a couple steps. But I mean, before that stroke hit, I mean, he was revving on all cylinders, man. He's sticking it to the man. And, you know, he was able to deliver some kind of right-wing, you know, opinions like around Israel and other things. But, you know, still come off as a pretty left-wing, which he is, but, you know, he's not like a full Libby progressive either.
Morning in some of the tabulation machines in Maricopa County, which is of course the largest county in Arizona.
Hot tub was deliciously
the vast majority of the voters in this state. In Maricopa County, they have voting centers where when voters come in, they print out the ballot for you right there. Well, it turns out for some reason, some of those printers weren't printing out dark enough, black enough numbers at the bottom.
This is red meat. This is red meat for their fucking audience. Can they go 5 minutes without talking about this?
In many ballots in those voting centers. Well, that delay has now been a target, Andrew, for the Republican candidate, Carrie Lake, for governor, and then also Blake Masters, who's running for the Senate, a Republican as well. They've now filed a lawsuit, Andrew, to try to keep voting open. So the polls should be closing in about 40 minutes, but now they're asking
Republicans
voting to be extended until 10 p.m. They have filed that in Superior Court. We expect a decision soon. It has to be soon since polling's closing soon. So we'll see if this night drags on a little bit longer than we thought it was going to. But either way, we're not expecting any races to be called for governor tonight.
Yeah,
okay,
Steve, we just want to put up this tweet from a Washington Post reporter, Yvette Wingett Sanchez, to what you were alluding to, that Maricopa attorneys for top Republicans asking a judge to require county officials to extend voting times by 3 hours until 10 p.m. tonight. Is that going to be happening? Have judges here accepted that request? Have we heard anything about that?
Dude, it is literally, if they're not talking directly about a politician who's running, they're talking about this vote scandal thing. They want it to be true so bad. It's literally a blip. It's like one area, is having some technical issues, which are pretty common, actually, the technical hiccups and logistical problems. They don't have enough paper. They don't have enough ink, some shit like that, right? Pretty common issues, right? They're like, oh, scandal, scandal, scandal. Look out. Oh, they're getting us. Who's Joe Biden?
Midterm election night. Thank you for streaming with us. We are tracking results across the country for you. Many people speculating that Florida's Ron DeSantis could be a 2024 presidential contender. But tonight, he is projected to remain the governor of Florida. And in the Senate race, ABC News projecting Republican Senator Marco Rubio will beat Val Demings for re-election and remain in the Senate. Now to Georgia in that race for governor. Democrat Stacey Abrams hoping to become the first black woman governor in the nation. With just 41% of the vote right now. Abrams there at 49.4%, while Republican Brian Kemp at 50.1% of the vote. Still, though, it is early. And then as we talk about the balance of power in the Senate, that could hinge on the state's race between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. With 40% of the vote in there, you'll see that Warnock carrying an early lead at 52.7%, with Herschel Walker at 45.7. But, of course, it could be days until full results come in. We are watching those races closely. Let's bring in ABC News senior national correspondent Steve Osunsami. He's there in Atlanta. Steve, you are with the Warnock campaign. How are they feeling about the vote tonight as results start to come in?
As the results have come in and they've seen the incumbent senator ahead, there have been loud cheers in the room. They were praying earlier in the night. They're still cheering because even as that lead continues to drop, Senator Warnock is still ahead, but it is early. The votes that have come in have been mostly from very friendly counties to the blue team. And as we'll see this evening, as more of those votes come from the south of the state, from the center of the state, and from the northeast of the state, we should expect those totals that are now favoring Warnock to drop and that margin to decrease.
So Herschel Walker faced those multiple allegations, Steve, involving abortion in the final weeks of the campaign. Did it change voters' minds heading up to the polls today?
What do you think? What do you think?
I don't think so. I think a lot of people had their minds made up, long before these allegations came out. And in fact, this is anecdotal based on different people I've talked with, and for our viewers to understand, I've lived in this state for 26 years.
Did you guys know you can't shame
I put a daughter through college here. I know Georgians of both political stripes. And one of the things that I saw here as those allegations came out, it in some ways energized voters on the right. What I was hearing from my Republican neighbors and friends is that they felt that the timing of these allegations were poor, and that caused them to want to come out and support Herschel Walker.
All right, well, we are also watching the governor's race between incumbent Republican Brian Kemp.
I mean, for the longest time, I totally forgot who, he was running against, Warnock, who,
Money in the bank, but they were good, decent, honest people.
Yeah, okay. Who are you?
also counted. He said to not count them would mean you would be violating those voters' rights. So, but that's going to take some while. It's going to be some time, everybody seems to be saying, before we know the full outcome of the election that happened here. Tom?
It really has come down to this decision about technicalities on ballots, and for the most part, the government or the courts up until now have held that you should not be throwing out ballots for minor technicalities, right?
Exactly, and that's what the Fetterman people joining that federal lawsuit along with other Democrats, that's exactly what they're saying.
Go to bed,
and they want to say that here in Pennsylvania, it is so important because in the last presidential election, the last two, that was decided here in Pennsylvania by about 1% or less. And with the mail-in ballots, they had about 1.4 million requests for mail-in ballots. 70% of those were from Democrats. So they want to make certain that all of those votes are counted. And it should be some time before we know what the results of that balloting was. That's important to remember.
And on the attack line, as I understand it, you've really seen Fetterman kind of trying to paint Oz as out of touch on the issue of abortion, suggesting that local politicians should have a vote and a voice in whether women get an abortion.
Yeah, politicians should have a
absolutely, and it's interesting you should say that because we talked with some voters here today, here in Pennsylvania. They've allowed people to split their vote, and some people were saying that abortion issue was really important for them.
Yeah,
Tom?
it's really
Rahima, thank you very much. We'll have more as we continue through the evening. For now, I'm Tom Costello at NBC News in Washington.
It's so important. They care so much. No, they're not going to hold shit. They're literally holding my nuts. They're doing a terrible job at it. Fucking Democrats. You know what? They make me want to drink. I hate drinking alcohol.
In the state of Indiana, the Hoosier State getting another term with Senator Todd Young. In Arkansas, it is too early to call between incumbent Senator John Bozeman and Democrat Natalie James. Too early to call at this moment right now. Let's take a look at the balance of power right now in the U.S. Senate. Democrats hold 36 seats. Republicans hold 36 seats as well. 28 seats remain. Remember, you need 51 seats to control the U.S. Senate. Republicans need to pick up one net seat from the Democrats in order to win control of the U.S. Senate. Let's talk about governor's races now. Boris Sanchez has more there.
Jake, we have three projections to bring you, all three of them Republican holds, beginning in the state of New Hampshire. Chris Sununu, there are rumors he may run for president in 2024. Sununu winning a fourth term, defeating physician Tom Sherman. Meantime, in the state of South Carolina, not a competitive race there. The incumbent Republican Henry McMaster defeating former Democratic Congressman Joe Cunningham to win another 4 years. An update now from Tennessee, another reliably red state. Donald Trump won 60-ish% of the vote there in 2020. Bill Lee winning re-election. The incumbent Republican defeating ICU physician Jason Martin. Let's get a look at some key race alerts now, beginning with that all-important race we will not stop talking about in the state of Georgia. The last time we checked, Stacey Abrams had the lead. Now that has flipped. Brian Kemp, the incumbent Republican, leads with roughly 40,000 votes, with 42% of the vote in. Notably, Kemp above that 50% threshold, meaning he could avoid a runoff. Let's get a look at Texas now. Former Democratic Congressman Beto O'Rourke with a 60,000 vote advantage right now over incumbent Republican Greg Abbott, about 26% of the vote in Texas. An update now, a key race alert from the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer, I should say, locked in a tough re-election battle against conservative commentator Tudor Dixon. Right now, Whitmer sitting 55,000 votes ahead, still very, very early in the night in Michigan, only 3% of the vote in there. We also have a key race alert to bring you from the state of Pennsylvania, where Attorney General Josh Shapiro has a 287,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano. Remember, Mastriano's an election denier who tried to overturn the 2020 election results in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Still early there, though, only 8% of the vote in. Let's turn it over to my friend Casey Hunt, who has an update for us on Senate races. Casey.
And you know what, Boris? We've got some really interesting comparisons to show you between what we just learned about the governor's races and where we stand here in the Senate. And let's start in Georgia, where Raphael Warnock is leading 51.9% to Herschel Walker's 46.4%. Just to refresh, the governor's race looks the opposite. Kemp at 50.9, Abrams at 48.6. That really shows you the difference here in terms of performance. We got 43% of the vote in Georgia. We expect it to stay close all evening. Now let's check in on North Carolina, where Sherry Beasley's at 52% to Ted Budd's 46.3%. You just heard that great breakdown from John King about where the votes are still out. There is reason for the Budd campaign to potentially be optimistic here. We're going to be sticking close to this all night. 55% of the vote in there. Now let's go to Ohio, where Tim Ryan is out to an early lead, 56.9% to J.D. Vance's 43%. But it is still extremely early in Ohio. And, of course, this is a state that has trended very red in recent years. We've got 29% of the vote in Ohio. But now let's go to New Hampshire, where Maggie Hassan is sitting at 60.7% to Don Bolduc's 38.2%. Democrats in New Hampshire telling me they feel very good about where Maggie Hassan is at this hour. But, of course, it's extremely early. Just 14.9% of the vote has been counted in New Hampshire. But now let's check in on Pennsylvania, because we can compare these numbers here to what Boris just told us in the governor's race. John Fetterman at 80.1% to Mehmet Oz's 17.9%. Obviously, the race is going to end much closer than where it stands right now. But Shapiro is sitting at 84.5%. He's the Democratic candidate for governor. That gives you a little bit of an idea of how Fetterman is underperforming Shapiro, which has been the concern for Democrats all the way along, that potential ticket splitters, especially in the Philadelphia collar counties, would pick Mehmet Oz for Senate and Shapiro for governor. Jake.
All right, Casey, thanks so much. Really appreciate that. We've been telling you all night there are about 82 House seats that are competitive, races that are competitive, that we're really keeping an eye on, because it is in those 82 races that the balance of power in the House of Representatives will be won or lost. Let's give you an update right now. Right now, of the 23 competitive seats that are too early to call, the voting has ended, but they're too early to call. Democrats are leading in 15 of them. Republicans are leading in 8 of them. It's early yet. That doesn't necessarily mean Democrats are going to win 15 of them, but that is the state of play as of right now. Let's go over to John King at the Magic Wall to talk more about some of these House seats. Tell us what you're seeing, John.
Well, to your point, leading the vote. We're not done in these races. And again, if you're watching at home and you're a Democrat, you think, or even a Republican, Democrats are winning, right? Well, that's a better number for Democrats maybe than some might have thought coming into the House, but they need to do better than that in these competitive seats. So let's just come over here and remind people, in the uncalled races here, it's the ahead that matters. So we're going to come over here and we'll look at these competitive races. If you're the Democrats and you're looking at this map, you start in the Northeast. Number one, ranked choice voting here. And we got a long way to go in this district here. Only 2% of the vote in. Jared Golden, a Democrat running in a district Donald Trump carried, if these were the lines, in 2020 by 6 points. This is a very tough lift for a Democratic incumbent. He's done it before. So we'll see how it plays out. That's one. That would be one. This one we might not know the answer for a long time because of the ranked choice voting. So then you come down to the state of New Hampshire and you pop it up and you see 2 districts, Democrats leading in both right now, but we are very early in the count in New Hampshire. But if you're at the Democratic campaign headquarters or the Republican campaign headquarters,
like it's a super, I know exactly.
Here, you're looking at these. Republicans can get a majority without these seats. But if they're red at the end of the night, you're talking about a bigger Republican.
How many critiques of the failed neoliberal electoral strategy of focusing on abortion and talking about right-wingers and how bad they are versus talking about how I'm going to lower your taxes, I'm going to give you more money from your job, better jobs, more jobs. Where's the critique? Where's the critique of the failed strategy? It's just nonstop numbers over here. Oh, we got this state over here's this number. Oh, this number over here is pretty interesting. This number over here is pretty interesting. Oh, this number's really big. Wow, look at this number. Wow, cool numbers. Cool numbers.
Politics now, negative partisanship. In some ways, that some Democrats said, hey, that helped motivate some of the urban voters because they were the last ones to engage. But we'll see. I mean, it was sort of a catch up. Let's see if it's there. I'm telling you, I'm seeing some uneven turnout for Democrats. I think in the battlegrounds, they're there, but you don't see it. We're not seeing it in Virginia. We're not seeing it in Florida just yet. So we may still have that uneven turnout by party, depending on the state.
All right, Chuck, thank you. We mentioned the president, obviously, his approval rating is in the 40s. When that happens, by tradition, the president's party loses seats in a midterm. Let's go and get the view from the White House. Kristen Welker at her post there. What are you hearing from your sources there, Kristen?
Well, Savannah and Lester, I can tell you that the president is in the residence right now as we speak, watching returns with his family, with his top advisors. One advisor saying, look, it's just too early to respond to the results. However, they are clear-eyed about the fact that this is a very tough environment. What Andrea was just talking about, the fact that inflation is quite high, that has driven the president's approval rating down. And it was pretty notable that overnight, President Biden was returning from a campaign event in Maryland, and he was asked if Democrats could hold on to the House. And he acknowledged, I think it's going to be tough. So if you talk to Democrats across the country who are involved in these really close races, they echo that sentiment. They are bracing for what could potentially be a tough night. But the White House advisors and allies to the president already trying to get ahead of that tough night by reminding people of the historical context, by saying, look, a loss of 20 seats in the House would be less than former President Obama, less than former President Trump, and they are trying to make the case that if that were to happen, that would potentially be a strong night. President Biden saying that he believes they can hold on to the Senate. We'll have to see if that's actually the case. But look, they are bracing for the possibility of what a divided government would look like, not only a gridlocked legislative agenda, but the possibility of investigations that would loom large over this president. Republicans even signaling they would investigate his son, Hunter Biden, as well as the origins of COVID. Savannah and Lester.
All right, Kristen, thank you very much.
Let's go back over to our friend Chuck, who's looking at Ohio and North Carolina. Trends you're seeing?
Well, look, we are seeing some ticket splitters in Ohio here. Look, this is, we're still early in the stage of the vote here. As you can see the statewide total, you can just see it here. Keep an eye on this number, 797 for Tim Ryan, 640 for J.D. Vance. Let me take you to the governor's race here, 798, 640. So about 140,000 vote margin between what DeWine's brow number is and what J.D. Vance's is, and it's basically clearly going to Tim Ryan. There isn't evidence of a lot of skipping here at all. It is just him. The question is that enough? Can he overperform enough? One county that I'm following closest, because this is a county that, let me show you here, Delaware County. This is a county that Trump barely carried. As you can see here, it's a very competitive county. If Ryan can carry this county, that's how he would win the Ohio Senate race, right? An overperformance by 5 to 6 points. So it's something we're keeping an eye on. Obviously, there is some ticket splitting there. Let me take you down to North Carolina. I think a lot of people have seen some numbers there. And I want to warn you here. It looks like right now Sherry Beasley's holding up, but we have this nice little tool here, and I can show you only 9% of Election Day vote has been counted, just 9%. 83% of the vote in is early vote. So what we can tell you here is that is not a good sign for Sherry Beasley. She may be leading right now, but as this Election Day vote comes in, it's likely to go in a big way to Ted Budd, not in a small way here. So this is just something as the vote comes in, expect to see that blue flip to red pretty quickly.
Well, Hallie, the word on ticket splitting. So for folks who are watching at home and saying, what is the significance of that? Somebody votes for the Republican for governor, but not for Senate. It's key in some of these states like in Ohio or New Hampshire or Georgia because of, let's say, some of the scandals or some of the controversies that have dogged certain candidates. Can you kind of flesh that out?
Look at what's happening. So, yes, look at what's happening in Georgia, right? I think people know, I think this is sort of in the ether here, what Herschel Walker has faced. These allegations that he paid for at least 2 abortions. He has denied vigorously those allegations, but let me tell you,
like
I was with Senator Warnock.
They're honestly talking about it like people give a shit, okay? Can they please talk about how the Democrats failed to fucking talk about the economy? Can we please talk about real shit? Holy fuck, man. Holy fuck. They're talking about the abortion issue like it was a month ago and it's going to affect the election. It's over. It didn't. People didn't care and they're still harping about it.
Right now, I spent the day talking to a few Democrats. Let me just give you a couple bullet points of what I was told. The Democratic Party in Florida needs to clean house. There has been a failure of leadership, and we are getting our butts kicked. They acknowledge how the Republicans are more disciplined. They show up to the polls. Voter turnout very low on the Democratic side. They feel that they have dropped the ball here in the Sunshine State, especially on voter registration, and they have serious concerns about the future of the party in this state. Remember, Florida, it turned blue for Barack Obama twice. a much different story right now in 2022.
Yeah,
David?
very strong performance from Ron DeSantis in Florida, as well as Marco Rubio tonight. The picture from Florida, and we're just getting started. New numbers from Georgia, Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, Ohio. We're going to have those numbers for you as we continue our live coverage here. ABC News coverage of the midterm election night 2022.
Let's see what PBS.
Right now, Brian Kemp is out polling Herschel Walker 9 or 10 points. And I think that what you would say, I saw a very well publicized focus group down there of voters who were Trump voters in 16 and Biden voters in 20 in Georgia. And of that group of 10, all 10 were voting for Brian Kemp, but 9 of 10 were voting for Warnock. And I think that that's a reflection that, yeah, the tide is in our favor, but you also need to run a competent campaign.
You want to weigh in, Perry?
Just a couple of results we had earlier that I think are worth noting. Wes Moore will be the third African-American elected governor of a state. With still, all three men so far. Stacey Abrams looks like she's not going to win tonight, but it's still notable that Wes Moore, historic figure in that sense. Second, Governor Pritzker in Illinois. He's went to New Hampshire. He's, I think, went to another state this early. He is definitely, if Joe Biden says he's not running, Pritzker will be announcing president maybe the next day. He's very interested, and he's one of the people who's, Buttigieg, I think, is making that wave. So it's worth watching tonight which Democrats are keeping the door open in case Joe Biden says he doesn't want to run for president. And the third point, Maxwell Frost is a 20-something in Florida who won. I think Lisa mentioned him. Watch for him. I think he's going to be somebody who's maybe not, as left as AOC, but activist, interesting, somebody who I think is going to make a name for themselves, who I think is going to be an interesting member from a different generation, who will bring a different sensibility to Congress. I think I'll watch for him, no matter if they're the majority or the minority. I think he'll be a figure to watch either way.
On Maxwell, he's Afro-Cuban who will be, or Afro-Latino who will be, and was endorsed by Senator Sanders. It's going to be, the Florida Democratic Party needs to be fully retooled. I mean, you got to go back to the drawing board. As somebody who used to work for Senator Bob Graham, there's an old...
You said the Florida Democratic
Party. I mean, we just got to go back, clear the slate. Maxwell's got to be a core part of it, a young, future leader of that state, but also going back to the issues that used to demarcate somebody like a Bob Graham winning that state, thinking about being protectors of Medicare. One other point that we're going to be watching as the results come through is abortion and the role that it will have in voter behavior. I'm watching Kentucky. Kentucky, you got a state that just voted. You reported it. Rand Paul wins. Right. There's a ballot initiative in that state. The ballot initiative that wants to overturn, and end abortion rights, I think we'll see at the end of the day, but it's on a path to lose by a large margin in Kentucky. What does that tell you about voter behavior, right? If we put up abortion as an issue, as somebody who's abortion rights issue, all across the country, I think voters want to protect Roe v. Wade. They want to protect abortion rights. But we got to speak to voter behavior that also says, okay, if you stand with us on abortion, we also have to speak to you on other economic issues. Because certainly in a place like Kentucky,
we fucking found it. We found the guy who knows what he's talking about.
On abortion. But you have to make a case on economic issues about the distinctions.
Found the guy.
In addition, because a lot of those voters say, hey, I'm with you on this issue, but clearly I'm voting against you as a Democrat for other reasons. And I would argue that a lot of those are economic class-based issues, and I think that, that's one takeaway in the early going here that I will continue to beat the drum on.
Yeah, I was struck when I spoke with Speaker Pelosi earlier.
So nice. He actually knows what the hell he's talking about.
The criticism that Democratic candidates have not addressed the criticism about inflation and crime, and her answer was she believes they are focusing on these.
The hardest part of this, Judy, is you head into a conflict, and you have to embrace conflict. Joe Biden is a wonderful peacemaker. He's somebody who brings people together. But in this fight over inflation, I think part of the element that you have to take on is corporate pricing and the corporate power over the consumer and the way in that they have jacked up prices and reported record profits, not just profits, but incredible record profits during the last year. And you got to have some kind of conflict, or windfall profits tax or something, and it upsets people. Right? You're going to see some reactions, right? And now you're getting at the emotion of the issue. When you start to see reactions from people, you get the emotion of this.
And I see Mark Short smiling.
Well, I mean, the reality is they did propose a windfall profits tax just a couple of weeks ago.
Days ago.
And the reality is that Democrat spending has been over the cliff. I mean, we've had record amounts of economic spending, which has created inflation.
That'll create inflation, guys. Didn't you know that?
The out-of-control spending habits of the Democratic Party.
Is a narrative that the Democrats are prepared to take on corporate excess and impose this windfall profits tax. I think, have we had that debate, I think that would have been a really good one to have. I do think that many of these undecided voters will still fall on the Democratic side because they know that the Republican choice is to just stand in lockstep with a lot of those actors. And blame Democrats for inflation while not offering any solutions of their own. So I think some of those are rational thinkers.
Solution: stop spending.
Just stop spending. Right,
that's the solution.
Just stop helping people.
We
That's
will
the solution.
definitely come
That's
back
the
to
solution.
this. Meantime,
let people
Amna
die
Nawaz
in
is,
pain.
At the other and another part of
that'll
our
make
studio
people vote
right
for
now,
you.
talking to one of the public media state reporters stationed across the country, Amna.
That's right, Judy. We are keeping a close eye on Georgia tonight. Democrat Stacey Abrams is in a rematch with incumbent Republican Governor Brian Kemp, and the Senate race pits Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock against Republican and former NFL player Herschel Walker. Now, Walker, you'll remember, came under increased scrutiny in recent weeks after two women said that he pressured them to have abortions and paid for the procedures. Walker has campaigned on an anti-abortion stance. For more on all of this,
Here's the response to that.
Georgia Public Broadcasting.
We're still talking about it,
in Atlanta. Donna Laurie is at Walker's watch party. Stephen Fowler is at Senator Warnock's event. And welcome to you both. Thanks so much for joining us. So, Stephen, let's start with you. Just give us the lay of the land, what you're hearing so far. We've got some results coming in, have not been able to make a call in this Senate race. What are you hearing on the ground there at Senator Warnock's campaign?
Well, Amna, here at the Democratic headquarters of Senator Raphael Warnock, the mood is cautiously optimistic. There have been results coming in. Warnock is doing very well in the state's Democratic bastions, actually running ahead of Democratic governor nominee Stacey Abrams. And in many cases, you're seeing record turnout in these counties. So we've got more than 1 million or so early votes that have come in, and people are still waiting. But a good thing for Democrats is that Fulton County, where Atlanta's located, uploaded all of their early voting totals first. So Warnock started the night with a lead, and the question is if that lead will hold when all the votes are counted.
And we're seeing right there, Donna, some of those early results coming in again. We've not been able to make a call in this race yet, but it will be tight. We do expect it to be. What are you hearing from folks on the ground where you are at Walker's event?
They remain very hopeful. There's been a lot of movement in this campaign in the last few weeks.
So
of course, it's a virtual dead heat. We were hearing from the polls. So his supporters are very hopeful that they can pull something out, that they can even coming into tonight go over that threshold of 50%, going over 50%. There have been the negatives that you've mentioned about Herschel Walker. He has spent the last few weeks appealing to just his base on those issues and talking about redemption. That has seemed to work for him. And the other thing that's happened is he is endorsed by former President Donald Trump, and Trump has not come by at all to campaign for him in Georgia.
His playbook.
I was with Governor Youngkin as he was campaigning for Yesli Vega, running against Spanberger. The playbook is basically Donald Trump's policies. It's very conservative, but without the drama of Donald Trump and not really embracing Donald Trump. There's another important point here, though. That is Kevin McCarthy, the presumptive speaker if Republicans win, has gone out to recruit candidates in these races, and he's had a priority here to recruit women, to recruit minorities, and to recruit veterans. And in these races, what have you seen? 2 women, one of them also a veteran, and one of them also a Latina. So this has been McCarthy's strategy because he noted that in 2020, Republicans picked up 20 seats. Every Republican that knocked off a Democrat was a woman. So, we may be seeing some of that strategy also, Barry.
And again, they only need 5 seats, the Republicans, to take back control of the House. Cecilia Vega, what is the relationship between President Biden and Kevin McCarthy?
Wow,
is there one? And there you go.
Where do we begin? There is not one. There's not much of one. Kevin McCarthy hasn't been to the White House in a very long time. There's reportedly was one phone call to the White House from Kevin McCarthy. He had to get patched through. They had to call back to confirm that it was him. But look, Kevin McCarthy has said he doesn't necessarily want to launch all of these investigations that meant or impeachment, at least challenges that Republicans in his party or caucus are calling for, if in fact they take control. But remember, President Biden won this office because he campaigned on being someone who could work on both sides of the aisle. This is going to be the biggest challenge for him going forward after tonight, depending on what happens, on whether he can continue to keep that promise going, given that he does not have.
Oh my God, I need a fucking shot of Chuck. Where's Chucky, baby? Oh my God, he's not on the screen. I have to wait 30 seconds for Chuck. We have to wait 33 seconds for Chuck right now. We have to now wait 30 seconds for Chuck.
We're going to wait 25 more seconds for Chuck. We're up to 20 seconds. 20 seconds for Chuck. 15 seconds for Chuck.
The day's biggest political stories with trusted
10,
insight.
9,
expert
8,
analysis.
7,
A daily look at the
6,
politics behind
5,
the headlines.
4,
Meet the press
3,
now. Streaming
2,
weekdays at 4 p.m. on NBC
1.
News Now.
Chuck time. It's time for Chuck. Oh, God. Come on. Get him on the screen.
Coming up
Where's
on 9
Chuck?
o'clock in the East, we're going to have a bunch of poll closings at the top of the hour, but we've got some results to report to you right now. Let's get to it. In Arkansas, the race between Senator John Boozman and Natalie James. He cruises to victory there in Pennsylvania. As
I come here for one
early,
fucking
perhaps
reason.
we need a way too early to call graphic for that one, and the same goes for Georgia's Senate race. And as Chuck just outlined, those two may be the whole ball game in terms of who controls the Senate.
Yeah, let's keep an eye on that New Hampshire Senate race. Too early to call. Maggie Hassan right now with a lead over her Republican. Ohio Senate, too early to call. Tim Ryan versus J.D. Vance, the Trump-backed candidate. And North Carolina Senate, too early to call.
Let's go to the governor's races in those all-important states of Georgia and Pennsylvania, because this is where we're talking about the ticket splitters and the ticket skippers. Georgia governor race, too early to call there. Brian Kemp in lead at this hour. Pennsylvania's governor's race, too early to call there as well. And Chuck, we talk about bellwethers, and you had singled out 3 districts in Virginia. And the 3 districts, your argument was it will show us a small, medium, or large wave. It's kind of like going to McDonald's and ordering your French fries.
Right.
Are you supersizing the wave? And we're trying to get some indication.
Well, I was just going to say, we've been watching this all night. This does not look good for Elaine Luria. We haven't called it, but as you can see, she's down 20,000 votes total, down double digits. We only think there's about 55,000 votes left.
She was the most vulnerable of
always the most vulnerable. This is what I call table stakes,
I've seen him
if you will, on that front for the Republicans. They weren't going to win the majority without Virginia 2. Virginia 7 is the one, and look at this, 99%, look, it's Prince William County, for those wondering, in the Northern Virginia area that has remaining vote. I also want to remind you, keep an eye on this number. So if Spanberger's underperforming Biden by about 4 points, is that a pattern we see all night in these swing house races? It's certainly something I'm looking for here. But just to give you an idea,
cares, Chuck?
Our estimated vote only says about 2,800 left. There's a 7,500 margin, obviously.
Let's have some fun. Let's see what Kyle Kulinski and TYT are up. I've had enough of mainstream here. Let's see. I know Kyle Kulinski's doing a special thing with breaking points. Let's tune in and see where Sagar is talking.
So it crashes all the time, and of course, all the Dems freaking out.
I'm just honest. I can't believe, fuck Sagar, dude. He's 100% behind, conservatives and right wing, and I'm supposed to just, let him be part of the conversation and just not call him out for that. I'm so sick and tired of this asshole being normalized here. He's full-throated, right behind the Trump administration, right behind, sure, yeah, he'll criticize him once in a while, but at the end of the day, who's this guy voting for? Sick of Sagar Antonetti, dude. He's a bad actor. Masquerading as a conscientious or intelligent conservative. And he just goes right along with all the conservative bullshit at the end of the day. So fuck him. And then TYT, I think, probably coverage. They got that smoking hot chick. Smoking hot chick. I can't remember her name, but TYT has this, Anna's beautiful. There's this other woman. She does social media stuff. God damn.
Brian Campbell, Just Cato, Jim G, Deneen Starling, James Smith. You guys are amazing. You make this show possible. Okay. And we had an issue.
Cool. Go ahead and head on over here. Kyle joined a boy band, by the way. You guys know that, but he's now doing like a Backstreet Boys kind of thing. I'm not.
crazy like that, which is obviously not going to be the end result. But it shows you even in that early mail-in vote that you do have a significant population of ticket splitters who could end up being determinative in these races.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It is fascinating.
People vote.
I
mean, they vote based on vibes,
yeah,
right? Isn't that really what it is?
I listen, Kyle. I made peace with that a while ago, and look, to be honest, I like it. I'm going to be honest. I kind of like it. I like being surprised. I like the fact that people are not as into all of this as everybody, and that the things that people vote on make them idiosyncratic and truly human. So I think that's actually a good story for America. It's a hopeful story. I mean, I think this was a discussion we were talking about earlier.
Swillex, buddy, that you actually, that disqualifies you. You didn't know that? Yeah, you basically deleted your vote, dude.
A lot of things are up for grabs in a way that people don't, as stuck as we are, to see Florida become a red state in my lifetime and to see Wisconsin be one of those places which we now have to watch as a bellwether. I remember Ohio as well. Barack Obama won the state of Ohio. Florida, Obama won Florida in 2008 by 3 points, and he won it by 2 points in 2012. 10 years later, we're sitting here at the desk, and we're marveling at a 15-point win for a Republican candidate. So it just shows me, actually nothing is static. Everything can change, and it may not change necessarily in the way that all of us necessarily want, but they can change, and they can change significantly in relatively short period of time.
Yeah. The party that you full-throatedly support is about to change America irrevocably, you fucking bad actor. But you can't wait. But you can't wait for the red wave to wash over all of us. Oh, it's going to be so fiscally conservative, you fucking hack. You think it's going to be fiscally conservative? You think Ron DeSantis is going to give a fuck about the fucking treasury and the fucking dollar and fucking inflation? You're fucking mad. Show me when in history, when in the last 30 fucking 40 fucking years has a Republican given a single shit about the fucking debt, about anything? Oh, yeah, they do a lot of lip flapping, but at the end of the day, look at their actions. They're putting shit on the tab like a fucking 16-year-old with daddy's credit card.
Is just a rejection of this paradigm, whether it's being offered by Democrats or being offered by Republicans. It's like, to hell with this. We're going to try something different. And so I think until you have whatever the new paradigm, whatever the new era is actually born and power consolidated, you're going to continue having these swings. Although, I mean, listen, we have to say, if Democrats outperform tonight in the way that might be happening, if New Hampshire isn't any indication.
In the chat, people are shitting on Sagar. That's what's happening in the chat. All crystal all the time. Sagar hate going down. Yeah, fuck Sagar, dude. I don't even know how to spell his name right, but fuck him. I'll join in the Sagar hate. Who else keeps thinking boy band every single time they see Kyle's blonde hair? It's just lurking. Well, thank you, Lenny.
You have concerns about inflation and concerns about the economy at
every day.
Very high
Kyle
levels.
gets a little more 2002.
You have a majority of Americans saying that gas prices are hurting them
true.
financially right now as we speak. It's like 60-some% saying this is hurting me right now. You have a president whose approval rating is quite low. It's in the low 40s right now. You look at those numbers, this outcome should not be in doubt. And so when I look at that, it's not, listen, I'm going to have to give some credit to Democrats, and their strategy was better than I thought if this ends up being good for them. But I really think it is a thorough indictment of the direction of the Republican Party, which, really motivated people to turn out to the ballot box in a way that they normally don't in the midterm election to protect the party in power.
It is actually fascinating to see Dem. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, I want to switch to policy for a second.
No, how about not? No, I'm good, Doug. See what TYT's hacking it up.
Sometimes they are about personality.
So, Rashad, I want to ask you a couple more questions about politics and policy in this particular race. First, let me give you an update. This is an amazing race. Since Rashad was talking, the lead has switched 3 times, and Herschel Walker is now up 49.1 to 49.0. So a 0.1% lead with 51% of the precincts reporting.
Taking notes?
So,
all right, what do we got here?
Too early to call that race between incumbent Tim Walz, Democrat, and Scott Jensen. And we're looking at the Nebraska, too early to call.
So true.
I'm sorry, Nebraska governor's race. Carol Blood, the Democrat, versus Jim Pillen. Too early to call in that race. New Mexico governor, also too early to call.
Literally in a coma. Literally. Fox News, super jubilant. Loving it.
We're going to dive into some of the counties in Ohio here. And in New Hampshire, up in New England, Senator Maggie Hassan holding on to that lead. It's tightened a bit, but only slightly, 58-7 to Don Bolduc's 40% there in New Hampshire. Another race we're watching closely. Our entire team standing by. ABC News Election Night in America continues right now.
Stand on my by.
Live from New.
He can stand on my penis.
Still pulls it out by a couple of points when all the votes end up being counted tonight.
Shakir, you're nodding your head.
Right. I mean, he will need a huge turnout in Cuyahoga. I don't know if he'll get it, but certainly if you look at Tim Ryan's campaign, he ran very aggressively on economic. He distinguished himself, quite frankly, as a Senate candidate among this field, saying, I'm talking about trade deals, I'm talking about labor in America, I'm talking about union jobs, and I'm talking about corporate taxation.
I agree with Trump on trade.
Yeah, in fact, going there, yeah, and that had blue-collar appeal, and the question is how much? Was it enough? Can you turn some of these areas of rural Ohio, because you'd have to overperform places. But what we definitely know is he overperformed the Democrat, basically any Democrat. I don't know if Tim Ryan couldn't win, I'm not sure any Democrat could have won it. And just worth listening to the way in which he campaigned and made the economy.
And one quick point on Mike DeWine winning big tonight. DeWine only got like 48% in the Republican primary. That's just an interesting point of how well he's drawing from independents and Democrats.
Yeah, I don't know that we've called that race yet, but
well,
I think he's. But you're based on what you're seeing. I mean,
Yeah.
nobody will be surprised if he wins. Amy,
Justin, this is feeling very status quo right now. And again, it's early, but it does feel as if we are kind of in the place we have been for these last 4 or 5 years, where you just see, in some cases, that predictable things are happening. But if we're looking for a wave of some sort, it does have to be New Hampshire. Senator Hassan would be trailing at this point, or people would be writing in to us saying the numbers aren't looking great for Democrats in New Hampshire. We're not hearing that right now. It also suggests that actually the polling was, at least up at this point, pretty accurate.
I refuse.
The polling had her ahead.
I refuse to give the neoliberals
again,
my hope.
We don't have the final numbers yet, but there was a sense that the ground had shifted and Republicans feeling much more optimistic about it. So, again, early, but this is kind of in line with where things had been or where they had been expected to be based on what we knew about those states going into it.
and having said that, Mark Short, Republicans were putting a lot of money into Don Bolduc's campaign in the last few weeks, thinking they saw an opening there.
Sure, I think that their belief is that Hassan is not as strong of an incumbent, perhaps. But as we were just talking about before, I think the issue set was favored Republicans. I think we got a lot of low-hanging fruit in 2020 in the House races, which kept the ceiling kind of low on what you could get. Right. But candidates ultimately matter. And I think our concern going into the night was whether or not we would leave points on the board with some of the candidates we had running statewide. And perhaps, it's still early, but perhaps that may be the lesson you come out of this, is to say the issue set was on your side. You won a lot of seats, which we should be happy with. But perhaps there were some opportunities missed too.
Well, we want to continue this conversation.
One race that has been called is not a Senate race or House or Senate or governor race, is Marjorie Taylor Greene won re-election.
Yes.
Not surprising, but she's one of the most prominent, popular in the Republican Party and bad, normatively, I would argue, figures in politics. And I think she's going to be more famous and more influential than most of we talked about tonight. And if the Republicans have the majority in the House, I think she's going to be a very important figure, and people like her will be a very important figure in how the Republican leadership leads, and probably leads more in terms of trying to investigate Biden than
Praise Jesus. That's awesome.
Even she's the one who's talked about impeaching.
Yes, Biden at the very beginning. Right.
President Biden. All right, we do have a few governors' races to call. This is, again, the Associated Press. These are states where the polls have just closed. In the state of Wyoming, the winner is Republican Mark Gordon, one of the most solidly Republican states in the country. He has defeated military veteran Teresa Livingston. That is
they literally don't even count the votes for some of these races. Look at that.
What the AP
With
is calling it here in the state of Iowa. Kim Reynolds running for governor re-election as governor, and the AP has declared, just as the polls close in Iowa, that she will win a second full term, challenged by Deirdre DeGear. Again, not a surprise. That's a Republican, has been a Republican state, and we'll continue to look at a Senate race there, Chuck Grassley. And here another governor call, Kay Ivey winning re-election in the state of Alabama. She, I believe this is her second term, defeating the Democrat Yolanda Flowers. And then one other governor race to call, and we were just talking about this one. Gary Abernathy mentioned this.
A lot of red.
Mike DeWine, popular Republican governor. Right now with, is it 38% of the expected vote in, DeWine running well ahead of Nan Whaley,
That's a whole
mayor.
lot of red.
Yes, thank you very much. Nan Whaley, and that race has already been called just as the polls have closed, or actually an hour after the polls closed in Ohio. So let's talk about some of that. I want to come back to you because I sort of abruptly cut you off, Perry Bacon. But when we look at a state, we've been talking about Ohio, and we've been talking about whether the shifting dynamics in these states. What do Democrats need to do in order to turn some of these, not just suburbs, blue-collar voters?
Please talk about the economy.
Frankly, smiling on the Republicans.
I knew that I'd probably be making a lot more money than that and not sitting in this panel. But
Please talk about the economy.
I think the answer is I'm not sure, because I think it's not necessarily a Democratic problem. I think it's that what Trump has done has inspired
Trump. It's Trump. It's Trump. It's Trump. Okay, and your opinion's worth about as much as a Trump dump.
That McCormick would beat Fetterman easily, and I think there's a good argument for it.
Dr. Oz wins, Trump takes credit.
That's right.
That's how the night will go. Let's go to Eva.
He won't take blame if he loses.
All right, we'll check back in on that one. Eva Pilgrim's live in Pennsylvania. She's been covering this race. In fact, both races for us. Eva?
Mark my words, you're going to run for president.
Yeah, I mean, exactly what you're talking about there, David, the split ticket voting. We heard from so many voters in the last several days that we've been crisscrossing through Pennsylvania that they just felt like the Republican candidate, Mastriano, was too extreme. And when you look at his campaign, it's completely unconventional. His campaign manager is a pastor with no campaigning experience, and that's the way that his campaign has been run. And so when people start to look at the other races on the ticket, there are questions, and particularly what Chris Christie just said, that idea of Trump coming and Dr. Oz campaigning with him. A lot of the voters we talked to weren't sure where Dr. Oz stood on those issues, and there were questions about, was he moderate, was he extreme, what would he really do once he got into the seat if he was to win, and particularly among suburban voters, when I was talking to them, especially women, on that issue of abortion, that kept coming up. They kept saying that one issue was what swayed them to Fetterman, because quite frankly, a lot of voters that I talked to weren't thrilled with either of these candidates that they had to choose for in this Senate race. And many people telling me they were choosing the lesser of two evils, the person they thought would do the least.
Welcome to voting.
Elections officials there in Pennsylvania have been urging caution to all of us that this could take quite some time in Pennsylvania.
Caution jumping in your sheets, buddy.
Exactly, because those mail-in ballots take so long to count. I mean, it is a process that they can't start until Election Day at 7 a.m. They then have to take them out of the first envelope, make sure that that envelope is correctly dated and signed, then open the secrecy envelope, then flatten out the ballots, put them in a stack before they can scan them once they get enough that they can scan them. We have seen some promising news out of Pennsylvania as far as those mail-in ballots go. Allegheny County, 155,000 of those mail-in ballots already have been processed. That's the majority of them here in this county. And so that's good news. Of course, we're watching Philadelphia to see how long it takes them to get those ballots counted through. But they have a live stream up. They want people to know that the process is safe and secure. And you can watch it on live stream if you're at all in question of it.
But instead, stick with us. Eva, I want people at home to stick with us. Watch the live stream off to the side on your computer. Eva Pilgrim live in Pennsylvania. Eva, we'll come back to you shortly. We've been saying all night long, 36 gubernatorial races.
Landed a lot of blows against J.D. Vance, and it looks like it made a difference. Now, whether...
By the way, Cenk Uygur is supporting his local Republican because he's now taken, him and Anna have both taken a tough on crime stance. And, you know, I don't watch a lot of TYT, but a lot of people are saying that they're doing the old Republican talking point of like, you know, we just need more cops instead of talking about, you know, some of, you know, the real solutions. I guess they're like giving up on the real solutions to crime, which would be, you know, fixing inequality, fixing joblessness, you know, increasing the value of one's dollar, you know, just a million different things, all related to economics. So I don't know. It's very weird. It's very weird to hear Cenk, you know, doing that.
6 o'clock a little while ago. So now Arizona, 6 o'clock Pacific, 9 o'clock Eastern, obviously. Arizona, Colorado, Iowa, Louisiana, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, and Wyoming have now closed. So other than the West Coast, they're almost all closed now. And so in Texas, it's Greg Abbott versus Beto O'Rourke. This one, Beto ran a very close race against Ted Cruz in Texas. This one is not quite as close, 52.8 to 46.1. So it's not over, but it also doesn't look promising. So about a 7-point lead for Greg Abbott in that governor's race, with 34% in. So Abbott was leading the polls. This seems to confirm the polls.
Well, that's surprising.
Right now, not looking good,
but
still
surprising.
a lot to report. Anna, do you have other numbers?
I'm looking around.
You guys are doing great. You know, you guys are doing great. You literally same quality of fucking journalism as what I'm doing right now. Good job, TYT.
And look, I mean, it's a huge failure for the quote unquote like the stars of 2018 who didn't actually win.
Well, it's a couple. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of it's funny.
Man, look at Kyle's body language. Look what's happening over here. Look at the body language. These two are in hog heaven. Look what's happening over here with Kyle.
But two, there's a broad lesson. I think Beto was worse on this than Stacey Abrams was. The transition he made from I'm a Texas guy to running nationally. There was no reason
Democrats
for him
love
to
a
say
loser.
I'm coming for your AR-15.
Yes, exactly.
Right, like, and I'm talking about that. We're not talking about policy. Like that literal phrasing, pointing to the camera and saying I'm doing that. Okay, it's over. So if you're going to be successful, it's the second thing is God, people really don't like Ted Cruz. Like that's like so candidate choice really matters. But just this is we're debating like how much of this is local and national. This shows that there are cases where you can be a Texas Democrat. You can be a Georgia Democrat, but you can't be thinking of the presidency.
You gotta pick one.
You just
gotta pick.
The other thing is, I think people really got the sense he was so forced on us by the media. Remember when he was on all like those magazine
Vanity
covers?
Fair.
Born to be in it.
I was just born to be in it, man. He's standing on every table he could stand on for no reason
He did
whatsoever.
the Times Square Oprah interview. Oh.
And then he started talking, and people were like, "Oh, this is what all the hype's about? Like this is crazy." And to your point, I mean, if you're gonna run for governor of Texas, how the fuck are you gonna say, "I'm coming to take your guns"?
Any other phrasing? Like, I actually cannot think of like a.
I mean, I give him credit. But I've always agreed with that. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't make any sense, man. If you're gonna go into Texas, you got to be really nuanced about your position on guns. You know.
Like, okay, well,
You gotta
we'll
be
give you Hillary, and
nuanced.
then, okay,
By
maybe
that I mean
Biden at the
opaque.
last minute we'll give you. Okay, now
We
they're going
gotta
to try to
do
do Mayor Pete, of
something.
course, and Kamala
Yeah, that's what
Harris,
I'd say.
But like the fact that so many of them have failed spectacularly, leaves me hope that there's still room for like a candidate Obama back in 2007, 2008 who kind of came out of nowhere and just captured the imagination. Like, why couldn't Warnock do that in a presidential race for the Democrats? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think Kamala is another one that I would put on the list of failing spectacularly, right? Like,
I agree
she
with
might
that,
be vice president,
But they're gonna still try to force
they
her,
might try to force her because they don't feel like they can get past the like first black woman vice president. We kind of have to go there next. But she's obviously already failed spectacularly in terms of how the public feels about her. So yeah, I mean, the whole theory of the Democratic Party is like, okay, let's find the next Obama. Let's find someone who's, sort of like parrots his way of talking and his speech patterns, and let's just like put them out as this is the next one. Here, congratulations to all of you. We have bestowed Beto and Pete and Kamala and Stacey Abrams upon you, and
they're just garbage.
It's no accident then that all of these media creations who really didn't have a lot any like vision or substance or like charisma of their own to back it up, that they ultimately sort of fizzle out. So it's a different thing for the Democratic base that was very excited about Stacey Abrams in Georgia last time around, very excited about Beto O'Rourke, but they also didn't really have a chance to sort of examine them at that point. It was like they were excited about
Fetterman.
the dream of winning in Texas. The other thing I would say
I'm
about that is,
I'm starting to get a
I
little
think
hope
the
here,
Democratic,
guys.
like Texas hopium has also significantly cooled and dimmed
Pretty good election
dramatically
day, huh?
because
Yeah,
of
for
the
who?
shift in Latino voters
Absolutely right.
to Republicans. So, the dream there
the
always
fascists,
was, you say,
yeah,
look at
the
all these
fascists
Latino voters.
won big.
If we can get them to turn out and we just need to register them to vote and we get them to the polling places and they'll vote for Democrats. And now it's like, will they vote for Democrats? No longer clear. And in the Rio Grande Valley, as we have talked about and many others have talked about as well, huge
Record
shifts to
turnout
the right.
in a lot of places.
So that has kind of killed... That's put a real
You're
damper
gonna
on the
destroy
Democratic
America.
dreams in Texas for the moment.
Well, there's one other thing that's also killed, because the way this...
Republicans are burning books, they're banning opinions, they're banning sexual orientations, they're creating boogeymen and destroying them. Gay marriage is next on the chopping block, destroying equality. You're going to go after quote-unquote illegal immigrants. You're going to, what? You're going to target brown people? What are you going to do, kidnap more of their kids? No. The Republicans right now are fascists, and they're heralds to a new America, an authoritarian America. They're frightening. I'm a Brown.
If Republicans do well here,
LOL.
they're competitive statewide, but it's only 3% of the vote.
Cool.
We'll see how this plays out. And then you come over here. This election will be decided. Wayne County is Detroit, which is down here. I skipped it because we have 0 votes in. It's 18% of the vote in Detroit. Tends to come in a little bit later than the other part of the state. This is where, though, it'll be fascinating. Oakland County, if you go back 25 years, this is a more Republican suburb, but this is where you have your upscale, college-educated voters who have become more and more Democratic. 60%, that's what Gretchen Whitmer needs to do. It's only 40%. And then we'll wait for here. This is Macomb County. Like Bucks County, where you're from, this is the more blue-collar, just north of suburbs when you come up here. And we'll see how this one comes in. Donald Trump did well in Macomb County. If you go back to the 1980s, this was where all the studies were done. The Democratic pollster string.
Right, the Reagan Democrats.
Reagan Democrats.
Right.
So we'll watch. We have a long way to go in Michigan. So as you move out here, you come this way. This is interesting because this would be,
fucking
again,
hate Latinos.
a very modest number of votes, and they all
hilarious.
come from a critical suburb, mind you. Waukesha County, here's Milwaukee. Suburbs here, Democrats can get votes in the closer in suburbs as you move more out west, exurbia, rural. It gets more Republican,
51%,
but it's very early
maybe.
here. Tony Evers, the Democratic
Probably
incumbent,
depends
again
on the
in
state.
Tim Michaels, near the end of the campaign, said, if you elect me, no Republicans will ever lose again in Wisconsin, which brings the democracy question into play very early. We'll watch this race play out. But again, key presidential battleground. When you move out here in the middle of the country, where you see this one,
Good luck, buddy.
people don't think of Kansas as a Democratic state. Kansas has a Democratic governor. Kansas, remember, after Dobbs, had the big referendum where Kansas
I'll give you
voters,
the link.
common sense conservatives, said no to opening the state Supreme Court, to allowing more abortion restrictions. It'll be interesting to see. This is very early. You say 35% of the estimated vote, but if you're looking out here, this is red. This at the end of the night will be red, barring some huge surprise. Where are the votes so far? Well, again, it's just, we talked earlier, this is You're close to this is Kansas City, Missouri here, Johnson County, Wyandotte County. These are the Kansas City suburbs, if you will. And then you're moving into the Democratic area. Lawrence, Kansas is Douglas County. That's the fifth largest county. Democrat by 40 points, right? So you think Kansas is a red state, but it has a Democratic governor. This was a 40-point county for Joe Biden. You come over to the Topeka area. It was a Democrat +3, where the Democratic governor early on is running much bigger than that, obviously. So we'll see. Can Laura Kelly hold on in the state of Kansas? That's a big test for Democrats, a Democratic governor in the middle of the country in this time of year. Then you move up here to Nebraska, 23% of the vote. The Democrat is leading, but slow down in the sense that look at where the vote's coming in. Omaha, Lincoln, the Democratic areas. There's a whole lot of rural red Republican Kansas to still come in. A race that Republicans had hoped to make more competitive at the moment with about 40% of the vote in. The incumbent Democrat, Jared Polis, leading at the moment in Colorado. Interesting to watch if that plays out in tandem with the Senate race. We talked about that dynamic in Georgia, in New Hampshire. Otherwise, what happens to the governor vis-a-vis the Senate candidate in Colorado? They are both of the same party. Then we come down, just one more quick one, in New Mexico. The governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, running comfortably ahead, but very early votes coming in so far, Jake, only in Democratic areas. But the governor's race is, again, always critical for state issues, all the more important because of threats to democracy and the Supreme Court sending abortion rights back to the states.
All right, John King, thanks so much. CNN has some more projections. Right now, CNN is projecting that incumbent Senator John Bozeman from Arkansas will be reelected.
What is woke? Hey, special fascist. What is woke? Try to keep it to a sentence, please.
Vermont in an open seat, defeating Gerald Malloy. Let's take a look at the overall balance of power in the 100-seat U.S. Senate. Democrats currently control 38 seats. Republicans currently control 39 seats. 23 seats are remaining. We also have a key race alert that we're going to go to Casey Hunt.
By the way, if you're still here,
that's right,
thank
Jake.
you.
We're going to take a quick spin through all of these races for you. We got a whole bunch of vote in. We got Raphael Warnock sitting at 51% right now in Georgia to Herschel Walker's 47.2. He is, of course, right now above that critical threshold to avoid a runoff. We're going to be keeping close tabs. We've seen this move back and forth here in the last hour or so. 65% of the vote in there. Now let's check in on Ohio, where J.D. Vance still in the lead, but it's close. 50.3% to Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman, 49.7%. John King is going to need to walk us through where the votes are still out to let us know if it's actually going to end up being that close. It's about 45% of the vote in there. Now, in North Carolina, look at this. Ted Budd sitting at 50%.
I'm cool with that.
Sherry Beasley's 48%. This is actually a little bit of a wider lead than we've seen at some points on this race tonight. We've got 72% of the vote in North Carolina.
Whichever one you want, dearie. You're the expert. Okay, why don't you just tell me? Just try to keep it to a sentence, okay, honey?
40.9%.
Thank you so much.
Smart Republicans and Democrats that I'm talking to who are looking at these numbers say Hassan is in a very strong position at this hour. But, of course, we only have 30% of the vote in, so we'll keep an eye on that one. Now let's go out to Colorado. This, again, a reach for Republicans. Michael Bennet at 58.6% to Joe O'Dea, the Republicans, 39.2% at this hour. But, of course, we do need to know where the votes are coming in because we're only looking at 40% of them so far. Now let's check in on Wisconsin. Expected to be one of the tightest races on the map tonight. So take these numbers with a grain of salt. Mandela Barnes in the early vote out to 70% ahead of Ron Johnson, the incumbent Republican, who sits at 29.8% right now. I'm sure John King can explain to us why it looks that way. There's about 4% of the vote in right now in Wisconsin.
Did you copy that from the fucking internet? Are you telling me you can't formulate your own definition of woke? Alert to injustice? You're telling me you have a problem with injustice? Come on. You just copied that shit off the fucking internet, man. Can you please have your own opinion about something? Hey, Lenny. Have a good one. I envy you. I wish I could leave as well. Hey, you're welcome. Looks like Fetterman's actually kicking a lot of ass, so that's a lot of good news.
To Dr. Mehmet Oz's 37%. This is another situation where they're going to count votes very slowly. This is one where there's already litigation, challenges, questions about how these votes are going to be counted, and we expect that's going to go late into the night. 17% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Now, Boris has got some governor's races to talk to us about, some of which are in some of these same states.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how voters may have split tickets in these races, Casey. First, let's start in the state of Texas. There we have an update. Incumbent Republican Greg Abbott, building on the earlier lead he had on Beto O'Rourke, the former congressman, 149,000 votes ahead for the two-time governor of Texas, 52%.
Yeah, okay, Special. So if you're trying to call me out and say, yeah, look at this guy, he doesn't like injustice, I don't know what kind of point you're trying to make. Guilty as charged. I'm also really pro-equity and equality as well. You know, you fucking nailed me, dude. Nailed me.
Let's take a look at the state of Michigan. Incumbent Democrat Gretchen Whitmer locked in this tough re-election battle with conservative commentator, former TV host Tudor Dixon. A 42,000 vote advantage for Whitmer, roughly an 8% lead right now. Still very early with only 12% of the vote in. Let's get an update for you from Pennsylvania. There, the Attorney General, Josh Shapiro, he has nearly a 300,000 vote advantage over Doug Mastriano, one of the most extreme candidates you are going to see on the board tonight. 17% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, one that our Jake Tapper knows very well. Jake.
All right, Boris, thanks so much. Let's take a look at this governor's race right now.
How about instead of go woke, go broke, it's go fash, get the lash. Ooh, kind of sucks.
Brad, what's going on here?
So you're watching, fills in, more votes coming in, as you say. It's a nearly 300,000 vote lead for Josh Shapiro at the moment, who was favored in the late polls in this race. But if you just want to go through, a place, I was just looking at one place. This is one of the closest, most competitive swing counties in Pennsylvania. And you see Josh Shapiro with 82% to 16%. Northampton County, Josh Shapiro may win it. He may win it comfortably. He's not winning it by that, which tells you that this is early vote. Right? It just tells you it's early vote, which is disproportionately Democrat. It's only 20% of the vote, but this is a key swing county. Donald Trump won it just barely in 2016 when he won the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Joe Biden flipped it, won it just barely in 2020 when he won. So it is never like that. Even if Josh Shapiro wins it big, it is never like that. It just doesn't happen. So that tells you you're looking at early votes, and we have a long way to go. So where else do you look here? You come down to Philadelphia to see what votes in here. Only 13% of the vote in. You see Josh Shapiro at 94%. The Democrat most likely will be overwhelmingly up when we get to Philadelphia's final count.
But not that up.
If he's up by that much, then we have a blowout on our hands. If he is up by that much. And so then you walk out from here, and again, you come to Bucks County. This is the more competitive of the
Maybe Davey had a point. Maybe he's got a point. Something's starting to feel a little different about this election. Something's starting to feel a little different. Is this hope? Do I have some hope?
Late in the count, you want to start ahead. There's the governor's race. Josh Shapiro at 64.4%.
Right.
The Republican
623,000. Yeah.
Right. The Republican candidate for governor just shy of 34%, 327,000 if you round that up a little bit. And you just bring it over to the Senate race now, and you just see John Fetterman running behind, underperforming his Democratic ticket mate, if you will. They're both statewide office holders, by the way. Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, John Fetterman, the Lieutenant Governor. So they both have won statewide before. You see 60% if you round that up to 38% if you round that up. Again, there has been no indication that this race would be anything like that.
Dude, this is impressive.
Be very competitive.
Shocking,
we're still shy
actually.
of 20% of the overall vote. 60 to 34.
Oz is really just that terrible,
just want to check again. Just one of my favorite places to always look. And again, this is early vote. Josh Shapiro was way up in Northampton County. John Fetterman is as well. He may well win Northampton County. Often the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Almost always the person who wins Northampton County goes on to win, but it's not going to be by a margin like that, which tells me, Jake, that we're looking disproportionately at early vote.
Early vote, absolutely. And just to put an underlining on the point you were making, John Fetterman, again, 18%, 19% in. It's
almost all early votes.
This is not determinative. But John Fetterman, 59.6% of the vote. Josh Shapiro, who's running for governor on the same ticket, he's at 64.4%. Shapiro running about 5 percentage points ahead. And also when it comes to Oz running about 5 percentage points ahead of the Republican running for governor. Just two very different races, ticket splitters. Let's find out what this vote is, though, with the Battleground Desk with David Chalian. David, this is 19% of the vote in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is reporting. What is this 19%?
Yeah, so as you guys were saying, it is an early vote situation
they found
here.
Another
so
Jeffrey
roughly
Tubin.
half of what we're seeing in Pennsylvania, 49% of that current vote is pre-election early vote. So that may be helping boost Fetterman to this 600,000 vote total that is at right now versus Oz 385,000. we expect at the end of the day for the share of the overall vote that is going to be early vote to be about half that. We think it's going to be 25% of the overall vote at the end of the day. So right now, as a proportion of the vote, that early vote is sort of double in size. And that is what is giving Fetterman, giving Shapiro these larger advantages than you would expect in some of these counties like Northampton that John was showing you there. So again, right now, Jake, the early vote makes up roughly half, and we think it's going to make up a lot less than that at the end of the day.
All right, yeah, so disproportionately Democratic, disproportionately early vote.
Right. Still, if you're the Democrats, you know that you understand this dynamic, right? So you know you need.
Okay, they made that point twice. Let's see what Chucky has to say.
Suburbs over the course of this night, 283,000 votes. That's what separated Joe Biden from Donald Trump in those counties.
Let's see what Fashy Fash has to say. Oh, they're just showing. I'm not listening to Huckabee, and I'm not listening to this guy either. All right, never mind. Let's see what ABC has to say.
Gretchen Whitmer, but I was speaking earlier to Senator Debbie Stabenow, the senior senator here. She said they're on track to break the midterm election turnout. She's been on the phone
most
with
people move out of places like that because they want to get away from it.
Lines at the University of Michigan, lots of young voters and energized. And as you say, the big Gretch may be lifted by what's known as the Dobbs effect because of Prop 3. So many voters who are interested in voting for abortion rights are heading to the polls. Now, her opponent, Tudor Dixon, is one of those Trump-anointed former business people, former conservative pundits. And tonight, the Dobbs effect may be lifting Governor Whitmer and down-ballot issues.
Well, Swillix, one of the benefits to finding a red state that's turning into a blue state is that the property value is likely to go up. So, yeah, it might be a good investment.
But felt so strongly about abortion rights that she was crossing the line. Now, anecdotally, we're hearing stories like that to women I talked to because we've traveled around from Grand Rapids to Kalamazoo to here to Detroit tonight, all over Michigan, trying to get a sense of what the voters are thinking. And what you might be seeing with those exit polls is that tip towards abortion rights tonight. David?
Juju Chang with us tonight. Juju, our thanks to you in Michigan. As soon as we have more on the race for governor there, we'll come back to you as well. I want to take it right over to the big board and Rachel Scott because abortion is on the ballot in a number of states, not just Michigan.
Abortion is on the ballot this election in 5 states. So California, Michigan, and Vermont are all efforts to protect access to abortion under the state's constitution. Then you have Montana and Kentucky. These are measures to further restrict access to abortion. David, I want to point out here all the orange that we are seeing on this map. This comes just months after Roe versus Wade was overturned. This is where there are current bans on abortion in across the country right now.
Hey, Special, do you want to see an abortion ban across the entire country? Would that make you happy?
Earlier this summer, the conservative state voted to protect access to abortion. Since then, we have seen a wave of women in key battleground states register to vote. Democrats are hoping that this becomes a driving issue for them this election day.
We're going to be watching this all throughout the night because we saw there earlier, Mary Bruce, Nate Silver at 538 showing us that when Roe was overturned by the Supreme Court, how the gulf between Democrats and Republicans in the polling suddenly was quite significant and then tightened again as we got closer to Election Day with a number of weeks having passed since then. But I know that you had been talking in recent days. It will be interesting to see tonight if those who are driven by abortion rights will show up.
Are you happy that your party destroyed Roe v. Wade?
Very significant tonight.
And that is certainly what Democrats, what this White House is hoping, is that even though you saw that sort of drop off in the polls, that the economy was replacing it at the top as the top issue that voters were most concerned about, that abortion will still be driving everyone to the polls. I think there's something else here, so I'm going to pause.
We do have a race coming in right now. Michael Bennet has won in Colorado. The senator there, the Democrat in Colorado, the incumbent, has been reelected. We told you that the governor was reelected. Now the senator, Michael Bennet, beating Joe O'Dea, the Republican in that state, the construction company executive. Joe O'Dea taking him on, hoping to be a moderate Republican. The debates, you know, they were civil in the beginning, though the last debate, John Carl, there were some fireworks. Joe O'Dea did not have the support of former President Trump. In fact, he said looking forward, he would like to have somebody new on the ticket in 2024. And Michael Bennet said almost the same thing.
Yeah, look, Joe O'Dea was very critical of Donald Trump, and Donald Trump gave it right back to him. In fact, Ron DeSantis endorsed Joe O'Dea.
Okay. You're aware you fully support a party that's going to not only continue with its abortion ban and where it has, but actually increase it to a nationwide ban. So I guess you think your taxes are going to get lowered. Is that what you're doing?
Was the probable result, but still it helps Democrats a little bit. Now at 40% from 37. What it does is it means we might not have a red tsunami. If they're holding up well in Colorado, New Hampshire looks good for Maggie Hassan so far. The GOP could easily win the Senate. They're favorites in our model right now, but you're not going to see a gigantic 55-seat GOP coalition coming in.
Let's just say Maggie Hassan holds on in New Hampshire. She's off to a decent start tonight with early numbers coming in. What does that do for the Democrats?
So now I think they might go to about 50-50, maybe a little above.
Oh,
there
really
you go,
interesting,
51-49. So if New Hampshire were called 5 minutes from now, we are back to a total jump ball in the Senate.
All right, that's a hypothetical, but let's swing it over to Rick Klein to see where we are in New Hampshire. Do you have a second, Rick, just to pull that up to show if Maggie Hassan actually holds on?
Anything for you, David, of course. Let's see what we see in New Hampshire right now.
What are you going to say at 2 a.m.?
Maggie Hassan right now with a pretty significant lead. Look, this is a state that mostly votes on Election Day. It's actually pretty decent with reporting. That's one of the consequences of being first in the nation for the primaries. I'm looking, though, right now, Maggie Hassan is up everywhere. That includes some more of the Republican-leaning parts of the state. Joe Biden did decently here. You see Maggie Hassan a little bit above that. Here in the southeastern part of the state, again, Maggie Hassan a little bit above. He's even leading where Don Bolduc is from, up by Lake Winnipesaukee area. And the benchmarks here are important because these are parts of the state that, frankly, a Republican needs to do very well in. Now, these numbers could change as the night goes on, but a lot of people that I've been talking to tonight on text, on email, they feel really good about where she stands.
That's really interesting. She's not only outperforming Joe Biden, but she's significantly outperforming the benchmark of where she needs to be in multiple counties at this point in the night.
Yeah, and you'd expect it in someplace like in and around Concord, same thing in Manchester and Nashua, and these are where the voters are. This is the most populous part of the state, and she's doing it. Look, this was a real scare for Democrats, and it could get tight. Still a chance that Don Bolduc wins it, but a lot of Democrats are liking what they're seeing in New Hampshire.
Okay, so the reason we're spending so much time on New Hampshire is because of what Nate Silver just showed us over at his board, because if they're able to pull off New Hampshire tonight, and they've just won with Michael Bennet in Colorado, we're back to a 51% chance for Democrats, 49 for Republicans.
So you don't support abortion bans, but you do support abortion bans, and you support completely banning abortion and then pulling back and then unbanning abortion, but only slightly. Okay. You sound like a schizophrenic meth head or a 13-year-old child. One of those.
A star in the Democratic Party and perhaps a North Star for the party. You know, Martha's talked tonight about how important veterans are in this election cycle. He's a veteran. He served in Iraq. He was a paratrooper, member of the 82nd Airborne. He's a best-selling author. He's a Rhodes Scholar. And, David, I can say as a proud son of Maryland, born and raised in East Baltimore, of this race, we can say that Wes Moore didn't win because he was black, and he wouldn't have lost because he was black. I think this is a case, I have friends and family there, Democrats, Republicans, Independents. In this race, we've talked about the quality of candidates. For many people, he was just seen as a better candidate. I mean, think about this. The Republican governor of Maryland, who's very popular, said of the Republican nominee, he called him, quote, a QAnon whack job.
Is Ro Khanna in the fucking shitter? Is he in the shitter? Oh man, my video memory is filled to the brim, boys.
Economic message as well. But when you talk to voters, and it doesn't matter if you're talking to Democrats or Republicans, when you talk to them about which issues matter the most to them, it always boils down to the economy. This isn't rocket science.
Sounds like a right-winger to me.
You know, a truth in politics for as long as I can remember. And I don't know. Congressman Khanna, I'm curious if Congress, Democrats in particular, are at all aware of the rage that voters are feeling today. Are they aware? Because the sense that I get from them is that they're kind of in their own little bubble, thinking that everything is hunky-dory, everything is fine.
Yeah, she's right about that.
But we've been at this rodeo before, and every election, it's the same boring, tired conversation about, like, you think Democrats are going to learn some lessons this year? You think they're going to learn from, you know, the need to focus on an economic message that makes people whole? Like, at this point, I've almost given up hope. And I want to know what's really going on in Congress. Are these lawmakers really aware of the rage that voters are feeling today?
Well, I think that the voters are
very angry at both parties. I mean, I think there's an anger that the American dream is slipping.
Pivots to talk about the Republicans. Yeah, I'm officially done with Ro Khanna. I used to have a lot of respect for the guy, but no. No, he's in the Rashida Tlaib file.
All of the House returns we've seen so far outside of the state of Florida. And the state of Florida looks like it is a killing fields for the Democrats, but it didn't spill over outside the state of Florida so far.
It's in the eye of the beholder, though. What is a wave?
Oh, to me, a wave was anything over 20 to 20. In the House,
right.
If they pick up 20 House seats or north, because, you know, they picked up a bunch of House seats in 20 in their defense. They can get to 230 plus actual members of the House. I think you have to say there was at least a bit of a House wave, if you will, one step above Ripple.
Well, you need 5 seats. The Republicans need 5 seats to retake control. They need a Ripple. They need 5 seats to retake control of the House. So, you know, we'll keep our eyes on it. Coming up, what does the vote tonight mean for President Biden?
We'll talk to his former press secretary, Jen Psaki, right after this.
There's just no audio on Fox News right now? No, there's no audio. Okay, they're just showing this. They're not even bothering with commentary. Okay, that's probably for the best. See what's going on with CNN. Go live, and then it doesn't do anything. Or no, okay, it skips to something. Man, CNN has a whack-ass video player. It's actually impressive how shitty it is. All right, so how we looking? Democrats 40. Man, the Senate couldn't be closer right now. 40-40 and then 70-123.
The first lesbian in the entire country. There could be actually a second tonight if Tina Kotek wins in the state of Oregon. But that's a significant moment for the state of Massachusetts, that governor's mansion returning to Democrats. But in Maryland, in Westmore, I think what you're seeing there is someone who Democrats agree is perhaps the future of the party. A huge rising star, someone who, as Boris said, has never held public office before, taking over that governor's mansion from a very popular Republican governor.
Are winning, so
I think that's definitely
they're
one
not talking
place
about
I would
fraud.
be watching.
Yeah, there's no question. We obviously here in Washington, we see a lot of the ads for Westmore.
They squeezed all the blood they could out of the, you know, slight problem with printing that delayed, you know, voting for a couple hours because they didn't print her papers, some stupid shit. So they squeezed all the blood they could out of that stone, and now Fox News, they're done. They're like they won't even bother. Oh no, okay, they're back actually. So they show that during commercials. Let's go ahead and have a listen to what the Fash has to say here.
Who are in these districts that Biden won by 10, 15 points, yet they're embattled still. Who are you following?
And I think those 3 Virginia races that Spencer pointed out are going to be sort of the clear indicators that you look at them in sort of a step-by-step. That obviously if Elaine Luria in Virginia's 2nd district loses, that's a sign Republicans are going to be in the majority. She's in top race so far. Then the next step up would be Abigail Spanberger in Virginia's 7th district. That's a sign of the sort of more of the red wave, more of a 25, 35 seat pickup. And then Jennifer Lexton in the 10th district, which gets into a lot of suburban Washington, would be beyond that. It looks like, from what I've seen, Lexton's likely to hold on. That we're not going to get a tsunami, but that Luria and Spanberger are still there. And it's a question, looking at outstanding results in a year like this, in the new voting patterns are always different because at this point there's such an extreme partisan variation between early voting and election day. It's tougher, but you know, Republicans are going to pick up the House. It certainly looks like, but it does seem like we're seeing more of a return to partisan baselines, and everyone's sort of retreating in their partisan corners, which we're seeing in both in a lot of races in states, red states where it looked like Democrats might do better. That's not happening, but in the same way, blue states, you know, where Kathy Hochul right now is currently running just a hair behind Chuck Schumer. Schumer was always considered safe in New York. Hochul, you know, was considered to have a tough race. it looks like everyone's retreating to their partisan corners, which is a good night for Republicans, but not yet potentially a great night.
You know, Spencer, I'm kind of curious. What do you think Kevin McCarthy is doing right now, and what's Speaker Pelosi doing right now? Do we know where they're watching these results? Have they issued statements? I wonder how they're feeling.
Yeah, well, earlier this evening, there was an interview in which Speaker Pelosi was talking about how she believed there was still a chance for Democrats to hold on to their majority in the House of Representatives, which I think is kind of just universally not believed by most people who are watching things come in. So she obviously is still kind of trying to hold on to that hope. It's a line she's used many times through this midterm cycle where she said, you know, I think Democrats are going to hold the majority. At one point, she even said that she thought Democrats would add to the House majority, which obviously is not going to be the case either tonight. As for Kevin McCarthy, I think he's, you know, pretty excited. He's been pretty clear about what he hopes to do in the Republican majority in the House. I think other Republican members in the House are going to be even more worth watching in the next couple of weeks here as we head into the new Congress for what they plan to do once they have this oversight power that they've been asking for so long, whether it comes to investigating Hunter Biden and the Biden family, whether it comes to looking at sort of what people like Secretary Mayorkas have been doing, and whether they're actually going to move forward with some
Does he
sort
have
of
like a
impeachment proceedings
Q-tip
or
in
other
his ear?
accountability
What the
there.
fuck's he got in his ear?
But I think for Republicans tonight, people like Kevin McCarthy are probably just kind of breathing a sigh of relief that things seem to be breaking in the direction they had hoped they would. And now he's probably just sort of counting to see how much of a majority he might have in order to decide how far they can go towards holding the Biden administration accountable.
You know, Ben, I want to also talk about, you know,
Holding
some of
them
these Senate
accountable,
races before we
AKA
get
clogging,
to that.
clogging up everything with meaningless investigations into Joe Biden's son. Looks like he's got a little piece of fucking tissue in his ear. Yeah, holding the government accountable. Investigating Joe Biden's fucking breakfast fiber farts.
You know, with one or two exceptions in, you know, the better part of a century, has lost seats in midterm elections. That President Trump had a rough midterm in 2018, Obama in, you know, in 2010, 2014, Bush in 2006. The two exceptions, and that continues to go back with the two exceptions of 1998 and 2002, which had the Clinton impeachment and the Iraq War. But it's simply the reaction that you have a Democratic president, so both folks are inclined to vote for Republicans, coupled with the fact that, you know, there's 8% inflation, that there is dissatisfaction with President Biden's job performance. So this is simply to be expected, and instead that it should be viewed as a success, if depending on how much they're able to limit losses.
All right, and, you know, and Spencer, when we talk about some of these, you know, pickups on the Senate side that Republicans want to get and Democrats want to keep, Ben and I were talking about New Hampshire. We're also talking about Colorado as well. The Fox News Decision Desk is calling the race and projecting that Bennett will defeat Joe O'Dea. But that was, and O'Dea is an interesting Republican candidate, but that was one of these opportunities that Republicans thought maybe there is a chance to make Colorado red in that seat at least.
Fascinating.
It's a personal one for him.
All right, Jen Psaki, good to have you on.
Great
Thank
to
you.
be here.
Coming up, we're going to have more exit polling from Tom Yamas on how issues like crime and
your party's in power. You're always
President Biden's first White House press secretary. She's now an MSNBC host. Jen, good to have you. Thanks for joining us. So if you're in the White House and you're watching those numbers right now, what does it tell you and what do you do?
Well, whenever you're in the White House and your party's in power, you're always bracing for impact, Lester, because every time a president is in power and there's a midterm election, almost every time that their party loses seats. And if you look back at Barack Obama's first midterm election, he lost 63 seats. He even called it a shellacking. And if you look back at Bill Clinton, he lost 54 seats.
Yeah,
so they're aware of that historic precedent. But I will tell you that, and I've been in touch with them, what they're watching right now is the fact that there are races that are turning to be Democratic, that where Democrats are winning, that are good signs for them. And it's early. So they're also going to be watching as races start to come in the West Coast as well.
Well, if they're watching the exit polls, Jen, your old boss, President Biden, cannot be happy about one of the results. 2/3 of voters in our exit polls said they do not want President Biden to run for re-election.
Clearly.
That's true, Savannah. I did see that in the exit polls. And look, I think the president has to make a decision early, I think, over the next couple of months to decide if he's going to run for re-election. Now, I will tell you from having worked for Barack Obama when he was president and he got beaten by a lot in the midterm elections, there were a lot of people calling for him not to run either. So President Biden has to make a decision. He has to decide if he's going to battle through this another time. But I would expect he'll do that with his family and not probably based on exit polls at this point.
Will an announcement by Donald Trump force the president's hand? Make the call sooner rather than later?
You know, Lester, I think it will definitely be a factor because Donald Trump getting in the race will mean that the president will feel like he's the only one who's beaten him before, which is true. And he's probably going to want to take him on again. He's been clear that he wants to run again. He's got to make that decision with his family. And I expect he's going to do that sooner rather than later because he knows time is of the essence. And if he doesn't, other Democrats are, of course, going to get in the race.
I was going to ask you that, Jen, what the timeline is. I mean, obviously, it's a personal decision, a weighty decision. The president is looking at it. But he also, if he is not going to run, wants to leave a lot of running room for other Democratic candidates who might want to get in. What's the general timeline?
You know, I think, Savannah, he knows that the stakes are very high, especially if former President Trump gets in the race. And I think he's going to have some time with his family over the holidays. He'll have those deep discussions. This is a little bit different from past midterms, though, because Democratic candidates were not running against his record. They were running against Barack Obama's record. They're running on his record in many cases, but he does have to make the decision about whether he's going to go through another election cycle at a time when...
You know who I want to run for president special? Saul Alinsky. That's who I want to run for president.
Sooner rather than later, and we'll see. It's a personal one for him.
All right, Jen Psaki, good to have you on.
Great
Thank
to
you.
be here.
Coming up, we're going to have more exit polling from Tom.
Wow, that was so valuable. That was so incredibly valuable, guys. She really gave us an insight that no one else could provide into the inner workings of the White House and, you know, and all that shit. Where's he from?
Certainly, it looked like it was going to get close, but South Dakota's a state that Donald Trump won by some 30 points.
But she took a hands-off approach to COVID, and she's a real hero in Republican circles.
You know, she is certainly in the Trump part of the Republican Party. She is a big star.
All right, another
thanks. We're just getting started. It is now coming up on 10 o'clock in the East. We're going to check in back with our number of our key Senate races. We're looking at the board. Obviously, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania. We're going to be checking in on North Carolina, Georgia, which remains a state where Raphael Warnock.
Man, this is great. More election deniers. That's what we need. That is David fucking Frum. Holy fuck nuts.
Something there that gives you a tea leaf, and the fact that Herschel Walker's
super hot.
Now I'm told Herschel Walker's under 50%.
Makes my Zieg Heil, you know what I'm talking
These races
about?
were in the polls close, and they appear to be very close. I'm reluctant to say much more until I'm very surprised. I think North Carolina's been a state that's always close, but their Democrats always lose. Obama won there in 08 and since then has never,
Tim Horton
never
for
won
Canadian
a state
PM.
federal race at least. So I would be
I'm sure they have a lobby.
Georgia,
they make billions of dollars a year.
Close, and that's where we are right now.
And these are all states, I should say, where the Republicans have put in a lot of money behind their candidates. We know that's the case in North Carolina, certainly the case in Ohio.
Have we seen anything out of Pennsylvania with numbers on?
We can look quickly. I think we've got about a minute before we go to a break. Can we look at the Pennsylvania numbers? This is John Fetterman and Mehmet Oz. This is a Senate race.
And I was told, you know, with the early vote, before it was actually counted, but the projections were that Oz was starting from maybe 600,000 votes behind.
That's with a third, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Gary, a third of the expected vote in. Here we go. John Fetterman, the Democrat. This would be, if the Democrats win, this is a flip to the Democrats, 52% to 45%. I don't have a sense of what votes are still out.
That's right.
2/3 of them.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
What's in and where it's from.
And where it is and which county and which district and so forth. So as we think about all this and we let it settle in and we get closer
I'm
to the
still
next
doing this shit.
poll closing, we are going to say to our audience, it's time for a short break. But please don't go anywhere. You can get a popcorn or a glass of water, but don't go
I mean
anywhere.
the actual dude, he's dead. Tim Hortons is dead, dude. Okay, they're just running promos. Fucking CNN's about to do an ad. What is this? It's completely wigging out. All right, let's take a look. Nope, it's no longer live. Wow, the video player at CNN is really amazingly bad.
In Virginia's 7th district, a very tight race between the Republican, that's Yesli Vega, and the incumbent Democrat Abigail Spanberger.
I mean,
very tight.
Look, not for nothing, the Republicans, I'm not going to say it.
And the incumbent, Jen Kiggins. Let's now go to NBC's senior Capitol Hill correspondent, Garrett Haig, who's watching all of this closely. Garrett, Republicans need just 5 House seats to flip the House, 1 Senate seat to flip the Senate. What's the mood like right now at the minority leader, Kevin McCarthy's headquarters?
Tom, it's notable that only McCarthy is having an election night victory party here in D.C. tonight. They thought they would have a lot to celebrate. And I can tell you, even now that the music's on and the bar is open, the celebration remains muted here tonight. This idea of a red wave, at least at this hour, has not materialized. You pointed out those Virginia races, the Spanberger race in particular, something of a bellwether for the night. It's one of the most expensive races on the House calendar tonight. And the fact that it's not called with Spanberger leading at this hour suggests Republican gains could be smaller than they had hoped for tonight, and indeed even the Democrats had anticipated. That said, they only need so few seats to take control of the House. There's a lot of counting left to be done tonight.
Open up a burger joint.
Well, 60% of Americans have an election denier on the ballot, and those deniers seem poised to play a big role in the House if Republicans take the House. How would that influence the way that they govern?
It's absolutely disgusting.
Well, Tom, those deniers may end up having a bigger impact in state-level races, in large part because the way we conduct our elections is driven by state lawmakers. State officials handle election returns in each individual state. In the House, they're going to be limited, especially if Democrats retain control of the Senate. But even if they don't, with Joe Biden's veto pen awaiting, a lot of what we're going to see from House Republicans in the majority would be messaging bills to make their base happy, but that won't be.
Yeah, spam. No, you got to do spam, Vienna sausages, and like a couple sardines. Call it the chum bucket. You know, just the fucking disgusting.
Voters are really going back to the days right after the 2020 election when these election-denying candidates got their start.
Garrett, not a lot of time left, but if they do decide to investigate, for example, Hunter Biden, and that really only has traction within the GOP, that doesn't seem to be a wide appeal issue for the rest of the country.
We've seen this time to time historically, Tom. New majorities come in, they fire up investigations and oversight, and sometimes they overreach. It's the kind of thing that could swing the political winds back in Democrats' favor come 2024. Not that we want to start thinking about that just yet.
Oh, but we can't help ourselves. Garrett, thank you. Garrett Haig. We are going to keep a close eye on all of this through the night. NBC News coverage continues right now. Special coverage, Decision 2022.
Okay. Okay. Wow, I give a shit. Fox News has completely moved on.
The battle for control of the House and the Senate and the future of President Biden's agenda all at stake tonight. Polls now closing in 3 more states at this hour, including the critical state of Nevada. We've been talking about this for many nights. The Democratic incumbent there, Senator Catherine Cortez Masto, seeking a second term. She was the first Latina senator in the U.S. She fights name recognition in that state because of the transient quality of the population. A tough fight there against Adam Laxalt. The polls nearly tied, if not giving him a slight edge going into election night. As you heard Martha Raddatz report earlier, this is all going to come down to ground game there. The Culinary Union, for example, in the final days, knocking on doors for Catherine Cortez Masto. As soon as we have results there, we're going to go back to that. In Utah tonight, this is a very interesting race, a fascinating one that we're following. Senator Mike Lee seeking a 3rd term. In the polling showing he had a lead there against Evan McMullin. But this is interesting because the Democrats did not run a candidate. They simply got behind the independent there, Evan McMullin, in that race. We'll dive into that here in a moment. We continue to follow the very close race in Georgia tonight, where Senator Raphael Warnock is seeking a first full term. His challenger, Herschel Walker, look at that, 49-49. We've been saying this for several nights. 77% of the vote is now in. Look at that, less than, 39-42. It's 3,000 votes between these two candidates. Again, if neither one of them breaks 50%, this will again go to a runoff. It is deja vu if we're all watching Georgia again a month from now, just as we did just not so long ago when Raphael Warnock beat Kelly Loeffler. I want to get it right to Steve Osunsami as we continue to track Georgia. Steve, what are you learning there on the ground?
Way too many people. Way too many.
I keep watching these votes as they come in, and I see the lead switch back and forth between Herschel Walker and Senator Warnock. There's really no telling what's happening tonight. I think, again, the key counties to watch are the blue Democratic counties surrounding Atlanta. That's DeKalb, a majority black county that I happen to live in, Clayton, Fulton, Douglas, Cobb, Gwinnett, all these counties that surround the metro area, to see if they will give Senator Warnock enough votes to either win this or make it into a runoff. Out here at this event here tonight, there's a lot of applause as they've seen some of the numbers. Everyone is optimistic, as I'm sure Herschel Walker's camp is optimistic. And Chris Christie said something earlier that I sort of want to underline. He said that if Herschel Walker wins tonight or makes it into the runoff, that it will be the first time that Brian Kemp has helped him over the finish line. I will absolutely second that. There is a lot of shine that Herschel Walker's campaign is getting from the Kemp campaign because the races are entirely different.
Talking about with Governor Christie here. Steve, thanks to you. We've been talking here all night long with Governor Christie about this notion of split ticket voting, and perhaps that's what we're watching unfold in Georgia. We're to watch it very closely. Folks who might have voted for Brian Kemp but then voted for the Democrat Raphael Warnock. Kemp obviously outperforming her.
I'm sorry, do I not look like a serious news person? I got the news jacket. I'm covering the news. Excuse me. Okay, I'm a serious news guy. Okay, I do real news. I talk about the real shit. Not like this mainstream garbage. Am I wearing a blazer? Of course I'm wearing a blazer. I'm a fucking professional. You're looking kind of good, right?
Will likely determine how this election, this Senate race turns out. And one of the things that we have heard from the campaign here, Fetterman's campaign, is that they are feeling cautiously optimistic. They're looking at those rural counties and looking at how Oz is performing versus Trump previously. So we're keeping an eye on that as well tonight, David.
Eva Pilgrim in Pennsylvania tonight again. The Fetterman campaign cautiously optimistic at this hour, but still early in the game in Pennsylvania. We head up to New Hampshire now, where Senator Maggie Hassan, the incumbent there, is looking to try to hold on to her Senate seat. The polls had tightened significantly in the final days before the election, but tonight, at this hour anyway, with 38% of the vote in, she holds a sizable lead, 57 to 41%. I want to get to Mary Alice Parks, who's in New Hampshire tonight for us. And Mary Alice, you interviewed Maggie Hassan, and I love what she told you. She said New Hampshire voters, and Martha, you and I were talking about this earlier, she said they are wicked independent.
Yeah, but I do want one of those blazers.
Yeah, wicked independent. 6 years ago, she only won her race by 1,017 votes, and her team is still bracing for a race that could end up that close. They, of course, are liking some of these numbers that they are seeing, but they were texting me saying it still could be a very long night. And her challenger, Don Baldick, he came out here. He addressed the stage here and the crowd here. He actually led the group in some country music, and he said he's still holding out hope. Every team, both sides, really bracing for the fact that this could still be a nail biter. If she does pull this out, David, I have to tell you, I'm thinking a lot about my conversations with voters just today and how many women came out of the polling booth and said that they were voting on the issue of abortion. They did not believe that government had a role to play here. This is the live free or die state, and they hit that idea of freedom and wanting to make sure that a woman had a right to choose. David.
Again, as Mary Alice Parks reports, Maggie Hassan there on the right, she had only won by 1,017 votes in 2016 when she was elected, hoping to win re-election tonight. We want to go to Ohio now, where the Democrat Tim Ryan is up against J.D. Vance in that state, both of them trying to fill Rob Portman's seat. Tim, Tim Ryan. Look at this. This is a change since the last half hour that we checked. 67% of the vote in. Rick Klein's over at the big board. We're going to go to him in a second. He's going to talk about the blue mirage we were expecting earlier in the night. J.D. Vance now taking the lead in that state. We're going to ask Rick to show us some of the counties that explain why he's now in the lead. And in North Carolina, the Senate at this hour, you've got Sherry Beasley and Representative Ted Budd in that North Carolina Senate race. Before we go to North Carolina, you have it up on the screen now, Lily. 47. Ted Budd now in the lead there as well, 50 to 47. Again, this could be another case of the blue mirage in the beginning. We'll ask Rick. He's standing by on that. But first, Alex Brachet is in Ohio. And Alex, there had been so much talk that Tim Ryan was holding on early in the night here. Still early in this race, but doing better up against J.D. Vance than some thought he would. This was very tight going into this race, which for a Democrat in Ohio was something that they liked seeing. But again, they want to win tonight, like J.D. Vance does too.
That's right, David. I'm here at the GOP watch party tonight, and the theme tonight has been taking care of business. They've been playing that song all night. Obviously, an early win for Governor Mike DeWine, projected as the winner. But in the last half hour, we've seen J.D. Vance overtake Representative Tim Ryan. That is a race that has been closely watched here. And many voters that we've talked to for the last week telling us that that race comes down to the economy.
Alex Brachet at Ohio. Alex, thanks so much. And as I mentioned, it's not just Ohio.
I don't even bother smoking it unless it's got some hash or extract in it. If you're not doing a little hash noodle or an extract, I don't even hit that shit. I don't even bother. I roll my shit up with Garcia Vega, a little bit of extract sprinkled up in that bitch, smear that up on the Garcia Vega, man. Seal that with the cheeks of my beautiful wife's ass. Smoke that bitch. That's what I do. It gets awkward in the car when I got to roll one for the homies.
Has stopped for the moment, a much more serious tone. They know that it's close, but folks here are keeping
Election fraud,
hope alive. And I have to tell you, the folks that we've spoken to here and across the state of North Carolina have maintained their key issues.
I think Davey has a point. You know what? Davey has a fucking point. Now that I think about it, I think he's right. I think he's got a fucking point here, guys. Did you see what Davey said? Did you see what Davey said? He's got a fucking point, actually, if you think about it. Because if you think about it, the vote early on, when the vote count was early, the Democrats were winning. But now sometimes the Democrats are losing. Sometimes there's like more votes as the votes come in, right? These dumps of votes, they're coming in, dude. There's fucking fraud. I see it. Fucking mules. The fucking mules. There's 2,000 mules. I can see them over there. All these fucking mules. Oh, and John Kennedy wins. Yeah, he's a real fucking monster. That's great. That's fucking awesome. Hey, that's great, man.
I don't fuck with you.
It's great. Oh, and Kevin Sitt. Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
I
Another
don't
traitor.
fuck with
Yeah.
you.
Fucking A, dude. A fucking traitor to the country. Hell yeah. Woo. Get it, baby. Oh, whoops. That's the wrong button. Here we go. Congratulations. Fucking Kevin's Chris Van Hollen, huh? Oh, yeah, that's great. Great. Wow. Thanks, Chris. Good job, Chris.
And you had also cautioned the viewers early in the night that depending on how a particular state counts the vote, it could look like an early lead for a particular candidate. And it would appear that's the case in both Ohio and North Carolina. It's now flipped.
Yeah, this is the reality of how people vote in America and how votes are counted in America. And you're starting to see a lot more election day vote come in. Just to give you a sense about the political geography of Ohio, these are the biggest counties.
Special agrees. That's why he exclusively votes for literally the worst of the worst crop of politicians you could imagine, right? Yeah, because they're all scum, right? They're all equally scum, right? They all kind of suck. But that's why I exclusively vote for nothing but the most terrible. I get you, bud. I get you. What the fuck are you doing here? Huh, honey? You enjoying yourself? I hate your fucking guts. I hate your fucking guts. You're not fucking welcome here, man. What the fuck are you doing here? Be gone with you.
But some of these metropolitan areas where Tim Ryan is performing better, still just look at that, 52% of the vote in. So this could be a long night in Ohio still.
Yeah, Cuyahoga County, Cleveland rocks. It also is going to be pretty slow in counting the votes tonight. And this is going to be a reality in a lot of places. We've actually seen tonight a bit of a blue mirage early on where it looked like Democrats were doing better than the
You vote for politicians that, if I was a gay man, would ensure that I don't get to marry my partner. You vote for politicians that, if I was a woman, would tell me what to do with my uterus. You hate me. This little act is for your own mental health. This is you convincing yourself that you're a good person. Oh, Swillix, you hate me so good. You know, if Swillix is hating me, then he can hate me all day, baby.
Urban areas and even some of the.
Oh, I was just thinking, what does Donna Brazile think? She's looking more and more like Storm from the X-Men over here.
Tim should be proud of himself.
What do you think it is, Governor Christie? You know, we saw Governor DeWine win very early in the night, extremely popular there, and you have to believe that the winds of DeWine's victory will help J.D. Vance.
Wow, that's
It definitely
embarrassing.
will. Look, you have to really be a bad candidate to have a governor win by that
That's
much
embarrassing.
and be underneath him and not wind up winning. I think that's why Vance will win. But this ticket splitting thing is interesting. Right now, Herschel Walker's running 150,000 votes behind Brian Kemp in Georgia. 150,000 votes. By the way, John Fetterman's running 135,000 votes behind Josh Shapiro, right? And Oz is running 100,000 votes ahead of his gubernatorial candidate, Mastriano. Right, so you start to look at this and you're seeing that voters are smarter than everybody gives them credit for. They make qualitative judgments. They look at Georgia, they look at Brian Kemp, good job as the governor, fought Donald Trump, protected election integrity, we're voting for him. Herschel Walker, they have some doubts, 150,000 fewer. On the flip side, you look at Fetterman and Shapiro, very strong gubernatorial.
Why do you think you can get away with supporting politicians that destroy gay rights and women's rights, right? And still, you know, I support those things. I like those things. I just exclusively support politicians that want to destroy those things. You don't get to live in both those fucking worlds. Own up to your fucking terrible fucking people that you support, man. Own up to it. It's pathetic.
Once you decide that Doug Mastriano is your nominee, it's not surprising at all. You know, I mean, that's the issue, and so, you know, that's the problem. Josh Shapiro is a good candidate, but could you have found perhaps the former Republican U.S. attorney in Philadelphia who was a candidate in that race? I suspect he would have run significantly better than 42% of the votes statewide. He's someone who said he investigated, investigated the election and didn't find anything to prosecute in Pennsylvania on the election. That led Donald Trump to support Mastriano and not him. But you're telling me that he wouldn't have done better than 42%? I don't know if he would have beaten Josh Shapiro. He would have done better.
This should have been a year in Pennsylvania. This should have been a really good year for Republicans, given the environment, given the unpopularity of Joe Biden, given anxiety about the economy, about inflation.
Just love vegetables.
I mean, think about it this way: if
right on his
it looks
forehead.
like Shapiro wins here, as it looks like it's headed in that direction, this will be the first time that the Democrats have won three consecutive governor's races in Pennsylvania since the 1840s. Since before there was a Republican Party. I mean, that was the Whigs.
And real quick before we go to break, I want to get the exit from Pennsylvania. You were checking about this issue of Dr. Oz I know he has a house there now, but this became a big issue.
Correct, exactly. That as well as Fetterman's health, and both of them are interesting. If you take a look at the question here, has Oz lived in Pennsylvania long enough to represent the state? Look, overwhelmingly, 56%. This is Republicans and Democrats said no. Now, again, he said that he rented a house. It was his in-laws' house in 2020, bought a house one month after he announced. But one thing, just being a South Jersey girl, that was really significant outside of where the Philadelphia Eagles play, the Fetterman camp put a huge billboard up last month saying Dr. Oz is a Cowboys fan. Now, those are fighting words for Philadelphia. A fellow Cowboys fan
we all picked up on that.
Over here. And then if you look at Fetterman's health as a question, is Fetterman in good enough health to represent the state? Not so much of a difference there, 50%. So he's kind of squeaking it out. And when you look at when he had a stroke in May, there were polls in September that showed him 10% up, and that has really gone away.
All right, we have a popular governor who won re-election tonight standing by on the other side of this break. We're going to ask him some questions about where the country is headed next. We'll talk to Governor Sununu of New Hampshire. He'll also weigh in on that Senate race.
So I just wanted to confirm that I was correct. It was Lindsey Graham who made that comment, and I know you're not going to read it. I know it doesn't matter. I know it doesn't matter, but here you go. To answer your question, you don't deserve my time. You don't deserve my effort. You don't deserve this. You're not going to read it anyway. So I don't even know why I'm bothering. But yeah, here's Lindsey Graham saying he's going to go after, Roe v. Wade is not just enough. I have no reason to believe these precedents aren't going to fall. Lindsey Graham said just weeks after Roe fell, they're going to go after Ogerfell or Ogerfeld, however the fuck you say it. If it's in here, should be. It's not. Wow. Okay. Well, never mind. But yeah, that's the ruling that allows same-sex marriage to happen, and that's the next demon that's gotta go. I know your life is a living hell. I know your life really sucks. I know your life is just terrible. It's just terrible, and I'm not gonna do a goddamn thing about it. But let me tell you one thing. You know what I am gonna do? I'm gonna ban gay marriage. I'm gonna make sure that demon is no longer bothering you, and then your life is gonna get measurably better once I ban gay marriage and I show them. And show them. You see what I mean, guys? Look, why am I wasting my time? Hey, Special, thank you so much for your time. You've been so enlightening. You've showed us exactly who you are. Thank you so much. Get the fuck out of my fucking sight, please. Oh. What's Chuck thinking? This even, it's not even, oh shit. I hit pause instead of play. I want to know about what the big things happening has to say. No? Okay. What's up with the Republicans?
States. That, of course, is Nevada. We'll be checking in with one of our reporters there about where things stand. We'll see you in 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Obergefell? Obergefell? Yeah, anyway. That's the next Roe v. Wade that's got to be slayed. Fox News. This is great. They show a car crash in their bumper. Oh, that's great.
Brian Webb is covering the Masters campaign tonight, and he joins us live from Scottsdale with more on this. Brian.
Guys, we're keeping an eye out for Blake Masters here tonight at the Republican Watch Party. No sign of him so far. He had no event scheduled today, and he didn't make himself available for a comment earlier today either. But Blake Masters is in a very unique position tonight. He is taking on a Democrat incumbent. It seems to be a dead heat tonight. The Senate is currently split 50-50, the tiebreaker going to the vice president. There are 35 Senate seats up for grabs today, but of those, only 9 are considered competitive. 5 are defended by Republicans, 4 defended by Democrats. So one seat in either direction changes everything, either giving Democrats a clear majority or handing power over to the Republicans. And Blake Masters is in the middle of it all, and he knows very well what's at stake.
No underscore, singular.
Our backs are against the wall. And if we don't get the right Republicans in office in 3 days,
we're under
gonna
attack.
lose the country forever.
Yeah, we'll lose the
But you know what? We're also
country
just
forever.
3 days away from winning this country back.
We'll lose the country
So
forever.
it's unclear if Blake Masters will show up here tonight to make a comment or not, or if we will know a winner by the end of the day, or if it'll come in the days ahead. Live in Scottsdale, I'm Brian Webb, Fox 10 News.
Okay, Brian, thanks. We'll get back to you in a minute. Incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Kelly has been ahead in most of the recent polls throughout this cycle. He had a big double-digit lead going back a few months ago. That has shrunk, and the last 2 polls actually have him trailing by 1 point to Blake Masters. But tonight, he's winning it, at least in the early voting. November 2020, he got into this job in a special election after beating Martha McSally. This followed the death of Arizona Senator John McCain.
Yeah, and he is hoping to keep his job in the Senate, to keep his role. And it's a volunteer-driven effort. Fox 10's Linda Williams is live tonight where the Kelly campaign is headquartered in Tucson with more. Linda, how's it going?
It is going well. The Rialto Theater in downtown Tucson is now full with Mark Kelly supporters. Now, he has had this Senate seat for about 22, 23 months. He says he has enjoyed it. He wants to keep the job. He said he wants to continue working across the aisle to get things done. His supporters here say they like, I think his thing is hashtag full speed ahead is what the sign says here. We're going to toss it back to you.
Terrible. Hashtag terrible.
Okay, it appears Katie Hobbs is taking the podium. She's speaking from downtown Phoenix tonight. Let's listen to what she has to say.
Hello, Arizona.
Hey, how you doing? Oh, I can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Hear their vote and secure thousands, hundreds of thousands of other votes here in Wisconsin, really pertaining to his take on inflation, rising crime in cities like Milwaukee, securing the southern border, and so much more.
Yeah, we got to secure that border, guys. We got to build that wall.
We were just putting up some of the
numbers put a wall on top of
that
the
you
wall.
were just alluding to there. You know, are people from the Johnson camp, at
like
least some of
condoms,
his campaign
you know, you
staffers,
like double condom up,
kind of milling about?
wall.
Are you talking to them?
How
Are
come
they
no one's
worried
talking
because
about
of this?
the double
I know
wall?
only 34% is in. It's too early, but have they expressed any, I guess, apprehension maybe?
Build another wall.
We haven't really, we've seen some campaign staffers about, communications folks, as well as some of his policy advisors.
Build a wall around schools.
Again, same thing. Look at their facial expressions, kind of look at their body language, and there really isn't much to say that they are nervous at this point. I think they expected there to be turnout.
I'd be nervous.
And I had a conversation with the Republican Party of Wisconsin Chairman Paul Farrow, who happens to also be the county executive of Waukesha County.
Can't say
he told us he's actually expecting there to be real.
He just has a look about him. But that's my own prejudice. I'm gonna have a kid, so I gotta watch out. I'm nervous. What the fuck? It's the new leet speak. Remember
Republicans, and he never made it about himself, unlike others. And look how he got rewarded by the Republicans. I'm telling you, what he put together and what his team did, it's really impressive.
Big night. Let's go back to Jake in D.C.
Fuck Ron DeSantis.
All right, Anderson, thanks so much. I'm standing here at the Magic Wall, obviously, with Mr. King, taking a look at the U.S. Senate and what we got. We got 46 Democrats leading right now, 2 of them in Republican seats, 46 Republicans leading right now, 1 in a Democratic seat. Give us the lay of the land.
So one of the Democrats leading in a Republican seat is Mandela Barnes, Lieutenant Governor of Wisconsin, leading right now. 47% of the vote counted over the incumbent senator by a 30,000 vote margin. Remember, Donald Trump won this state by 20,000 votes. Then Joe Biden won this state by 20,000 votes. That is today's Wisconsin. It will be close, and you see all the gray. Those are mostly Republican areas, so we're still waiting for votes to come in. This is going to go. This is a very competitive race.
Does the gay community have something really nasty for Blue Mirage? You could probably come up with something really gross for that one.
Ran very competitive races, and we're going to keep counting votes there because Lieutenant Governor Barnes
like
ran a very competitive race.
Give yourself blue balls.
This is a Democratic-held seat that is red at the moment because of Herschel Walker, who has stretched this out a little bit, but this has been a seesaw. 10 minutes ago, Senator Warnock was up by 647 votes. Then Walker was up by about 700 votes. Now Walker is up by 16,000 votes.
When you're
seeing the map filling in. That's one of the reasons Walker's vote total has changed. You see a lot of these smaller counties. This one still has no votes. Coffee County, it's tiny. It's less than 1/2 of 1% of the statewide vote. But these are big Republican counties, so it's a couple hundred votes there, a couple thousand votes there. I'll just give you an example as you come over here. It doesn't look like a lot, but in a close race, you need them. And so that's what has happened recently. Some of these smaller rural counties have started reporting their vote, and Walker has come up. Again, if you look at this dynamic, this could matter. Right. That could matter because who's ever on top, you need 50% plus 1 vote.
Oh, good job,
to avoid a runoff.
Oliver.
And so we got 20% of the vote to count. So that could change. One of these candidates could pull more significantly ahead. But this is a nail biter at the moment. And just to come over and look, a very known quantity, the Republican incumbent governor.
Yeah, blue balls is like you get close to
with a
coming and then you don't
285,000
come.
vote lead if you round that up just a little tiny bit, right?
So
the
Blue
well-known
Mirage.
Republican quantity, the Republican incumbent governor,
sleep
with 54% of the vote.
You wake
the
up
newcomer,
really early,
the untested
and then you
in
run around
politics,
the woods
Herschel
like
Walker,
a goblin
running
and
below
jerk off.
50% of the vote. So Brian Kemp helping, but not helping everywhere,
blue
if you will.
mirage.
And it's not just that Herschel Walker is untested in politics. He's
Everyone
had
knows the
a
blue
very
mirage.
rough campaign with all
you
sorts of
didn't-
allegations.
you never heard about
his
the blue
personal
mirage?
life,
Come
about
on, man.
kids he's fathered and not been there for, and on and on and on. May I ask you, because I know you have this technology, can you show me where Herschel Walker is underperforming?
Go in the future.
Brian Kemp, the governor.
Right. So you're looking at this.
Go in
Yes.
the future.
So just at home, if you help me, look at this map here.
Predict
it will
the future,
change.
science man.
Where is the counties that stay
Predict
lit
the
up?
future, science
are where
man.
Herschel Walker is underperforming.
Meaning the governor,
No,
the Republican
releases a
governor is
straight
doing
thing.
better and getting more votes than Herschel Walker.
That would be almost everywhere.
Pretty much everywhere.
1, 2, 3, 4 counties so
Never
far,
heard
and I
of the
think one of them
Karma
hasn't
Sutra?
reported any votes yet. So just
three,
about,
that just changed to 3.
Yeah, it's just changed to 3.
So almost everywhere.
Just about everywhere. So and so it matters. It matters enormously because if you come in here and you come Fulton County, it's Atlanta, it's the largest slice. There are 159 counties in Georgia, so it's a complicated state. But
That's
10%
all
of the
about no
population is right
release.
here. Atlanta, majority Democratic, without a doubt, overwhelmingly Democratic. Then you move out to the suburbs that are still predominantly Democratic, but there are Republican votes to be had, right? Herschel Walker's getting 23% of the vote there. Brian Kemp is getting 28% of the vote. That matters, and it matters hugely.
And let me also ask you, because first of all, I mean, Herschel Walker was running a base campaign. He was just trying to get Republicans out. Brian Kemp, who is a very conservative Republican, was also trying to appeal to Democrats and suburban voters.
No, it's all gay sex.
We see a
Check it
similar
out.
difference in approach between Stacey Abrams, who was also running kind of a base campaign, a little less so than Herschel
It's
Walker.
all the same shit.
Versus Raphael Warnock, the incumbent senator, who was really highlighting work he'd done in a bipartisan way. Can you show me where Stacey Abrams is underperforming Senator Warnock?
I'll look it
Sure,
up on
I can.
stream for you.
And I want to add to that point, Stacey Abrams ran 4 years ago. Raphael Warnock has had to run 3 times, right? So this is a campaign that says, where is, the question is, where is Abrams?
Just to explain this for people who are
Take
not in
a
Georgia, the
look.
reason Raphael Warnock
It's
had to run
in
3
a
times is
book.
because he ran for the Senate in 2020. Nobody got above 50%. So then he had to run again in January 2021.
Oh my God, they're
and
ringing
now he's
the
running
shit
again.
out of
So
this.
that's
He's
the third time.
And he may have to
49.3.
run
Someone
again
just
in a
get
month,
past
December 6th.
50%
That's
so they
just
can
the way
stop
it is. We'll see
talking
how this whole
about
plays
this.
out. So where is
We get
the question
it,
is, where is
guys.
Abrams
You're
underperforming Warnock?
useless.
And it's not in as many places, right? It's not in as
Shut
many
the
places
hell up,
because it's the
special.
percentages.
Quit
It's the percentages.
bitching.
But
What do you mean it's not as many
I'll do
places?
whatever the
if you
hell
come-
I want.
If you come in and look at it, it's in everywhere. It's everywhere.
Read the
In sense
Karma
that she's
Sutra.
she's running behind him because nothing changes, right? So again, you come in, and so the point. Sorry, I was distracted because the point I was going to make is you come in here and you think, okay, Senator Warnock's getting blown out here, right? And he is. But in close
You were
races,
just
to your
so
point about
correct,
Brian
Special.
Kemp, popular
I just
conservative
had to
governor,
ban you
who's
'cause
doing
you were just so
okay
real.
in the Democratic
You were
areas.
so
Okay,
Not horrific.
Right, not horrific, right? But
frightened
he's
me.
doing
I had to
okay.
stop
And then you
your
come out here
speech.
where Herschel Walker's getting 65%. You say, well, why are we talking about that, right? That's 30 points. That's 31 points. Well, we're talking about it because of this, because that's 35 points, right? It just a little bit matters, right? 5,971 votes for Stacey Abrams in this county. 6,200.
So but that's 300 votes
Wow,
for
look at
Raphael
those
Warnock
numbers.
that Stacey Abrams
Wow.
didn't get.
And it's 300 there.
Wow.
And then
Could you imagine these two clowns having an actual conversation about politics and Democratic strategy instead of poking at a fucking touchscreen like two elderly weirdos? I feel like it's like some kind of Muppet gag, like Bob, 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 touching the touchscreen, Bob, 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 Bob. You're such a bad actor, Special. The thing that really bothers me about Republicans is that they think they're fucking clever.
I'm telling you right now, I'm like Ricky Bobby. I don't come to lose. And I told you he's gonna be tough to beat.
Pull out your badge.
Tough to beat, but let me tell you what, he got the wrong Georgia here, don't he?
Pull out your badge.
So I want to tell y'all, if you can hang in there a little bit longer. Just
Pull out
hang
your
in there a
badge.
little bit longer, because something good, it takes a while for it to get better. And it's gonna get better. So I wanted to thank you guys for hanging in. And if some of you have to go home, you can wake up tomorrow morning and see that the new senator for the great state of Georgia is Herschel Walker. So I wanted to tell you guys, and I want to thank you guys for coming out. And thank you guys for being here. And thank you guys for all your support. I'm not leaving you. I'm up there, they call it a war room. And I said,
leaving race, completely out of the commentary. He is not a very smart person.
And I know you guys are ready as well. So, hey, God bless you guys. Let's just keep it going. God bless. Thank you guys so much.
It's an indictment on the neoliberal party that they lose, that they lose to Trump, that they lose to the Herschel Walkers, that they lose to the Lindsey Grahams, they lose to the fucking what's his nuts? Louis Gohmert's. You can't find a candidate, that's even, that can maybe is like pro-abortion Democrat that can compete against Louis Gohmert. And you've had years. He's been in office like 10 years, over 10 years. Oh man. No, we deserve this. We deserve this. This is what we get.
We don't want mistakes made. The AP certainly doesn't want
what
mistakes
we get for
made.
Looking into the
say
void.
They pride themselves on going back to the mid 1800s when they first started reporting
we're looking into the void,
on races
boys.
Across the nation. So at this moment, while we wait, let's go back over to the other part of the studio. My colleague Amna Nawaz speaking with a public media reporter in a really important state, Nevada. Amna.
That's right, Judy. Nevada's Senate race is one of the most hotly contested this year. Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is up against Republican Adam Laxalt. He is Nevada's former Attorney General. Colton Lockhead covers politics for the Las Vegas Review-Journal, and he joins us now. Colton, I think you're going to join us in a second. There you are. It's good to see you, and thank you for being with us.
Man,
this is a
tight
race. Tell us how Laxalt closed the gap. What's been the strongest part of his message that's resonating with voters there in Nevada?
I think, like we've seen across the country, I think his messaging on inflation has really hit home with a lot of Nevadans.
What?
Prices
I
go
can't.
up
What?
pretty astronomically
Everything
here.
is so
Market,
quiet. It is so quiet. Okay, what are senior citizens like? Don't senior citizens have a hard time listening?
73%. The enthusiasm gap closed in the days leading up to the election with, as you've been pointing out, Crystal, super high gas
Davey.
prices,
You're
a very unpopular president,
objectively
the
correct.
consumer price index crazy high, real wages down, all of these different things, bad housing market. Now, Wasserman continued, biggest problem for Dems is still independence. Just 28% approve of Biden and 66 to 28% say cost of living is more important than abortion. But when you have Democrats with that same level of enthusiasm in a final NBC News poll, 73 to 73%, that is telling.
That's very interesting.
I do really feel like that's almost the key story of this election as we see it so far. Because, again,
Crystal
if it
needs to
was
stop.
normal
Crystal,
midterm election, party in
Crystal
power,
looking.
economy is
Jesus,
terrible, people
dude,
are
stop,
angry, not happy,
please.
presidential approval rating really low, you would see much worse results than even what we know already. And so I really do think what is different is that you do have that Democratic enthusiasm number. I do think that is the story of what makes this election different than other midterm elections. And I think that comes from a couple places. I mean, number one, Donald Trump continues to be, he's not on the ballot. He's a very motivating factor. It doesn't help that he's out there like, maybe I'm going to announce I'm going to run tonight or maybe next week or whatever.
That's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, that, that was probably not helpful. So there's a sense of like the stakes are existential. And then I do also think that previously Biden's approval rating with Democrats was really not great. And once he did some stuff that they liked, his approval rating with Democrats went up really significantly. And they sort of like rallied around him, and that was responsible for his uptick in terms of the approval rating. And so I think it's the combination of like, actually, they're kind of good with some of the things Biden's been getting accomplished. They feel like he's been a decent president. even though they, continue to tell pollsters they'd rather have someone else next time around. But they're like, okay, you're getting some stuff done, and we really don't want these people in there, and Donald Trump is ready to run for president. We got to go vote. To me, those dynamics are what is making this result different from what the typical midterm result would.
Here's an interesting call again from our friends. The trigger happy, but still interesting nonetheless. They're calling the race for Maggie Hassan. They're saying that Maggie Hassan wins re-election there. Also, here's a really interesting stat from Pennsylvania, and this gets to exactly what you were talking about with outperforming Biden. He's outperforming it in all 8 of those districts, Crystal, that you had highlighted before. All 8 of the Pennsylvania counties that fully have reported their vote, he's outperforming them in every single one of them, meaning that Oz will have to significantly outrun Trump in the Philly suburbs.
Well,
now, I think that's still possible. Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
I do think that is one. Emily was talking about sort of the media narrative around Herschel Walker. I mean, there is like a media narrative around John Fetterman too, and the impact of his.
We haven't heard what this guy has to think tonight.
Actively campaigning once again. It's also possible that we'll have an actual indictment at that point. The DOJ has said that if they're going to, it'll be in the next couple of weeks. And so those are
Trump indictment. Cool.
Okay, John Ossoff there, speaking to supporters at the Rock.
Out of the race if he announces next week is just silliness, in my view, because anybody who wants to be president, if you're going to not get in because someone else announced, then you probably don't have what it takes to be president to begin with. So I think Chris is doing the right thing. He just won. He's not going to answer your question because he probably hasn't even talked to his wife about it yet, let alone talk to the people in New Hampshire who just sent him back. And, we talked earlier about Trump and what would happen tonight if some of the candidates he endorsed won and some of them lost. And I said to you, I predicted to you that he would take all the credit if they won and none of the blame if they lost. Here is his quote on TV tonight about tonight's results. Well, I think if they win, I should get all the credit. If they lose, I should not be blamed at all.
All right, Governor Christie.
So I don't know. I think I know the guy.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. We're going to come back to this conversation. I took notes. 10:37. It took us till about 20 minutes to 11 here in the.
Wow. He just comes right out and says it. That's really just amazing. It really kind of is. This guy. Okay. Cenk, what? Cenk went to bed?
Actually a very cavernous place, and people are spread out. They are literally taking these ballots out of the envelopes, absentee as well as mail-in ballots. They're smoothing them out, and then they are scanning them. What I can tell you right now, and what we're hearing about some numbers are being counted, it is about 160,000 in-person votes that they have counted. And in this processing center, where it is mail-in and absentee ballots, we understand about 65,000 have been counted. So you add those two numbers, it comes up to about 225,000. We're being told that's about 20% of the votes counted.
Votes.
And what we're also hearing is that officials are saying it looks like this count on the mail-in and absentee ballots is going a little faster than it did in 2020. But there might be a slowdown because you know that election officials have been looking very carefully at those mail-in ballots. They want to make certain that there is no fraud. They also want to defer any potential questions that might be raised about double voting. In addition, you know that the Democrat for Senate, John Fetterman, joined a lawsuit that was coming out of here and filed with the federal government. He joined with other Democrats to say they want to make certain that any invalid dates on the envelopes of mail-in ballots would not disqualify those ballots, because mail-in ballots are very important to everybody. They're particularly important to the Democrats, because one of the things that they're hearing is that of 1.4 million mail-in ballots that were requested in this area, 70% of those came from Democrats. So it's very important to them that they get this count in here right. Guys, back to you.
All right, Rahima Ellis at a vote counting location in Philadelphia. Let's do some results. We can call Missouri's Senate race. Eric Schmidt, prevails in that race. That was a hotly contested primary. He cruises to victory in Missouri. Let's go to Iowa. Chuck Grassley, 89 years old, wins an 8th term in the United States Senate. For a moment, this looked competitive, but Grassley pulls it out.
Here's what the Senate looks like right now at this hour. Republicans with a 2-seat majority right now. Again, this is where we are at this moment, 16 undecided. And let's look at some governor's races now. The Kansas governor race, too close to call. The New Mexico race, let's see, that one is...
that one's too close to call.
Goes to the incumbent, Michelle Lujan
go.
Grisham will hang on in New Mexico.
The meteorologist challenger, Mark Ronchetti, does not prevail there. And as mentioned, the Senate race in Georgia, it is down to the wire. I guess Al Roker might be mad that I mentioned the meteorologist, but we always find it interesting. We have a lot of former newscasters and TV anchors and as candidates around the country. Let us go to Ellison Barber. She's at Walker headquarters in Atlanta. Hey, Ellison, what are you hearing?
Hey, Savannah and Lester, we just heard from
Hello,
Republican
Allison.
Herschel Walker coming out telling the crowd of supporters here that this is going to be a long night. He said, we knew this is going to be a tough fight, but he says that they are in it for the long haul, and he, as well as his campaign, are feeling incredibly confident right now. I just spoke to his campaign manager, and they say that they feel like at this point, even though the numbers are so close, the projections are that this race is too close to call, that they can eke out an outright
really
win
great.
tonight. They said that they're looking at numbers on their end, and they feel very confident right now. And take this with a grain of salt, because this is obviously from Herschel Walker's campaign, but here's the argument that they're making to me right now. They say, look, we typically don't have the votes in this early for some of those big Atlanta area counties, Democratic strongholds, places like DeKalb County, Fulton. They say those are in right now. What they're looking at and waiting for are some of the northern Atlanta suburban counties, big counties like Forsyth County, where they believe they can really raise the margins and get more numbers on their sides. You look at North Georgia, a Republican stronghold, right? I was looking at 2 counties, Chautauqua County, Georgia, a place that I have spent a lot of time in, as well as Rabun County, Georgia, another place I have spent a lot of time in. And when you look at those numbers right now and you compare what we're seeing at this point in this Senate race to how things were when it was 2020 and President Trump was on the ballot, and Herschel Walker in those 2 counties is about 2 to 3% behind what Trump was in 2020, and Warnock is overperforming compared to Biden. I asked the campaign about that. I said, are you not worried a little bit that maybe Herschel Walker is underperforming just a little bit in some of these Republican strongholds? They said no. They think there are still votes to come in from the northern rural counties in this state, and that they will be able.
And it could be that both those Republican candidates, it's possible they'll lose, which I would not have thought a week or 2 ago. And Lake was if Tim Ryan was the star for the Democrats this year, Kari Lake was the star. People were talking about it as a future president, things like that. She showed a lot of, I thought, good political skills on the campaign trail. But she did have this, and maybe we'll hopefully learn from the exit polls. This stance on the elections will be an albatross around.
And Amy, I don't go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to chip in. One thing I would probably take a little bit of issue with David's analysis, that I don't think Kari's a conservative. Just a couple of years ago, she was organizing for Barack Obama. She was hosting drag queen parties in her house. I mean, she is a performance artist, and she's taking advantage of this moment. But I don't think she's truly a conservative.
Yeah, well, this is a good point, how the word conservative have moved. I didn't mean, I thought she was sitting around reading Edmund Burke. but conservative, the way I was using it was Trumpian performance.
Yeah, who was a Democrat just a few years ago and campaigning and organizing for Barack Obama.
But Republicans are presumably voting for her. Conservatives are voting for her.
She clearly won the primary. But I do think, if you look at the results so far, I think Republicans were very encouraged because they were looking at the early vote of people who voted so far, and more were registered Republicans. If her numbers are trailing, we have this conversation about January 6th. Maybe voters make up their own minds because it could be the Republicans are actually not voting.
My question to David was, when you may talk about wanting to put January 6th behind you, but if you're electing candidates who say that should be front and center, that they deny the election, we have a race to call, and this is one President Biden let us know about, and that's Abigail Spanberger. We heard more of Lopez reporting the president had already called her to congratulate her. Very, shall we say, tough race. She was challenged, is challenged by Yesli Vega, who has been embraced by former President Trump, embraced by Governor Glenn Youngkin. He's been campaigning with her, actively out on the trail. With 99, AP was very conservative tonight, with 99% of the expected vote in, they are now calling Abigail Spanberger.
Okay, just
the
not
winner.
even a million
Amy
votes.
Walter?
Yeah, this was a really important race for a couple of reasons. One, it is a really swingy seat. It's a new seat. It was almost entirely new, even though Spanberger is the incumbent, mostly new to her.
Most important.
It's an issue. It's a state
most important
district,
race.
sorry.
Most ignored race.
That went for Biden by about 7 points in 2020, but also went for the Republican candidate, Glenn Youngkin, for governor by 5 points. So this is definitely the kind of seat, if you're going to see big swings, this is the place you'd see it. It's also a place where abortion was centerpiece. Certainly the Democrat Abigail Spanberger made it the centerpiece of her election, really focusing on Vega's not just anti-choice position, but on a position that she said was extreme, including Vega's comments that rape does not result in pregnancy. And this is where, you know, you have a lot of Democrats looking back saying, boy, if the Roe v. Wade decision had come down in 2021 before the Virginia governor's race, what difference would that have made in that state? These are the kinds of districts where you would think that would matter. It's also important, I think, because, you know, one of the worries that Democrats have had is that their turnout is going to be much lower in states where there wasn't anything on top of the ballot. There's no governor's race there. There's no Senate race in Virginia. This is the classic situation where the out party really excited, they show up to the polls, the in party not paying as much attention. But this is where, you know, the fact that Democrats targeted this race, that Spanberger is a very strong candidate, spent a ton of money really trying to get those voters out. And this takes then the possibility of Republicans picking up more than 20 seats. That's really, I won't say anything's off the table, but it would mean that districts that we have not even talked about as being possible would suddenly have to come into play for Republicans to get that kind of
It's certainly going to be a better night, it seems like, in the
Davey is right. They are underperforming. Oh, man. We just missed Chuck Todd's analysis. Oh, that's such a bummer. Hold on. We got to back it up, guys. Hold on. We were missing his delightful commentary.
He jammed through a new House map. It gave them 4 House seats that they didn't think they were going to have. Ron DeSantis might be the hero of the night for the Republicans, while Donald Trump might be the guy that suddenly spurred Democratic turnout.
Can I just say one more,
just
put
thing? Put those little 2 things together
just
tonight.
Just context-wise here, because one of our guests, Brendan Buck, said this. Sure, Republicans don't need to win by a whole bunch, but it sure makes governing easier for a potential House Speaker Kevin McCarthy if the margin is more than 15 or so, because there are people in his caucus who could make life difficult for him. That's why this matters, right? What the margin is.
But does the Lauren Boebert loss, if that happens, actually help a McCarthy? That's something I'm just curious about. If he gets because that's always been the fear. He gets it only with a few votes, and then he's basically held hostage by the farthest right member.
They may not have a governing majority, but just winning, they take over those committees. You have Jim Jordan in charge of Judiciary. You have all of those impeachment threats. And, of course, the end of the January 6th investigation.
Well, we're going to have to get to the end of the book to see how it all unfolds. We're not there yet. We've got a lot of election to cover here. We're back with much more of our coverage, including reaction to the night's events from South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. He'll be our guest coming up right after this.
Are you still here, Special? Do you want to learn something? You want to meet the freaks that you're fucking supporting that you supposedly don't know anything about?
An 8th term as senator in the state of Iowa. He'd been up against retired.
He's literally 89 years old, and the neoliberals couldn't take him down. Fuck, you're still here. Fuck you. All right, fine.
we go with this? Okay, we have breaking news in New Hampshire, the Senate race. ABC News can now project that Maggie Hassan, the incumbent in New Hampshire, has won re-election. Again, this is the race we've been watching tonight. Nice. Didn't get a lot of attention going in. She won by 1,000 votes in 2016. Tonight, that margin much greater. Maggie Hassan, the incumbent in New Hampshire, will go back to the Senate. And if you remember Nate Silver at the board earlier, Nate, now that we have Colorado and New Hampshire, suddenly we're in an even ball game between the Democrats and the Republicans.
Yeah, this is just what we looked at earlier. It is a jump ball right now, 51% Democrat, 49% GOP.
This is really incredible. And Rick, can we dive into New Hampshire? How did she do this? How is she performing up against, say, Biden and
I
against?
actually really like how Nate Silver is really just getting pushed aside in this coverage.
Guess what? That is not what Don Bolduc was able to do. Maggie Hassan opening a pretty significant lead. Same thing there in the southeastern part of the state. That is an area where a Republican needs to win. Period. Full stop. It has not happened. Donald Trump came a lot closer to Joe Biden, again, in a state he lost. And I'll tell you, this is going to be on Trump. Because in a non-Trump world, it's possible that Governor Sununu, who we just had on our air, runs for this seat, or someone else gets nominated who has a much better chance. Basically, the Republican establishment cut Don Bolduc loose. MAGA tried to save him, and it doesn't appear like their efforts are going to be enough. And this will be seen as a Republican possibility that was left on the table.
And we were reporting this since early in the night. Remember, Don Bolduc is the candidate who said that Joe Biden didn't win over the summer. It wasn't until after Labor Day at some point that he said he did win. He also, in their final debate, the moderator had to step in because he said they were bringing busloads of illegal voters into New Hampshire. The moderator said, "Do you have evidence?" He said, "I believe it. I believe it." And Maggie Hassan said, "There you have it, right there. That's election denialism. He's stoking the big lie." Martha.
Right, well, I mean, he's going to show up in 25 seconds. So, all right. I'm utterly miserable, Lauren. I feel like I've literally just shoveled waste into my mouth. Like my body is full of waste.
Streaming free now.
Welcome back to our election night coverage here on NBC. We've got some more results we can share with you. The New Hampshire Senate race. We can tell you that Maggie Hassan, the Democrat, will hang on to defeat General Don Bolduc.
And let's go to Connecticut. Richard Blumenthal gets another term in the United States Senate.
Richard.
And let's see where we are at this hour with the Senate breakdown, 43 seats to 43 seats. If you wanted a tight election, well, your wishes came true. We want to welcome in Republican senior senator from South Carolina, Lindsey Graham. Hi, Senator. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Well, we just
I
called
didn't want a tight election.
You didn't. Well, you're getting one. And I mean, let's talk about.
Listen. Go ahead.
No, well, I was just going to say, let's talk about New Hampshire, because here's one where Republicans were feeling kind of good recently.
Sure.
But you do have General Bolduc, who it was controversial, election denier from that wing of the party. Well, how are you reading these tea leaves?
If you run that far behind your governor candidate, you probably made a mistake. So, General Bolduc served his country well, but, Sununu won big. Bolduc, wouldn't talk about what we should have done, I guess, but definitely not a Republican wave, that's for darn sure. I was in charge of Guam, so I want to take credit for that.
Congratulations.
We won Guam, which I thought was big. 1993 is the last time we were in Guam. I think, I think we're going to be at 51, 52 when it's all said and done, the Senate.
Well, let's talk about the Donald Trump effect. There have been a couple of conversations around this table as it's become apparent there's not going to be a wave here. And the question of whether his appearances along the way have actually hurt Republicans. Do you give that any credence?
Not really. I think it was a referendum on Biden. If we take back the House and we get the Senate majority, that's a very good night.
Like a
wave would have been like New Hampshire and Colorado. So, you got hats off to the Democrats. They performed well in a lot of these swing districts. A couple of days from now, we'll know better. But at the end of the day, guys, if we take the House and the Senate, we're going to have to sit down as a country and figure out what to do with it. Some unsolicited advice to President Biden: if we do take the House and we do take the Senate, let's all go to the border and see if we can find a way to fix it. I've got a bill with Elizabeth Warren, believe it or not, to regulate social media. maybe we could do something in energy.
What about
in the
putting more
energy
money
space.
into
So
America's
if it's a divided
pockets?
government, maybe something good can come of it.
I want to just mention that we have
What
a
about
result in the
higher
Ohio Senate race.
retirement
J.D.
benefits?
Vance just won, a Republican beating Tim Ryan, the Democratic congressman. So we've got a result there. Let's keep talking, Senator Graham, while we have these moments together.
It hurts.
You know, there's the Trump wing of the party. There's the DeSantis vein of the party. DeSantis having a very good night. We don't know yet how we'll characterize Trump's night. Let me tell you what President Trump said today to an interview about Ron DeSantis. He said it would be a mistake if DeSantis won and he ran for president. And he said, and if he did, Trump said he would say things about him that won't be flattering, and said, I know more about him than anybody. How does this sit with you?
Take it for what it's worth. Here's what I think. President Trump, if he announces next week, which I think he's likely to do, will have about 6 months to himself. Ron DeSantis can't announce for president on Valentine's Day. You know, he's got to be governor for a while. So President Trump has a chance to get a wall of money, a mountain of support, and close this thing out. And if he fails to do that, I think a lot of people will run. But he'll have his shot 4 or 5 months where it's pretty much his field by himself.
Would you
we'll see how he does.
Would you expect President Biden to throw his hat in early if Donald Trump goes?
You know, I don't know. It depends on what happens tonight. If Biden doesn't run, who do you replace him with? You know, President Trump has bags. He has assets. I don't know how you replace President Biden if he, you know, that's their problem, not ours. We've got plenty of problems. But I think tonight's going to be a very good night for Republicans if we take the House by a governing majority. Y'all made a good point. I said 25 House seats and 52 Senate seats. I think we're going to be short of 25 and maybe at 51. So it's not a wave for sure, but I think it'll be a very good night.
All right, Senator Graham, thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much. We're back with more coverage of election night.
That really wasn't very illustrative. Illustrative? It didn't really show Lindsey Graham like in his totality. That was a pretty neutral Lindsey Graham. They didn't even ask him about abortion. Wow, that must be so cool. You're a politician that has so many abhorrent views. You're an absolute piece of shit person. And then you go on MSNBC and they just treat you like a regular guy. Not like the monster you are. That's really amazing. That is really amazing. You can strip people's rights away. Wow. I'm holding on to this because I want to watch Smug Sagar Angenetti. You know, I want to look at his giddy reaction to his favorite little authoritarian winning. Fucking JD Vance, JD ban pornography Vance. And there's a bunch of other shit too. He's a personal friend of Sagar's. Oh, God. What is this? What the hell is this? Fetterman outrunning Biden just about everywhere in Pennsylvania. Our estimate now leans Democratic. Wow. That's cool. Wow, what a neat visualization as well. Showing each area and how, like, big of an increase there was in each area. So so the lesson is people would rather vote for a stroke victim than a fake TV doctor. I guess we shouldn't be surprised, but I guess I am a little. I thought the fake TV doctor was going to win it.
Races in the Keystone State. We'll also be bringing on reporters in Nevada as the polls will close there very, very soon, and tracking some of those races in Nevada as well. More on that in 2 minutes.
Is he actually producing the show? Did he just click away to the commercial? All right, let's see Sagar's fucking. Yeah, here we go.
Welcome back.
And we get no Sagar.
Sagar's gone, so we can talk about drugs now.
Sagar's gone, so we can talk
Excellent.
about drugs. We're talking about, in the sort of broader context, about how this hasn't been necessarily.
Wow. So Sagar's not here to announce J.D. Vance has won. What is he, like, celebrating and calling him? Oh, congratulations, buddy. I'm so happy for you. I'm so glad the Republican experiment is succeeding in America. I'm so happy that that's happening right now. And I'm supposed to treat this guy with respect. We're gonna destroy America.
Still to come in this race because we've got 4.1 million registered voters in Arizona.
In the race for U.S. Senate, Mark Kelly hoping to hold on to his seat. He has 58% of the vote so far. Blake Masters with 40% of the vote. And, of course, Mark Victor still on the ballot getting that 2%.
All right, checking in on some of the other big races tonight. Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, a former Maricopa County recorder who was defeated back in 2020. He's back, and he's running for the state's top election job. He's winning handily over Mark Fincham, who drew a lot of fire for casting a lot of doubt on the 2020 election for president. Fincham trailing by 18 percentage points tonight.
Oh, nice.
In the race for Attorney General in Arizona, Chris Mays, the Democrat in the race, getting 57% of the votes so far. Abraham Hamadeh, the Republican.
Dude, I'm going to have to reboot my, not my computer, but the browser. Yeah, I'm out of video memory, boys. Hold on. All right, have a good night, special. I can't say it was a pleasure to talk to you, so I hope I don't see you again, quite frankly. Oh, this is gonna be such a. Hold on, let me just close it. JD Vance. Oh, JD Boner in my pants. Holy shit, dude, you're all DMing me? Get the fuck out of my DMs, you fucking weirdo. Jesus Christ. Oh no, that's all I heard. That's all I saw in my DMs.
Running for president. And in the Senate race in California, Senator Alex Padilla is taking a first full term there. He is the one who stepped in after Kamala Harris obviously was elected vice president. He is now the projected winner. He will now serve a first full term
But they're also
in the Senate representing the state of California, making history there as well. So a lot of news to get to. I want to get to Pennsylvania Governor Josh Shapiro and the effects this could have, Rick Klein, on John Fetterman or on Mehmet Oz if they were actually successful in trying to encourage some Shapiro voters to come their way. What does this look like?
Yeah, I'm focused on the suburbs of Philadelphia because, frankly, these are staggering numbers for a Democrat these days. You see our 538 benchmark. You need to carry something like Bucks County with about half the vote. Well, Josh Shapiro is up at around 65%. Same story in Montgomery County, 15 points ahead of
Washington State, Patty Murray, the incumbent, against Tiffany Smiley. That race is too early to call in Washington. Ohio, J.D. Vance, projected winner over Tim Ryan in the state of Ohio. And Maggie Hassan will hang on to win in New Hampshire in that Senate race against General Donald Bullock.
It's going to be going down to the wire in Georgia again. That Senate race too close to call there. In North Carolina, something of a surprise. That race too close to call at this hour. And in Pennsylvania, the Senate race is too early to call.
Arizona Senate too close to call. Let's see, Wisconsin Senate, that remains too close to call as well. And we look at the Nevada Senate race as we move past to Nevada, too early to call.
So let's see how it's shaking down in the Senate at this hour.
I've seen him.
How the numbers add up. Democrats have
the
44
dick no
seats.
longer has balls,
Republicans
guys.
have 45 seats. We've also got state house races hotly contested. And we have a projection in Georgia. Brian Kemp will defeat Stacey Abrams. That rematch is over. The incumbent goes back to office. In California, Governor Gavin Newsom, who survived a recall attempt, also goes back to the state house.
And we have a projection in the Idaho governor's race. NBC News projects Brad Little, the incumbent, will be reelected. In Pennsylvania, the governor's race there, Josh Shapiro, the Democrat, defeats Doug Mastriano. And the Oregon governor's race is too early right now.
Arizona's governor's race too early to call, polls closing just about an hour ago there. In Nevada, tough race there for the incumbent Steve Sisolak. Too early to call what's going to happen there with the former Clark County Sheriff Joe Lombardo. And in Michigan, it's too early to call. Gretchen Whitmer, the incumbent, trying to hang on against Tudor Dixon.
The Wisconsin governor's race also too close to call at this hour.
All right, let's go to Chuck. What do you got your eye on?
Well, I just want to do a quick big picture here. The fact of the matter is neither political parties really won a road game. My favorite ex-coach, Pat Riley, used to say a 7-game series in the NBA playoffs doesn't get started until the road team gets a win. Road team hadn't won anything yet. Reds have stayed red, Blues have stayed blue, whether in governor's races for the most part or Senate races. And look at this. I mean, this is 2020 in review. I just want to take you to 2 states here. You know, we're sitting here on a knife's edge in Georgia. If that's a familiar thing from 2020, let me take you to Wisconsin. In this Senate race, this has been going back and forth, just 16,000 votes. So the point is, in America's most polarized state in the union, it's acting the same way it is. And one more important point here on a Senate race we've all been following. I know everything in Arizona is too early, but I want you to do what we've been doing, which is take a look at the Blake Masters number right now, and then let me show you the Kari Lake number right now. Blake Masters is underperforming Lake here, and it looks like it's going to this third-party candidate. The point is this: that's, you know, he can't afford. I mean, Kelly is overperforming Katie Hobbs by about a percentage point, and Masters is underperforming Kari Lake by about 3 percentage points here. Anyway, not a good sign if you're Blake Masters.
Well, by the way, Mark Victor, that third-party candidate, dropped out of the race, but his name's still on the ballot.
Still on the ballot, and he's doing better than our libertarian in Georgia, who is likely going to force a run.
Go to fucking bed.
Okay, so Holly, what say you?
Here.
So if you're looking at themes tonight, there's a couple of things that I'm super interested in, because as Chuck has noted, we are doing a bit of a rematch of 2020. We've talked about, as we talk about big picture themes, we've talked about the Donald Trump factor, which you addressed with, I think, Senator Lindsey Graham. We'll see how that goes. I think you're looking at abortion access too, right? Because this has been something that Democrats have focused on heavily. They've wanted to see some enthusiasm around. And I will tell you what, I think we should be looking at youth vote a little bit as well, because right now we are seeing numbers that are very similar to what we saw in 2018 when it was record-breaking youth turnout. They largely break for Democrats here. You know, I have a question here on how much that is helping to drive some of the, as Chuck knows, the college town turnout, et cetera, how much that is helping to drive Democrats to overperform.
How are these people still talking about the fucking numbers? Surely a little actual criticism could have squeaked into some of this coverage, but no. It's just the numbers. It's just all about the numbers. Hey, Kemp
Slight
won.
lead over Raphael Warnock at this
Yay.
hour, but the story right now is Brian Kemp at, let's see, shortly after 11 o'clock here in the East. He will stay as the governor of Georgia. And John Carl, you and I have talked about this race because this is an example of someone who stood up to former President Trump, who stood up for the election results in Georgia, stood by his officials in Georgia, and he survives, and he's reelected with a larger margin over Stacey Abrams.
Governor Kemp signed the certification of Joe Biden's election victory in the state of Georgia, and then he defied Donald Trump, told him flat no when Trump tried to put pressure on him to call a special session of the Georgia legislature to overturn those results. Donald Trump was so angry about that he actually recruited former Senator David Perdue to run against Brian Kemp in the Republican primary, and Kemp just destroyed him. He beat him decisively. And Trump actually went to Georgia earlier this year during the primary, David. And he said that Georgia might be better off if Stacey Abrams won.
Yeah, that was incredible for Donald Trump to say not so long ago. Let's get it right out to Steve Osunsami, who knows Georgia better than any of us here in the studio. Steve, you were telling me, too, before we came on the air, that Governor Kemp has earned the trust of some of the voters who might not have voted.
Yeah, okay. Don't give a fuck. What's Chuck have to say?
Time for a reckoning.
Yeah, because there's just too many factions that refuse to have it.
And it could turn out that in Georgia, when you see this closer race, that Herschel Walker, and I'm not even talking about the scandals, but clearly unqualified on issues.
We all knew that was going to happen.
Unable to even discuss issues.
I'm feeling pretty confident, especially after today, saying that, you know, Trump is going to pretend to campaign. He's going to do the rallies. You know, and he's going to do it until it's just totally untenable. and hand it over to Ron DeSantis, either just by not running and just staying quiet and letting DeSantis run, or, you know, doing like, you know, hey, you know, bury the hatchet ceremony and they do a co-speech or something. But he can't run. He can't run. It puts him under a bunch of scrutiny for all the money he's been raising. He can't do that. He needs all that money to pay for all the shit that all the trouble he's been getting in. I don't know. At least that's my theory.
Just in the last couple of hours here, the former president coming out and telling reporters at his campaign event at Mar-a-Lago that is happening tonight
he
doesn't think that Mitch McConnell should be the person who leads the caucus.
This is turning into a disastrous night for Donald Trump and an amazing night for Ron DeSantis, because if the only way now Republicans grab the House is thanks to Ron DeSantis' new map that he jammed in, even after Republicans said, no, that's going to be thrown out in court. And he did it anyway, and those 4 seats may be huge.
We're talking a lot of this political terminology, the wave, non-wave. Remember, to gain control of the Senate, Republicans need only 1 seat. They need only 5 seats in the House.
The
wave refers to how big are the margins, and that is, of course, what we're all waiting. Whether there's a governing majority and whether either party can get anything done.
A lot of money being spent for status quo, Savannah.
Okay, Jake Ward is at a polling location in Orange County, California tonight. Polls just closed there. Hi, Jake, what do you see?
I want Chuck Todd's big-ass Microsoft Surface.
Savannah, it's really fun to be here. Applause just burst out among people here as it was announced that the polls were closed. And what's so amazing in an era when we are seeing so much misinformation and intentional disinformation from the likes of President Trump and others about the possibility of there being some sort of interference going on or ballot harvesting. You hear all that rhetoric, but then we went inside this facility, which is both a place where people can vote and where the ballots get counted. And we are seeing the mechanism at work, and it is really a bulletproof mechanism. Not only do you have all of this high security machinery that does the extracting and the sorting and the rest of it, you have a GPS-enabled system in which the drop boxes are constantly monitored as to their location, and they never travel the same route twice, so nobody could even possibly get out in front of them and interfere in some way. Not only do you have all of that sort of bulletproof mechanism at work, you also have this radical transparency. The whole place is covered in signs like these museum-quality signs that try to explain to people exactly how the process works. And that's because here in California, if you are a voter, you have the right to say, I want to be an observer. You can come in and be part of this whole process. Watch it as much as you like. And so for us, seeing the redundancies of it all built on one another and the radical transparency of this system is really a testament to just how fair and open elections have been, at least here in California, you guys.
Yeah, wow.
All right, thank you, Jake. And we have a result to report in New York's governor's race. We got a call. Kathy Hochul will get her first full term. She, of course, replaced Andrew Cuomo, who stepped down in scandal. The incumbent there will get to serve out a first full term in a race that tightened up in those later days.
Lee Zeldin really pushing crime, showing up at subway stops where there have been instances of violence, and was running on that with a
so I
very
guess that means people don't give a shit about crime.
We want to welcome in Jose Diaz-Balart, an anchor for Telemundo, MSNBC, in the Saturday edition of NBC Nightly News. Lester hands that torch every Saturday over to Jose. The Latino vote has been so interesting. We obviously have the results in from Florida, but Democrats cannot take the Latino vote for granted.
It's interesting. You know, I'm convinced that there is no Latino vote. There are just Latino voters, and they vote differently depending on their sensitivity, their life experience, even where their parents and grandparents are from. I've been talking to Chuck Todd. I think the story. There's 34.5 million Latino eligible to vote in this election. 15% of the electorate is Latino. That's a massive amount of people. And I think that where it's been, and it's an outlier, no doubt, is Florida. The impact of Latino voters in Florida. DeSantis winning majority, the Cuban vote.
I don't want to mean
majority of the Puerto Rican vote in that I-4 corridor. 55% of the Puerto Rican vote, 50% of all of the other Latino voters in the state of Florida. Miami-Dade.
He's going to outpoll Marco Rubio in his
Miami-Dade. In Miami-Dade. Well, Marco Rubio didn't win his county, the last time he ran. But I think that it's important to recognize the strength of the Latino vote throughout our country. And, we know, Nevada, we know California. First Latino senator
what is the
from the state of California, now reelected. it's interesting. There really isn't a Latino vote.
But is Florida now a solid red state?
Seems to me like it's a solid,
no longer a swing state.
It's a solid Republican state for now, but it's more a DeSantis state.
Yeah, I agree with you on that.
It's
and
like a
DeSantis,
40-inch
Jose, I had a
tablet,
Democratic
dude.
consultant say to me, I'm tired. We got to
No, it
stop
doesn't.
putting Latinos in
like
a
a
box
20-inch
and trying
tablet.
to like treat them as African Americans. That there's one issue that will somehow unite. That
like
Latino
24
voters
inches.
are just what Jose said. Stop trying to single them out. Instead, whatever you're pitching swing voters, pitch that to Latino voters. That demographics and just like the same thing, how we
Just
carve
get
up
the
the
hair
white vote
plugs.
in those different buckets. That's how you the Latino vote is no different.
But don't ignore them. I mean, a recent Naleo poll
thinning
shows that
every single month,
44%
it
of
thins.
Latinos didn't get any outreach or information from either political party. 44%.
And they've been turning more, certainly turning more Republican.
Excellent
but it's
news.
also, I've seen voters interviewed who
Davey
are Latino
reporting in
voters
here.
in Texas and other places who are praising the busing of migrants. They're as concerned about the immigration crisis as anyone else is, but often because they feel
Ooh,
that
that's
the
close.
pressure of this kind of immigration is
52
not
to
something that they can
48.
live with either.
The humanitarian crisis at the border strikes
just
so deep,
everyone.
and it affects so many people in so many different
73%
ways
reporting.
that every
Update
single
in 3
person feels it
seconds.
very differently. There's a lot of there, but for the grace of God go I. With the
I want
humanitarian
to bring
crisis.
Tom Yamas
Nothing
into the
changed.
conversation because he's been looking at exit polls on this very
Advertisement.
issue. Tom, what are you seeing?
Well, we were talking about Governor Ron DeSantis in Florida, and this is it's an interesting stat to look at. This is the exit poll coming out of Florida, specifically on Latino voters. Jose was just talking about this. So we compared 2018 to 2022. So with Cuban American voters, 67, 68, pretty much stays the same. But look at what Governor Ron DeSantis does tonight. With Puerto Rican voters, he grows from 34% to 55%.
Wow.
With other Latino voters, we're talking about
Wow,
Colombian Americans,
dude.
Venezuelan Americans, 34% to 50%. Democrats would love these kind of numbers anywhere, specifically Florida. If Democrats want to learn why
They're
they're
being
losing voters to the
successfully
GOP,
duped.
they should study the state of Florida. Yes, every group is different. It's not monolithic. But Florida
They're being
Republicans are doing something
successfully
right. They're setting up
duped.
a lot of different locations where they're meeting Hispanic voters where they are. They're on the air in English. They're on the air in Spanish. And any assumptions the Democratic Party has about Latino voters, whether it be about immigration or abortion, they have to sort of get back to the drawing board because they're losing these important voters to their party. And it's not just Florida. It's places like Arizona and Texas as well. Guys, back to you.
All right, Tom, let's put a pin on this conversation for the moment because we do have a couple of results to report.
Oh,
We're going to start in North
yippee.
Carolina or in the Virginia House. Let's throw it up there and see. Okay, Ted Budd is the projected winner
big
over Sherry
shocker.
Beasley in the United States Senate. So that is a hold for Republicans. Let's go to this closely watched House race. The Virginia 2nd District, Elaine Laurier, member of the
6th
January 6th
committee,
committee, goes
killed
down
her.
to defeat Jen Kiggins, the former nurse practitioner and
Goodbye,
Navy
Elaine.
pilot, will prevail there in a district,
That's
Chuck,
what you
that
get
was
for standing up to
redistricted,
fascism.
redrawn, and to favor the Republicans a bit more. And Elaine Luria certainly learned that tonight.
And look, Virginia 2 usually goes with the party that's in the majority. So we're not saying, I don't want to sit here and say we're calling the majority, but that Virginia Beach seat is as swingy and always has been very swingy. North Carolina, look, I was showing you, I was skeptical that Beasley had a path, and obviously she did some overperforming, but I go back to these rural counties here. These are majority African-American rural counties where she couldn't carry it, right? And Biden did. And it's really in these rural areas that she underperformed because Bud was gettable. The real question is going to be whether Democrats put enough energy and time in the state of North Carolina.
Under 4,000
because
votes was the
there
difference.
is some evidence here that this was
No, the
potentially a
difference was
winnable race.
400
They never
votes?
treated it as a top-tier target.
Wow.
And again, her deficit here is
Wow.
more in the rural areas, particularly places along the South Carolina border where there are essentially dormant voters. These are voters that, you know, we've
there are
been using them in
millions
our
of people
gone
who
talking with them in our county to
they
county.
just turned
They
off
were
the channel.
saying
Oh,
that, you know,
politics
the
on
parties didn't
TV,
reach out
switch
to
it
them,
over.
particularly
Oh,
the
I'm gonna
rural
watch
African American
Twilight,
vote. And
whatever
this
the
is going to
fuck.
be something I think that they're going to end up regretting. Let me talk about the House. We told you Virginia was sort of small, medium, and large. When it came to
Millions of
our
people.
wave watches, if you will. Let me get it out here,
Don't
our
even
early
give a
looks.
shit.
And as you could see, Republicans got one, but Democrats held the other two, which is why this is no wave night. It's a race-by-race fight that our model at some point may catch up to, if you will. Let's see what Democratic turnout looks like in California without a big statewide draw on that front. But if Virginia went as well as it did
calculating
for
the,
Democrats,
for the
perhaps
anomalous.
California will be better than expected for Democrats as well in these House races.
All right, Chuck, thanks very much. We've got some more races to cover here. Let's look at the Oregon Senate race, where we are on that one. And Ron Wyden, the incumbent, will go on to defeat Joe Ray Perkins for the Oregon Senate
enemy
seat.
of progressivism.
Here's where the Senate stands
Cool.
at this hour, 46-45, and Republicans favor 9 undecided seats.
Well, let's go to Oregon's governor's race. This is a fascinating
go
one.
for
It's actually a
45
three-way
minutes,
race.
and then
It's
I'm
too close to
shutting this
call
shit off.
right
I'm gonna
now.
go take a
But
shower.
Oregon has not had a Republican governor in about 40 years. So it would be an earthquake if the Republican Christine Drazan could somehow put together a victory there. Too early to call. We'll keep an eye on that
This
one.
night still has plenty of surprises to deliver. I think we're going to take a break now. We'll be back in a moment with more of NBC's election night coverage.
All right. More Lester. We'll come back to Lester there. You know I can't stand leaving Lester too long.
Supreme Court.
You can't be expected to win the Super Bowl by just starting to play yesterday. I mean, you got to invest in those states. The reason why we're still holding out on Georgia is because the party invested. If you invest, then you can reap and harvest on election day. She's going to fall short, but you know what? Now the Democratic Party has a plan to build for the future, especially in states like...
She's making excuses for a loser, which is exactly what Donna Brazile is best at. To answer your, to reply to your comment, the results of the selection is fucking disheartening. I agree, but I would also like to point out that, Davey is right in telling us, hey, we're being a little pessimistic here. Because, it wasn't a red wave. It wasn't a red blowout. That tells me that, I said, I was saying, that this was the canary in the coal mine yesterday. And I still think that this midterm election is a good bellwether on what we're going to experience in 2024. Barring any major Democrat scandal or Republican scandal, right? But it's really hard to think of a Republican scandal that would actually truly rock the boat. I mean, like, it would have to be something truly heinous and, like, caught on camera unequivocally, them, right? And even then, even after that, would it even be enough? Like, I have my doubts, right? So I think this election shows us that, no, I'm not talking about January 6th. I'm talking like, on camera, like raping, you know what I'm talking about? Like, and I even question, even after like a real legitimate scandal, like something like that, that would be enough for the Republicans to, stop, stop what they're doing. I don't think even then that wouldn't happen. Let's see. Okay, they're still going. Wow, come on, Kyle. Where are you at? You pussy boy. What's the matter, Kyle? What are you doing? Dyeing your hair? Get your ass out here.
And she's down by 11 percentage points and 10,000 votes.
So they redrew that district. But that's that Republicans felt very good about that race.
Right. They loved Myra Flores. Like, she became like a celebrity. Like, she's our counter to AOC. Like,
and again, like, she's a good candidate.
She could come back and win, but it's not looking good for her.
But
right
anyway,
now.
to finish my thought,
not.
To finish my thought is, I think it shows that 2024 is going to be very competitive, and if the Democrats don't start, a massive, and I'm talking massive, I'm talking $500 million, dog. I'm talking so much money it'd make you fucking puke. Okay. They need to throw that much resource into a get out the vote campaign. And they need to tell Joe Biden to do whatever the hell he can to incentivize voting. I mean, anything you fucking can, man. They need to get the whole party behind engaging non-voters. And I'm not talking about converting Republicans, but I'm talking about reaching out and getting people that don't give a shit about any of this, and reaching out and getting them on board. Right? So dumb. They're drinking liquid death. It's a fucking water. It's a can filled with water.
Demings.
Right.
They kind of helped Beasley.
They played defense.
They played more defense and shored up.
Way too late on Beasley.
No, the point is that the Democrats are feeling, like, hey, when you're on defense, you make sure you focus on what you need to do. Republicans threw maybe too much spaghetti at the wall.
Well, we'll be reading the tea leaves tomorrow and for hereafter, who knows? But let's go to Wes Moore, who won his race tonight, the new governor of Maryland. Hello, Governor-elect Moore. Well, you did it. How are you feeling tonight?
Hello.
I feel like shit.
We're feeling great. We're feeling great because we think Maryland sent a resounding.
Guys, do we need to hear it? Do we need to hear it? Do you think he's going to say one thing of substance? I have my extreme doubts. Let's hear what Fox News has to say.
Second most populous county. Right now, it's looking to be about 53 to 55% turnout.
Beyond helping. Yeah, of course. They're the enemy.
I'm sure some people did not go out to vote.
Beyond helping.
Person. However,
no.
Again, we have
they need to be acknowledged
ballots,
for what they are.
And
They're
people may have
weapons.
decided, you know what?
Republicans are
Democrat doesn't matter.
weapons.
I just rather stay in where it's warm and cast that ballot by mail. So it's going to be a few days before we actually know anything.
All right, and Paul, let's talk about the governor's race just really quickly.
Yeah.
Steve Sisolak, the Democratic incumbent against Republican Joe Lombardo. What's happening in that race? Some of the polls I've seen has Sisolak down. Could we see Republicans take back the governor's mansion there in Carson City?
That is absolutely a possibility. I think maybe that might be the closest race in the state. Whereas, the Senate race, Cortez Masto against Laxalt, that's close, but there are some personality issues there. Lombardo, Steve Sisolak, that is going to be absolutely one of those races that we're going to be watching until the middle of next week, waiting to see the final results. And that really comes down to, it really depends on who you talk to. There are a lot of folks who are very upset with the state's academic response.
If you're having a legitimate debate in your head about one party or the other, that means that you're somewhat compromised by the propaganda, right? Because it's like, if you're not having a conversation about the how both parties are equally to blame but for different reasons, it's difficult. You got to peel back several layers of the onion, and you have to accept that your previous beliefs were wrong. And then possibly the beliefs that your mommy and your daddy taught you were wrong. And for a lot of people, that's impossible. For a lot of people, that is literally impossible to fathom that their mommy and daddy taught them the wrong thing. Let's see what's going on with CNN.
Margins right now when it comes to these House races.
Hold.
In Oregon,
okay.
Alex Garlatos is ahead by 0.08%.
So basically, the safest scenario was the correct one. The Republicans take the House, Democrats keep their slim margin in the Senate. Pretty close, I gotta say.
1.38%. And Democrats too, their leads are pretty narrow as well. We're looking at Kermit Jones up by 0.06% in California.
Jones.
And Tony Vargas up by 0.15% in Nebraska. Congressman Ryan is up by 0.36% in New York. Tom Malinowski in New Jersey up by only 0.88%. And then Connecticut, Johanna Hayes up by 1.72%. These are competitive seats, and the margins of victory right now are so narrow. We haven't called any of those competitive races, and the truth is any one of them could flip at any second as the votes come in, John.
It is remarkable, and we're beginning to fill in the map all the way over now. You see this blue, especially along the Southern California coast, the blue up here in Washington and Oregon. Keep an eye on that as we get later into the deep vote count overnight, probably tomorrow as well, because you do have competitive races out there as well. So let's just isolate the competitive races. That's what I was talking to you. See out here, many of you remember Katie Porter. She's a prominent Democrat progressive. Her district in Southern California is a competitive race. But let's just come to the middle of the country for a minute and look at these races. Because you said, here's another one of these vulnerable frontline Democrats.
They're going to get what they want.
Alyssa Slotkin. You look at this right now, and you say 43%, the Republican has a lead. I just want to isolate it by county to go through some of this is what's going on in their campaign headquarters right now. Remember, Spanberger held on, right? Slotkin's another one of those frontline Democrats. This is a Democrat 0 plus 9. It's a 50-50 district. Joe Biden won it by less than 1 percentage point by these lines. So you're looking at this, you're saying red county, red county, red county. This is a very Republican county, by 20 points, but it's a small county population-wise. Most of the people in this district live here. They live in Ingham County, which is Lansing, right? It's a 32 point. Joe Biden won this county by 32 points, and only 11% of the vote is in. So Alyssa Slotkin, when you pull out to the district, she's losing right now, but we only have 11% of the vote counted in the giant, by
Katie
far,
Porter's all right.
the largest county within
She's
the
okay.
district. So this one here is far from over. You pull it out, let's come back. There's the Michigan and the Midwest. Let's pull out to the national map. Jake was just talking about how close many of these races are. These are just the competitive races, right? So you want to look at win margin. The lighter the color, the more the spread is here. Let me get that to kick in. Look at all these races that are incredibly competitive as you go through them. Let's pop up the state of New York. Just walk through. Up here in the Rochester area, you have a Democratic incumbent who's losing, Joseph Morell losing 49. It's a point. It's a point race, but it's 3,300 votes. And you see it's up by county now.
So I'm going to wait for the next polls to close, and then I'm calling it
and get to the entire district and come out here. Another race right down here. You have, I think Jake mentioned this one, Mark Molinaro, the Republican candidate against Josh Riley, 50.3 to 49.7, 1,700 votes. This is the environment that's playing out across the country tonight. Democrats fighting to hold their House majority, or at least to keep any new Republican majority as small as possible. One race that's not close. If you look here, this is the chairman of the Democratic Campaign Committee, who, with 68% of the vote in, is losing quite significantly. We'll see if that holds up. But again, I said this earlier, this would be a trophy for Republicans because he's such a prominent lieutenant of Nancy Pelosi and runs the campaign fundraising arm. But that one is not done yet either.
Yeah,
I just want to pull out back to the national map again, where you see the white or the lighter. Those are your closer competitive races. So they are coast to coast. The vote count tends to be more early out here. But we pop up the race here and look as well. Tom O'Halloran, a vulnerable Democrat in the state of Arizona, losing by 2,100 votes to Eli
control, baby.
These are the building blocks. If you're trying to think Republicans need a net gain of 5, it's these frontline Democrats who are in the tough districts that you're going to watch, especially as we get closer to knowing, calling more races in the east and coming out to the west. And so you see more light races out here. We'll continue to count them. Again, Republicans favor to take the House majority, but you're looking at this map right now, Jake, and it is incredibly competitive. The Democrats fighting tenaciously, at least to limit that.
That's right, John, and we have some more projections for you for the U.S. Senate.
Yay.
CNN projects in Washington State incumbent Democratic Senator Patty Murray will hold on to her seat, defeating a challenge from Republican Tiffany Smiley. Patty Murray, Senator Patty Murray, reelected, CNN projects. And then just south of Washington, in Oregon, CNN projects that incumbent Democratic Senator Ron Wyden will defeat a challenge from Joe Ray Perkins.
Man,
so that's 2 Democratic
people.
seats held on. Where does that leave us in the balance of power? Obviously, you know, 100 seats. Right now, we have Democrats with 46 of them, Republicans with 46 of them, 8 seats remaining. Remember, Republicans just need to pick up 1 net Democratic seat in order to wrest control of the U.S. Senate. Right now, it's 46-46. And John King, big picture. Let's look at the U.S. Senate here. We have 48 Democrats leading, 1 in a Republican seat. That's Pennsylvania. 49 Republicans leading, 1 in a Democratic seat. That's Georgia.
Right. And so the question was, were there any takeaways on the map? Could the Democrats pick up Republican seats? Could Republicans, more likely you would think, at least at the beginning of this midterm election year, pick up? And what we're seeing right now is remarkably low turnover in a 50-50 Senate. You mentioned they're not called races, but the ones that are tilting the other direction right now, very close. John Fetterman, this is a Republican-held seat. The incumbent Pat Toomey did not run for re-election. So you have the lieutenant governor, the Democrat John Fetterman, against Mehmet Oz, the TV celebrity Dr. Oz, 49.2, 48.3, just shy of 80% of the vote. But we know this from living through competitive elections in Pennsylvania. We're going to be counting for a while here. I just want to take a peek at where the outstanding vote is. And you see the majority of, if you're in the Fetterman campaign, you're saying, okay, the majority of the outstanding vote is down here, Philadelphia and the suburbs around it. The only caveat I would add to that, though, is there's a test. We don't have enough of the vote in there yet to see if Oz can perform better than Trump in the suburbs. We'll see if that plays out.
How are they
the Fetterman
still
campaign,
talking
you're looking,
about this?
most of the vote is down here. That's what benefited Joe Biden as the count went on in Pennsylvania. The presidential race, we will see. Let's come back out here and let's check in again. On this one, it's been a seesaw all night, but Herschel Walker maintaining his lead, but it's a tiny lead. 14,976 votes, 49.2 to 48.8. Walker is ahead, but as I know we sound redundant here, but it's important. You need 50% plus 1 vote, or else there's a December 6th runoff in Georgia. So keep an eye on that. Both campaigns will tell you if Chase Oliver starts getting up around 2526. Then we're guaranteed to go to a runoff. We'll see where it is right now.
Yes.
88%, Jake. Still some more votes to count again. Let's take a look. What are we missing in terms of outstanding vote? You see the biggest circles are up in Atlanta and the suburbs. You see some Republican areas here, Republicans here. And I want to emphasize this point. These are small circles, meaning as a percentage of the statewide outstanding vote, that's a pretty tiny amount. But that's a lot of Republican counties.
That's a lot of circles.
That's a lot of Republican counties. So it's 50 votes here, 80 votes there, 250 votes there. There's a lot still to be counted. So we have a long way to go in Georgia. Plenty of room for Warnock to get a lot of votes.
The neoliberals still haven't crafted a
by
message
piecing together little pieces.
for the rural
I want to bring in
working
Brianna
man.
Keeler at the voting desk right now
They
to
just
give us
don't
some insight
get it.
into what she's seeing in Georgia.
Yes,
Brianna.
so let's look at some of these key counties here in Georgia, because just a short time ago there was a top official in the Secretary of State's office who said that the Georgia Senate race is one race that we may not have full clarity on by the time we all go to bed tonight. I guess it depends on when you're going to bed tonight, but nonetheless, so we're learning some.
You sleep election week?
No, it's not allowed. Actually, it's part of our job description. But we're learning some new details about Fulton County. So let's look at Fulton County first, because they're actually more than halfway done with counting. We're hearing here that they're expected to be finished by midnight, John and Jake. So that could be revealing some information here just in the next half hour.
Absolutely. Very interesting.
And so you look at it, and then go through the rest. Again, you look at the margin here, 73. This is Fulton County, Atlanta. It's by far 159 counties. Georgia has a lot of them, but it's 10% of the population. So it's your largest. Atlanta and the suburbs around it are your largest basket of votes. 73.7%. Again, we've called the governor's race here. Stacey Abrams at 69%. This is why Brian Kemp is reelected. In a Democratic area, you say 30%. You know, he got shellacked. Well, he narrowed the margin some. And come back to the Senate race, Herschel Walker getting shy of 25% in Atlanta in the closest in suburbs around it. That matters.
7.2 difference.
How did Biden
the margin
do in Fulton County in 2020?
Trump over Hillary voters.
72.6.
72.
And Warnock is a little bit ahead.
But yeah, but what about Hillary?
Okay, there you go. Yeah, 74 if you round up. I'm sorry, Brianna.
Yeah, it was 70 exactly.
County. Remember, there were 6 precincts that opened a little later today in Georgia, and so they stayed open a little later tonight. 2 of those were in Cobb County, so they stayed open a little later. They are also halfway done on their count.
Mules.
We don't know, though. We don't have an estimate on when the counting is going to be finished here, so we're actually not sure when we're going to be getting this better picture of what's happening there.
Spoiler alert, it never ends.
So again, Joe Biden wins this county by 14 points, right? So that's what you see right there, 15 points. It's essentially tracking the presidential race in Cobb County. And again, Herschel Walker, in the governor's race, this is why Brian Kemp gets reelected. He gets
7 points higher.
He gets 48. This is one of those counties. Again, if you go back, the suburbs used to be Republican territory, or at least very competitive territory. In the Trump age, 2018 election, the suburbs made Nancy Pelosi Speaker. 2020, they made Joe Biden president. You come forward to the Senate race here. That is the challenge of our time. Without Donald Trump, can Republicans become more competitive in the suburbs?
Oh, shit.
In Brian Kemp's Georgia, the answer is yes for him. Not so much for Herschel Walker.
That's a huge deal.
Where did Gingrich represent, former Republican Speaker?
Right up in this area.
That's what I thought.
The lines have been drawn so much, but you're in the same area. Right out here.
Is that total?
Okay.
Oh, no, he's just looking at the
We're
region.
looking at Gwinnett
oh, shit,
County.
he's looking at the region.
They have
never
counted
mind, I'm sorry.
At this point, about
going the wrong way.
30% of the votes. They are saying they will not wrap up by midnight tonight, so we're waiting to see exactly when they're going to wrap up. But of course, these are all counties that are leaning Democrat.
Goody.
So obviously that is going to perhaps shift things as we see these numbers coming in.
Very Cobb County. Oh, thank you, Davey.
So to that point, just 56%
what are you still
estimated vote
doing
count
here,
in
dude? This is
Gwinnett,
the worst
the second
election
largest
coverage
county in the
ever.
state. It's just shy of 9%
This
of
sucks.
the
I'm
vote.
passing
And so that's
out.
why, number one, it matters
so
when it
boring.
comes to it's a
It's so
Democratic county. Warnock
pointless.
will get more votes. The question is, will he keep that margin,
get more
the big
votes,
margin?
7.2 margin. What's this guy talking
There are a
about?
million items on the menu,
Holy
and
shit,
you can
dude.
sort of choose what you want. You can believe what you want about this election.
guy's
Democrats can
voice is
believe
awesome.
they've had a really, really good night. I mean, the
either I watch it alone
Republicans
or I
need
watch it
one
with
lousy
you.
seat in the Senate, 5 lousy seats in the House, and they have the majorities. And here it
we're
is,
slaves.
coming
We're
up on
slaves
midnight,
to
and
this,
we've
aren't
still can't say decisively that they've won a majority in either house of Congress. So that's an amazing performance for a party in the first term of that party's presidency. It's in a midterm. It just doesn't happen. So Democrats feel they've defended their turf pretty well. Republicans at the same time are making inroads. Look at what happened in Florida. I think we've really seen the emergence of Ron DeSantis as an even more major figure in the Republican Party and a real sort of formidable opponent to Donald Trump if he decides to run for president. I mean, look at he's who galvanized Florida and also did the gerrymander that is giving them more House seats in Florida.
Steve, are we seeing an election where it's really more about party loyalty coming back home as opposed to what we've heard in a lot of this, the exit polling about the economy and these other factors?
Well, yeah, I think it has a lot to do with party loyalty. The exit polling seems to indicate that people really cared about those issues. But the parties are very starkly split on those issues that people care about. And so it'll be interesting. We won't know for a few days when we really get to look at the data. I think we're going to see some voters did, in fact, split their ballots and vote for Brian Kemp and Raphael Warnock. And by the way, though, let me...
Yeah. They're still going on PBS.
In New Hampshire, Maggie Hassan. The AP is saying that the Democrat has
like
won
to live in a super small county.
Again, this was a race in New Hampshire.
You literally know everything about everybody.
Balduke, who had not been seen as a serious contender, challenger up until I think earlier, a few weeks ago, a couple of months ago. But the flares went up. And a lot of money poured in to New Hampshire, and this is the result. The AP, this is with 54% of the expected vote. Maggie Hassan will return to
that's a very
Washington.
Big win.
That's a win. That is a big
turn
win
off the light, or I won't be able to see.
And again, as we've seen in
every
one of these Senate races, at least thus far, we don't have enough vote in, I think, to know what the final margin is. But they seem to be lining up very close to the 2020 margin. This is what we saw in 2018 midterms. There was not one state that went for Biden, so in 2018 it was Clinton. Now one state that went for Clinton, that went for a Republican. There wasn't a state that went for Trump, that went for a Democrat, right? And so this has been the benefit. We've been talking about some of the structural benefits Democrats have had, even while the environment wasn't very good. Which fundamental was going to be more important? The structural environment, the makeup of your state or district, or the fact that we have 40-year high inflation, people don't feel good about the president. Right now, what it suggests is that the structural is much more important.
Like
and if these races come down to literally being within the exact same margin that they were in 2020, even as voters there feel much less supportive of Joe Biden, let's say. They are not as happy with Joe Biden as they were back when they voted for him in 2020, and yet they still keep voting for the Democrat. That's either a sign that, one, as we've been talking about a lot, they didn't like the alternative, so Republicans gave them the wrong candidates. But in some of these other races that Democrats are winning, Republicans put up decent House candidates. This isn't all about it just collapsing under the weight of a Herschel Walker or a Dr. Oz.
I would say Donald Trump talked about building a wall. He built a wall between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party.
Yeah. No, he's so proud of himself for that one.
I think, Judy, that
he did it. David from Slam Dunk.
Most Americans are just tired of the partisanship on both sides. And tonight's vote was like, it's not an endorsement of either one.
Yeah, they're so tired of the partisanship on both sides that they voted right down party lines.
Voters are very partisan. That's what it actually says more than that is.
What did you say? The voters are.
I think we're saying the same thing.
I would argue the voters are not looking past partisanship and only vote their team, which is not what I'm hoping for. But I don't think that they're tired of partisanship. They say in polls they're tired of partisanship, while always AOC is pretty partisan.
I don't know.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is pretty partisan.
Harry, I think
raiding
Americans
their
want
base.
something to get done. They want.
Yeah, they want something to get done. That's why they gleefully vote for obstructionists. What are these losers doing?
Making the effort there. Look, I know Tim Ryan. We obviously disagree on a lot of issues. The guy loves the state of Ohio, and I appreciate the gracious phone call. I appreciate the effort that his campaign put in.
It's fraud.
Thank you.
You stole the election thief. Good job stealing the election there.
But look, I
fucking election thief.
Spending time with these guys just a few minutes ago and talking about what an incredible honor it is to get to serve the people of Ohio in the United States Senate.
Yeah.
What an incredible
I can't
honor
wait to
it is
ban
to have gotten to run this
pornography.
campaign. Win or lose, I
Have
said
it
it was
blow
one of
up
the
in my
coolest
face.
experiences of my entire life. But now the people of Ohio have given us a job. And what we need to do over the next couple of years, over the next 6 years, for the full length of this Senate term, whoever's in the majority,
Ban
whatever
kitty
the
litter
president looks
from
like,
schools.
we have a very simple job to do. It's to go to work every single day and fight for the people of Ohio, fight for our workers.
Ban wokeology. Ban wokeology in schools.
Fight for our families, fight
Do
for the
it.
people
CRT.
struggling with
I
the
haven't heard
opioid
that in a
addiction
while.
problem, fight
Ban
for the
CRT.
people, the single moms struggling to raise babies just like my mom raised me.
you
We
saying
have got
something?
a great state.
Want something
and
to
we've
get
got
done?
a great country.
What the fuck does
To
that
the
even
people
mean?
of Ohio, I want to say something. I know,
It doesn't
of course,
mean anything.
we won a very good victory. and I'm
Something-
very
I mean,
proud of it.
technically something
Because of
will
all of
get
you, we won a
done.
great victory. But I want to say everything to whether you voted for me or not, if you're watching on TV.
Technically something
whether you
will
voted
get
for me or
done.
not, the thing that I promise to do is go to the United States Senate and fight every single day for the people of Ohio.
Yeah,
Thanks
he's
to
gonna
you,
fight.
we get an opportunity to do just
He's going to
that.
fight to radically change your life and way of life. We love you. You're a celebrity because that's how we should treat our politicians. JD, he's my friend. He's my friend. Dangerous parasocial relationship. Incredibly toxic parasocial relationship.
All right, you've been listening to
Yay.
J.D. Vance, who just won the Senate seat there in Ohio, speaking to his supporters, thanking them in
good. He's a
Columbus.
senator,
We want to
too.
put up the numbers yet again for the Vance-Ryan matchup here. Here is how it kind of came
Look at
down.
those numbers, man. Didn't you hear America fucking Lady Liberty literally weeping? Oh, man. So hot. What's Chuck have to say?
Wait, is it like a legal recount or automatic?
No,
well, if it's,
don't
that's
ban
that's something, I'm going to have to go to my book.
Those are
That's why we have an
beautiful.
election book.
Let me
All right, you stumped me on this one.
Our
You're
best
gonna,
people are working on
we'll get that. We'll get our best people on it.
Yeah, we'll
the
get our
Wisconsin
best
Senate
people.
race, as you can see here, this has been
'Cause that's
tight, but
NBC.
Johnson has got a slight lead. I just want to show you, we've been keeping track of our split ticket states here. I want to show you the governor's race here. As you can see, Evers is leading. He's at 50.5. As you can see here, he's overperforming. It looks like by about a point and a half. So there's
point and a
clearly
half, you say.
some. We wondered if it would.
Yeah.
Could we
just
see
changed.
Evers win and Johnson with both incumbents? That would be of interest. And I got to take you to one other point that we haven't made. We were doing our quick what if. The Republicans
Yeah,
are
what
running
if?
out of
It's like
Senate
Marvel.
seats. Let me show you what I mean. Right? We already know New Hampshire is over here. We already know. New Hampshire.
Over there. Yeah.
This is what I get for being a little too quick. I can go with the live here, if you will. I believe. There we go. So we already have put. We got to put New Hampshire back over here, since we know
This
that
is
was called.
painful.
So
This is
Arizona,
painful.
Kelly's leading. All right. Pennsylvania.
Grandpa's learning the touchscreen.
Fetterman's
guys.
leading. These are just the leads. Wisconsin.
Chuckle
Johnson's
Schumer.
leading. You see where I'm going here? If the Republicans don't pick off Nevada or Georgia here,
Wow,
they're just
this
running
guy's a
out of ways
genius.
to get to 51 seats themselves.
Literally, John
Could we have a
Madden.
situation if Democrats hold Nevada, pick off Pennsylvania,
Literally
the
pointless.
Georgia? Even if Georgia's in a runoff, it may not be for Senate control. Democrats might already have it.
Wow.
There's a chance right
Give
now
this
Democrats
guy
could
a
pick up
raise.
a Senate seat. Just something to think about for the night.
Can you
And
put
just
him
to
on
follow
prime
up,
time,
apparently
please?
Georgia law, a candidate can request a recount if the margin
I
is less
promise
than
you,
half a percent.
Lester, to avoid a runoff and avoid Thanksgiving campaigns, the Democratic Party will probably pay for that recount. Or if it's the Walker on there, the Republican Party will pay for that recount.
Okay. Recount to runoff.
Delicious.
The hits just keep on coming.
It's to avoid, I mean, their voter fatigue, too, is a real thing. I mean, I heard about that on the campaign trail. I talked to one voter who said, I really hope there's not a runoff, only so I don't have to keep seeing the ads, right? In one of the most expensive Senate races in the country.
No question about it. Let's go to Garrett Hakey's NBC senior Capitol Hill correspondent. He said House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy's headquarters. Of course, Kevin McCarthy hoping that he will be the incoming speaker if Republicans take the House tonight. What are you hearing there, Garrett?
Well, Savannah, Republicans were planning for a victory party tonight, and as you can see behind me, there's not much of a party happening here. Now, they may still be on the path to taking the House, but it hasn't happened yet, and it hasn't happened easily.
God, I don't care. God, I don't care.
People are kind of sick of both parties in so many ways. I mean, the fact that it wasn't declarative one way or another,
Perfect
again,
timing.
we don't know all the results, but the people are just saying, look, I'm going to look at this candidate because, yeah, the Democrats, I don't like the way they've handled the economy.
fatty gua.
But, you know, the Republicans are threatening democracy, and maybe they're figuring, you know what? I don't like any of these guys. I'm going to just vote for the candidate.
I think the ticket splitting is encouraging. I've got to go to Boris Sanchez for a projection.
Yeah, Jake, two important projections to bring you, beginning with the race in New York. This race got very close in polling at the end, but in actuality, when the votes were counted, it wasn't very close at all. Incumbent Democrat Kathy Hochul winning her first full term in office. She took over, of course, for disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo after he resigned. She defeats Congressman Lee Zeldin to win a first full term in the state of New York. Next, an update for you from the state of Minnesota. Tim Walz, the incumbent Democrat, projected to win re-election there against Scott Jensen, a physician who made some dubious claims about the COVID-19 vaccine. Two Democratic incumbents holding on to the governor's mansion in those two states. As we turn it over to Dana Bash, who has some analysis for us. Dana.
Thank God, Dana.
Thank you so much, Boris. Well, on New York, this was a place that President Biden went more than once, where people were looking and saying, is this a situation where high crime, concern about the economy, will actually do in a Democrat in a very blue state? And the answer tonight is no.
Yeah, I mean, I think that those issues were very real in this race. I think it was maybe closer than the Democrats wanted it to be. But at the end of the day, the fundamentals of the state of New York kicked in here, and Kathy Hochul is now an elected governor of that state. And I will say this, maybe tomorrow and the day after, we'll be talking a little bit about why didn't people want to believe that this was not as close? I think that a lot of the races tonight are turning out to be they're holds for Democrats in places where I think a lot of Democrats were just nervous about the numbers. They have such PTSD from 2020. We all do. Yeah. From 2020 and 2018 about not understanding whether the polls are really catching things that were happening.
This goes back to something that you talked about earlier in terms of New Hampshire. A lot of these states are going back to their DNA. Fact is, New York has not had a Republican governor since George Pataki in 2006.
Wow. Fun fact.
I got to say, the Republicans did make it a lot closer than we thought they were going to, and Lee Zeldin beat Kathy Hochul up on the issue of crime. It seemed to have saliency, and in the last poll I saw, New Yorkers felt crime was a bigger issue than inflation. But in the end, the DNA held. It's a blue state, and Kathy Hochul is the elected governor.
And then the question is, was it actually in danger? And the fact that there was so much attention put on this and other states, kind of like.
Shh, Dana, shush, it's okay. Where's Stephanopoulos? Where this guy's not Stephanopoulos. ABC's on. Where's Stephanopoulos?
Meaning a win in 2 hours from now may mean nothing. If you're going to win this, you need immediate relief in a case like this.
And David, I think the thing that's remarkable today is that what you're seeing is pretty typical. Things happen on Election Day. People are in line. There are issues with voting machines and different things. And we're seeing this play out across the country. But by and large, from the sources I'm talking to, this is a typical day, and this is playing out as it should.
Pierre Thomas, Kate Shaw, Dan Abrams over at the legal desk for us. Thanks so much. And again, just recapping what Janae Norman reported just moments ago on the ground from Nevada, that the campaign for Senator Catherine Cortez Masto is seeking to keep some of the polls. This is our understanding based on Janae's reporting. Some of the polls open in Clark County. Unclear how many, unclear if there are still people waiting in line. But what is clear is how important Clark County is to both Catherine Cortez Masto and to Adam Laxalt. That is the home to Las Vegas. And again, this is another Senate race where the economy, where inflation, where jobs are the top issues in this race. And we have reported often on the ground game in Nevada. And if in the end she was going to make up any kind of ground, this incumbent, the first Latina senator in the U.S., it was going to.
It's always the economy.
Are going to take over the House, at least in the House. And moving on to the Senate now, this is a little more complicated because a lot of results are still not in or finalized, I should say. But 15 seats won so far by the Republicans, 9 seats won by the Democrats, and of course, a 51 majority for the Republicans would take over control. So one seat, one way or the other, could change things in terms of the balance of power for the U.S. Senate. It is very close. We're watching closely the toss-ups, which were, you know, Arizona's one of them, but Nevada, we haven't seen any results from there yet. Pennsylvania, a very close race there, and also Georgia. We're waiting to see how those shake out.
Yeah, and this Mark Kelly race right now, and Blake Masters, that could be a very important race down the stretch. And of course, our return's coming in later because we're further out west.
It could decide things. Also, Nevada, that was a big one too.
That's right. Paul Laxalt.
We have no idea what things are looking like there yet.
Yep. Okay, Christina, good stuff. I believe we're going to head to a break here. Is that correct?
Yes, we'll take a look at some more results.
Okay.
And we'll be back after.
Slap her ass on the way back to the desk. That'll learn her. That'll learn her real good.
Congress comes in January, not just government funding and the debt ceiling, but also that same-sex marriage bill that got punted. They're keeping a close eye on trying to get that passed, find another bipartisan bill, as well as potentially, again, reforming the Electoral Count Act. So those are things that the White House is looking to get done, especially if Congress fully flips.
And if they don't have, if they expect not to have a majority in the House, and we don't know whether they're going to have the 50-50 Senate with a tie broken by the vice president, it's going to matter a lot.
Yeah.
How much of that they can get done.
Yeah.
Exactly. And Laura, you said the president is calling to congratulate the winners. Is he calling any losers to commiserate, or we don't know?
Yeah.
So far, the White House has not told us if the president has
only
called
knows
any
losers
to send his condolences. Right now, it is just those winners and often getting ahead of us on some of them.
Is that a priority to fucking anybody? Oh my God. Is he calling the losers? Who fucking
there. Had either Wexner or Spanberger lost, it would have signaled a big night for Republicans. Possibly, we try to study patterns here, but sometimes you can be surprised. I want to bring in senior Capitol Hill correspondent Garrett Hake. Garrett, this is playing out not exactly as Republicans expected. We should tell voters where you are and viewers. You're at the sort of Republican headquarters watch party, if you will, for House Republicans. It doesn't really look like a party. What's happening there?
No, Tom, no.
They keep cutting to this empty dance floor. I don't care. I get it. What does this guy have to say?
From the poll sites, which is going on right now, bringing in ballots. It seems as though they've been unobstructed and things have gone to plan, which is a good thing.
Yeah, right.
It reflects the hard work
fraud
by the
has
office
been completed
by our county supervisors. So I'm happy to take a few questions, but quite frankly, this is just a very comprehensive, disciplined plan that's been in place for quite some time. And what you're seeing out there is just our message to the community that we're serious about keeping this place safe.
So why did the Democrats steal the election? Why did they steal the election?
Do we have any credible threats here?
Do we have any credible threat?
I'm not aware. If you're talking about threats on the facility, I'm not aware of any threats on the facility. And
I called in 6 bomb threats.
Scale is always going to be confidential until we were able.
This guy's a liar. I called in 6.
Or not. So I'm always really conscientious and cautious about sharing information that could potentially put people in harm.
Yeah, he's not telling
them. And if you
them.
could, because I know there's a lot of you, what I'd like to do is just kind of raise your hand like we're in class, and I'll go to you to make sure everybody gets a chance. Bianca?
Yeah, so
I'll come back to you.
Going off of that same question, once folks started chiming in on social
What?
media, upset about some of the printing problems that we saw across the
I love the mountain that they made out of this molehill. I love just the massive Mount Everest size mountain that they made out of that. They're still going. All right, come on. Yep, just a couple minutes. The polls are closing. 1 minute, the polls are closing.
This is an open seat, exactly. And this actually is some of the impeachment result. One of the Republicans who voted for impeachment, Tony Gonzalez, retired rather than run
with
in this race
90%
this year.
of
And
the
what we
vote
have
in.
now is
This
the
could stretch out for
Republican
4 weeks. In Pennsylvania, this continues to tighten. John Fetterman, 49.3%. Mehmet Oz, 48.2%. Remember, this would be a Democratic pickup if Fetterman were to win here, which would protect Democrats if they lost elsewhere on the map, say in Nevada, perhaps, where Republicans feel very good about their chances. But we've got 84% of the vote in, and the count is going to keep going in Pennsylvania. Now let's check in on Wisconsin, where Ron Johnson is maintaining his lead, the Republican incumbent over Democrat Mandela Barnes, who sits at 48.4%. So right now, we've always expected this race to be very, very close. Johnson is really doing what he needs to do at this hour, 80% of the vote in Wisconsin. And let's check in now on Arizona, where Mark Kelly is sitting at 57.8% to the Republican Blake Masters 39.9%. That's a pretty comfortable lead.
Nice.
I think we need to know a little bit more about where the vote is still outstanding in Arizona. Let's now check in on Utah. This is a really interesting one. Mike Lee, the incumbent Republican, at 53.7%. He is facing a challenge from independent Evan McMullin. You may remember him from his brief presidential bid. He was in the CIA. He is someone who has mounted a challenge to Lee, hasn't said who he would conference with. Mitt Romney has stayed out of this race. So far, McMullin is behind Lee, but that's a strong number for an independent running in a situation like this.
Fuckers.
Well, one of the great things about these election nights, Casey, is that we have no idea what's going to happen. It's up to the voters, not the pollsters, not the pundits. It's up to the voters, and the voters are giving us some surprises this evening. And probably nobody is more surprised than the man who is the leader of the Republicans in the House of Representatives, Kevin McCarthy. Let's go check in with Manu Raju. He's at the headquarters of House Republicans.
Check in with him.
Manu, I think that it's fair to say that by now people thought that it would be a bacchanal at House Republican headquarters. It would be raucous. The champagne corks would be popped. It seems kind of serene.
We get it, liberals.
Yeah, Kevin McCarthy had hoped that this hour, the 11 p.m. Eastern hour, that he would be out here declaring victory. They were preparing to give a victory speech at this time, but there are too many races that are too close to call. And talking to his advisors, they are saying they are waiting to see how some key races in the West break, see some key races in the Midwest break before Kevin McCarthy comes out and addresses his supporters. Now, they are still very confident that they will get not just the votes, enough seats to take back the House, but enough seats to have what they consider a comfortable governing majority. They have set a bar at 20 seats, picking up 20 seats. I'm told by Republican sources that they are still confident they can get there, in large part because of success they are seeing in New York. They believe that can help them ultimately get to where they want to go. Now, McCarthy himself has met with his political advisors
Kansas
at the National
might have
Republican
a new governor,
Congressional
Democrat.
Campaign Committee this evening, as well as his super PAC that has spent hundreds of millions of dollars in key races as he has tracked races race by race, talked to some of the candidates whose support he will also need at the end of the day to become Speaker should Republicans regain the House. But Republicans still confident, even though it's going slower than they anticipated as they wait for the final numbers and for the final margin for potential majority. Jake?
Yeah, I mean, we should point out, Manu, that
81%
earlier
reporting.
this
It's
year,
looking pretty
Kevin
good for the
McCarthy was
Democrat woke patriot.
and talking about how they were going to pick up 60 seats, 60 seats. Now they're talking about 20, and it's not clear that they're going to get there.
Yeah, no question about it. They had expected a huge wave before the Dobbs decision, which changed the dynamics completely. And then ultimately there were concerns that they could potentially even be a single-digit victory for the Republicans. If it were that narrow, it would make McCarthy's task of governing incredibly difficult, given it would empower some of the folks on the far right of his conference, which is why they've invested a ton of money to expand their potential pickups to around 20 seats. No more are they talking about that 60-seat massive wave. A 20-seat majority they believe would be enough to get their agenda through and not have problems with that right flank of their conference. Can they get there, Jake? Still an open question at this late hour.
All right, Manu Raju at the House Republican headquarters, where they have yet to put on the Kool in the Gang in celebration. Phil Mattingly at the White House right now. What are you hearing from President Biden and his top aides?
You know, Jake, to give you a sense of things, just a few seconds ago, I got a text message from a Democratic official who said, I love the backdrop behind Manu Raju right now. There is a recognition that this is a night that has gone in a different direction, that even in probably their most optimistic view of things, for Democrats and for some White House officials, that this is better than what they could have imagined. Now, keep in mind, if there was one area where White House officials thought that there was a clear path and one thing that they definitely wanted to secure coming out of this night, it would be maintaining that Senate majority. That is not locked in by any means right now. There are still a number of very tight races out there.
I'm standing
but when you
by.
Look at the broader map
can we
and
wrap
talking to
it
White
up,
House officials,
Slick?
They understand right now that this is a very different picture than most people were predicting going into the night. A very different
Don't you have a meeting with
Shield? Were expecting.
Come on,
even
wrap
last
it
night,
up.
the president, the congenital optimist himself, made clear that holding on to the House was going to be a very tough task. Now, nobody here is predicting the Democrats will necessarily hold on to the House, but they
next
are very
poll's close in
clear
an hour.
that they have won
No.
a lot of races that looked like they would be tipping towards Republicans.
We're
One in
done.
particular stands out when you talk to White House officials. That was the victory of Abigail Spanberger earlier tonight down in Virginia. It was a toss-up race. It was one that Republicans were really targeting, but it was also one that to some degree was personal for the president. It was Abigail Spanberger who criticized the president and his wide-ranging agenda in the New York Times last year after the first major loss for the president in terms of an electoral sense, the Virginia governor's race. Biden called her, joked around with her, ended up visiting her district. White House officials very much wanted her to win because they knew that would be a sign that there was not going to be a wave. This had a potential for being a positive night for them. They won. And right now they feel pretty good about things, Jake.
Yeah, or at least not a negative night for them, not the kind they were fearing. We have projections for you now, and 5 of them are for Democrats winning, and 1 is for a Republican winning. In Tennessee, Republican Andy Ogles, a former mayor and conservative think tank executive, has flipped a seat in Tennessee. It is a Nashville area district that got much more Republican after redistricting. Democrat Greg Landsman has flipped a seat in Ohio. This is a surprise and a big win for Democrats to beat longtime incumbent Republican Steve Chabot. This congressional district includes Cincinnati and became a lot bluer after redistricting. Democrat Marcy Kaptur in Ohio, one of the longest-serving members of the House, has been reelected in Ohio. She defeated a far-right Trump supporter who was at or near the Capitol on January 6th. That's after her district was made more Republican. She won anyway. Ohio State legislator Amelia Sykes has won an open seat for Democrats in northern Ohio. It's a swing district that Biden won by 3. Kansas Democrat Sharice Davids has won a 3rd term. She's one of the first 2 Native American women to serve in Congress. That is a tough congressional district. It's a battleground district. She has been reelected. Rhode Island State Treasurer Seth Magaziner has held on to an open seat for Democrats. It's a district Biden won by 14. Republicans thought they could pick it off in a wave year. Apparently, it's not the year they thought they were going to have. Let's look at the balance of power right now in the House of Representatives. Democrats have 155 House seats, including 1 pickup. Republicans have 184 House seats, including 6 pickups. 96 seats remain. The magic number 218. In terms of the state of play, looking at the competitive seats we told you at the beginning of the night, we were keeping an eye on and watching pretty much to determine who was going to be able to control the House of Representatives. Republicans have to win 22 competitive seats. Democrats have to win 44 competitive seats. And right now, we're taking a look at those competitive seats and counting the votes and trying to figure out who is actually going to win. It still seems as though Republicans are on to a possible path to taking control of the House of Representatives. But this is not the night, as you can tell by the crickets chirping behind.
Okay, yeah, speaking of crickets. Anyway, look, if you want to torture yourself and continue down this road, I'm tempted to keep the stream going, but honestly, it'd be better if I just close it up. Be better if I just close her up. Okay, you can watch CNN right there. We got MSNBC. We got NBC right here. You can just continue to stick this right in your ear. I got to go walk the dog. It's all you, dude. All yours. I remember Solze. He called me a stupid bastard when I said supporting Kanye West for president was a bad idea. No, wait, was it? Yeah, it was Solze who said that. It was Solze. Ramirez is still cool. I'll never forget that. I was doing a budget while watching. I'm done, dude. I literally have a migraine and I'm seeing actually spots. I need to go walk. I need to go walk the dog too. But no, big fucking props to Davey. Garbage Fuel Awards to literally everybody except for the Republican dickhead that was in here. Thank you so much, everybody, dude. You guys rock. You guys fucking rock. Zigzag. Hey, thank you, Zigzag, for if you were lurking. Thank you so much. But literally everyone except for the Republican assholes get the Garbage Fuel Awards. So enjoy that shit, boys. I should conclude here though. I got to give you a conclusion. I will say I was wrong. I thought it was going to be a much bigger Republican blowout. I did think that there was going to be a red wave. I was more confident in the Republicans taking the Senate, and they may still take the Senate, but it'll be the slimmest of slim margins. But it was definitely way more competitive than I thought. And just imagine, if you will, if the neoliberals, like, look what the neoliberals are able to do when they're coasting. Imagine the neoliberals if they actually had a viable strategy and legitimate policies and were out there campaigning for, legitimate reasons. I'm not saying abortion isn't legitimate, but man, people want to know what's up with the wallet. They want to know what's up with the gas prices. They don't want to hear it's not our fault. They don't want to hear Putin. They want to hear I'm going to, pass a subsidy, if you're in a, $100,000 or less tax bracket, you're going to get a break on gas directly, immediately. They want to hear that kind of shit. So I don't mean to poo-poo on anything, but I do think that the Democrats could be doing a whole lot better. The Democrats could be doing so much more better. These Herschel Walker shouldn't be competitive. JD Vance shouldn't have won. None of these races should be competitive. Literally none of them. The Republicans offer fear. That's what they offer. Fear, basically. Lowered the gas tax by 20 cents in Florida. That's the shit that wins. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. I do love this song. This song is amazing. It's hard to get it out of me. I'm cold to the fact that I don't even want to meet you, ho, cause I already know. Once we fuck, then you out the dope and I'm back off in the ride, swinging down the cliffside, bumping lyrical homicide, cheap and hey, gotta watch for 5-0. Do or die survival in these city streets. Everybody's your rival, the G code 5. Yeah, no. I mean, he's got a great flow. It's a shame he doesn't have a smart head on his shoulder. But the amount of money the GOP gets to pour into advertising, that's the system perpetuates itself, right? But look, if the it's amazing. Like I said, it's amazing how well the Democrats do coasting. Amazing. What would happen if they actually fought? What would happen if they actually gave a shit and presented real policies to people instead of, that abortion stuff is pretty bad. You don't want to vote for them. Better give us a lot of money. Yeah, it's pathetic. Anyway, thank you for being here. Don't forget to follow my 3-step process to create political change. Step 1, you inform yourself, which is what you're doing tonight, even though it was very painful. Step 2, you join a progressive political organization in your area. I love the Extinction Rebellion, but there's a million more. Step 3, you got to put in the work, and you can't be ashamed of it. The fascists aren't ashamed of what they're doing. The fascists knock on every fucking door. Right? The only way we're going to create real political change is if we become political activists. period. We need to accept that fate. It's difficult. It's a tough road. But it's the only way to create real political change. Join a union. Whatever you want to do. CNN election link, you got it, bud. It's right here. He just can't get enough. He just can't get enough. I'm going to go outside and walk in the pitch black and give my dog a walk. I'm getting away from this shit. Fuck this. This garbage. But no. I'll probably come back and watch some more of it before I go to bed. Let's be real. Let's be real. But no, big fucking props, Zigzag Bruno. It's good to see you. Thank you for coming in. New viewer, looks like. Thank you. Big props to Davey. Big props to literally everybody. Woke Patriot, Clutch Cargo, Dirty Crackhead, Swillix in this motherfucker. Thank you so much, everybody. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East and glory to the motherfucking Ukrainian democracy. All right? Take care of yourself. Take care of yourself out there. Kanye West sucks. Piss you. Rest in piss. Yeah, you'd like that too much, wouldn't you, Swillix, you dirty boy? Have a good night. It's just a movie, folks. It's just a movie. Calm down. Have a good night, folks. It didn't go the way I expected, but it still was very depressing. It didn't go the way I expected, but it still was very depressing. All right. Bye-bye.